From childhood, Ho Young had a passionate love for soccer. But no matter how hard he practiced, he just was not cut out for it, so Ho Young decided to give up on his unfinished dream. Even as an adult, he still regretted that decision. One day, while playing soccer with his best friend, Ho Young was struck by lightning. That incident led him to meet the demon of greed, and they made a deal. Ho Young successfully went back 14 years to when he was just a boy. Will he be able to seize this second chance and become the best soccer player in the world, as he has always dreamed? Let us find out. An exciting soccer match is being broadcast live on TV. Ho Young watches intently. Throughout my childhood, I always had a vague dream. The commentator's voice announces a goal. Park Ji-suk scores, tying the game at 1-1. The players are enthusiastically running on the field with burning passion. Ho Young also has his own dream, to become the best player in the world. During a family dinner, his father suddenly asks Ho Young, "What is your dream?" Without much thought, he immediately replies, "To become a great soccer player like Park Ji-suk." His father seriously shares, "To become a soccer player, you need talent." And it seems like our Ho Young really does have talent. Ho Young is overjoyed and asks back, "Really, I thought what my dad said was true. I believed I had talent, that I was a gifted player. And in 2002, I joined a soccer academy with a sky-high ambition." While dribbling the ball, Ho Young is charged at and has the ball stolen by an opponent. "I was not strong enough to compete against kids who were always trained in a professional environment." After that tackle, Ho Young loses his balance and falls to the ground. He sits on the ground with a disappointed look. "I fell again." The coach suddenly appears and sits in front of Ho Young, startling him. The coach says, "Go over there and practice separately." Ho Young's eyes widen in shock. That was the group of kids with low skill levels. Seeing his friends practicing extremely basic drills. At that moment, I felt that in front of me. There was a giant wall blocking my path. And then I quit the soccer academy as a way to run from the truth. In his helplessness, Ho Young burst into tears. During times like that, his father was always by his side to comfort him. "Ho Young, everyone is a flower that will bloom someday. Just because a flower buds quickly does not mean it will bloom early." He asked himself a question: what if I had not given up back then? Do I really have talent? If I work harder, can I blossom and bear fruit? Before he knew it, it was 2016, on a bustling little street. Ho Young sits in a bar with a sad look on his face. Lee Yong-soo sees him sitting still as a statue and asks, "Hey, what is wrong all of a sudden, are you drunk?" Ho Young quickly regains his composure and cheerfully tells Lee Yong-soo, "Nothing." "Congratulations on getting the job," his friend repeats in exasperation. "You already congratulated me earlier." He quickly replies, "Today is a day worth celebrating, so congratulations are never enough. When good things happen, you should enjoy them to the fullest. Yes, this is the time to celebrate." My friend Lee Yong-soo, who is sitting right in front of me. Ho Young stares at his friend with affectionate eyes. Lee Yong-soo has been accepted into a professional soccer club. And I am still just a part-timer at a convenience store. Thinking about that, Ho Young can't seem to control his emotions. He immediately chugs a glass of beer, shocking Lee Yong-soo. And so the two of them sat for a long time without saying a word. Ho Young can only say to himself, "I want to become a professional soccer player. I am so stupid. I should not have given up back then." Ho Young lowers his head to the table and cries in regret. He looks up and confides, "If I had kept trying, maybe I would be playing soccer with you now." Lee Yong-soo laughs and replies, "Don't talk nonsense. If that were true, I would be eating the Ballon d'Or. But hey, regretting it won't change anything. It is too late now." Lee Yong-soo's words make Ho Young's heart skip a beat. "I have always regretted it for so long. I do not want to play soccer for fun. I do not want to give up like before. Even after that, I had many more opportunities, but I wallowed in regret, thinking it was too late now. I want to go back. I want to start over. I am such an idiot." Ho Young seems lost in his own inner world. Yong-soo's phone suddenly rings. He asks Ho Young, "Hey, do you want to play soccer now? Sang-ho needs 2 people to play 4-on-4 futsal." Ho Young can't believe what he is hearing. "Now." He looks out the window, lost in thought for a moment. Then he smiles and replies, "Let us do it." Outside, the rain is getting heavier. Finally, Ho Young and Lee Yong-soo arrive. "Hello, everyone." The group laughs and says, "You finally made it." Ho Young, standing in the back, suddenly sees something. A friend also glances at Ho Yong. Immediately after, he turns his face away with an unpleasant attitude. Ho Yong makes a confused expression. This Yoon Young Ho does not even bother to say hello. Yoon Young Ho is a talented player, so good that he could have won the Cha Bum Kuan Award. Some even said that he was Park Ju-hyung's successor, but then he suffered an injury and had to retire from professional soccer. Ever since we were young, the relationship between him and me has not been good, and it seems like he still holds that grudge to this day. Despite everyone around them talking, neither Ho Yong nor Young Ho even look at each other. Young Soo asks everyone, "Hey, why are we playing outside when it is raining?" Someone quickly replies, "I heard the indoor court is packed. Let us play quickly, or it will get even more crowded later." The rules are 4-on-4. The first team to score 5 goals wins. The ball is thrown up in the air. Let the game begin. Young-soo runs behind and tells Ho Yong, "You play up front." He replies enthusiastically, "Okay. Since I first toddled along with my dad to the soccer academy, I have been a striker. My physique and technique are above average. My technique is good enough to shoot accurately from anywhere on the field." The opposing team's goalkeeper shouts a warning, he is unmarked. Just when he thought he could score easily, Young Ho suddenly appears and steals the ball from Ho Yong. "But I still can't compare to a professional player." After successfully taking the ball, Young Ho gives him a mocking smile.
Ho Yeong stands frozen in shock.
He is furious at Young Ho's attitude. That bastard. A few seconds later, Ho Yong continues to jump into the game, but I have always wanted to be immersed in this scene. A high-level soccer game. Yoon Young Ho, today I will defeat you. Ho Yong rushes forward and easily steals the ball from him. A loud sound rings out. Before he can keep the ball for long, Ho Yong loses the ball to Young Ho again. He looks at him again and gives him a provocative smile. "Your dribbling technique is too poor." As soon as he finishes speaking, Young Ho unleashes a decisive kick. The ball flies through the air and hits Ho Yong's leg. Everyone on the field just stands and watches the ball roll out of bounds. Ho Yong reaches out his hand, grabs Young Ho's collar and warns, "Don't be so arrogant." Teammates on both sides have to step in to break it up. Okay, calm down." Young Ho still does not show any respect and arrogantly says, "You pathetic loser, I am going to destroy you today. Go get the ball. It flew far because it hit your leg." Ho Yong also retorts, "You are such a failure." He quickly runs towards the ball. At the same time, intense lightning and thunder appear in the sky. As Ho Yong touches the ball, a surge of electricity suddenly erupts. Lightning from the sky strikes right where he is sitting. Ho Yong's figure gradually disappears. Inside, he can only scream in utter pain. "I can't believe I got struck by lightning. I have not achieved anything in my life, and it is so unfair. I can't believe an accident with such a small probability happened to me. Is this real? Am I going to die so meaninglessly?" The smoke gradually dissipates, revealing Ho Yong's blackened body. Unable to accept it, he angrily shouts, "Give it back. Give it back to me, give me my life back." Tears flow endlessly. After calming down a little, Ho Yong realizes something is wrong. "Wait. Where am I?" A spine-chilling laugh echoes from behind. A fierce whirlwind suddenly appears. A strange figure gradually emerges. He has a bizarre appearance, neither human nor beast. Ho Yong's eyes widen in horror. He tries to stay calm and asks him, "Are you a demon or something like that?" The man smiles with interest and asks back, "How did you know?" Ho Yong stares at him and says tremblingly, "Because you look like." He proudly introduces himself, "Yes, I am the demon of greed. Humans often call me the Mind Eater. Would you like to make a pact with me?" Ho Yong's face shows confusion, unsure if this is real or a dream. Ho Yong stands face to face with a person who has a serpentine tail, and is a little flustered. He looks down and says, "So first." Ho Yong looks surprised at what the man mentioned. "What kind of deal are you talking about?" Hearing him ask that, he just replies indifferently, "Well, okay." A moment later, in his hand were 2 orbs of power. He offered him, "You can trade these 2 things for me." Then he raised the blue orb, explaining, "First is time." Stopping for a while, then he continued to explain, "Next is purple, and second is this power." Hearing those words, Ho Yong was listening attentively with a tense expression. Seeing that expression on his face, he said in a voice, "First let me explain to you, you can return to any period of time within a minimum of 10 years and a maximum of 23 years. Suddenly, Ho Yong's eyes lit up, showing interest in this information and exclaiming, "Oh my." Seeing Ho Yong's attitude, He continued with a dangerous look in his eyes. However, you have to pay a corresponding price. After all, there is nothing for free in this world. Thinking he got a bargain, but unexpectedly having to pay a fee, made him surprised to exclaim in front of him, "What price?" Hearing that question, and his worried demeanor, he immediately raised his finger to explain. As he spoke, he raised his hand as if to guide. That finger touched him, and then he said, "Returning 1 year will also reduce your lifespan by 1 year." Suddenly there is a chance to change his life, but in exchange for his life, making Ho Young ponder about this. Seeing the thoughtful look on his face, he said matter-of-factly, "Reversing 23 years is equivalent to losing 23 years of life, but anyway. No one knows when they will die, right?" Hearing that, Ho Young said nothing but just smiled awkwardly. In the middle of the tension, he suddenly spoke in a confident voice, "That is a fair exchange." Seeming afraid that he did not understand, Ho Young then explained, "If you can't live like a man, then what does it matter if you die early or late? Besides, people can usually live to be 100 years old, so I will be fine." After saying what he needed to say, Ho Young asked about the purple orb of power. "So, what about the power?" Hearing that question, he immediately raised the orb and answered at the same time, "I will give you my power." Seeming unable to understand what he was saying, he wondered, "The power of a demon, what kind of power is that?" Hearing that question, he still replied gently, "This is the power to help you get everything you desire." But unfortunately, Ho Young was stupid, so he still did not understand what he was saying. "What do you mean?" Hearing that question, he tiredly grasped the energy he was holding in his hand. Literally, "This is the power to help you get the talent of others." After hearing that explanation, Ho Young suddenly considered in his head, "It is hard to understand just by listening, maybe I will have to test it myself." A moment later, Ho Young was still immersed in his own stream of thought, "So I can achieve everything I want with this ability." While he was still thinking, the man's hand reached out. That hand reached Ho Young's face, pulling with it a source of light, while he was still thinking, "But is not this more like he is doing charity than trading?" His source of power seemed strong, then the bodies of the two flew into the air. Only a moment later, he gave a sly smile and asked him, "Now tell me, how many years do you want to go back?" Seeing that scene, Ho Young looked blankly, his eyes wide open, not daring to believe his eyes. But not long after that, Ho Young covered his face with his hand, then smiled. He said to him, "Although it is really absurd, but..." Although still a little doubtful, Ho Young still hesitated and said, "If this is true," his voice gradually lowered as he said what he wanted, "Then I want to go back." After an earthquake, Ho Young blankly opened his eyes wide. Ho Young hurriedly stepped back, anxiously observing his surroundings as if verifying something. After looking at everything for a long time, he suddenly looked in the direction of the calendar as if wanting to confirm something. Then suddenly, the TV reported, "Park Ji-sung's transfer to Eintracht Frankfurt has been announced, and now the public is." Hearing that information made Ho Young look around in surprise and realize, "I really went back." Ho Young still did not dare to believe it, so he did some actions, like trying his voice, listening to his own childish voice again. Then quickly moved his hands, to remember the flexibility of youth. After he finished experimenting, Ho Young suddenly looked at the calendar and confirmed, "This is exactly 14 years ago." Ho Young thought, "So I am 10 years old now, in 3rd grade of elementary school." Ho Young clenched his hands, showing joy now. Ho Young's eyes were more determined than ever, muttering to himself, "I am back to the age where I can achieve everything." While he was still thinking, suddenly there was a sound around Ho Young that caught his attention. "My dear, help me a little here." It was Ho Young's parents when they were young. Ho Young's dad smiled brightly and said to Ho Young's mom, "It is already dark." Seeing the image of his parents when they were young made Ho Young look at them in disbelief. "Dad and Mom, they are so young." Then a table of food was served. While eating, the father asked him, "Ho Young, what is your dream?" He thought, during dinner, Dad would occasionally ask questions like that. Hearing that question, Ho Young did not think much and immediately answered, "I want to become a soccer player." The father was also happy with that. "My son suddenly speaks so maturely. Do you still want to become someone like Park Ji-sung?" Ho Young answered decisively, "No," making the father a little surprised. Ho Young's eyes lit up. He continued, "I want to be even greater than that. I want to become the best soccer player in the world." That affirmation made Ho Young's parents look at him with different eyes. Both of them were shocked by his frank words. Seeing that expression on his parents' faces, he happily said firmly, "That is my wish." Even though his son's dream was a little grandiose, Ho Young's parents said nothing but smiled brightly. They did not force their son, just gently reached out and stroked his head affectionately. Ho Young imagined himself shining on the soccer field in the future. He remembered the image of the mysterious man, and secretly determined in his heart, definitely. Ho Young sat in front of a glass of water, his hand held the glass, and he thought in his heart, now I am back to 10 years old. Ho Young secretly rejoiced in his heart, the age where I can do anything I want. After returning to the past, Ho Young resolutely thought, from after school until bedtime, I can do anything I want, because I am just an elementary school student. Then suddenly Ho Young stood up and loudly called his father and asked, "Dad, where's the fever nova?" Hearing that question, the father immediately gave him the ball. Looking at the ball in his hand, Ho Young thought about its origin. That is the official ball of the 2002 World Cup in Korea. Fever nova. Holding the ball tightly in his hand, Ho Young was happy but also secretly wondered, why does my heart beat so fast just by looking at this ball? A few days later, the scene shifts to the space on campus. On a soccer field, the image of a foot kicking the ball, rushing quickly on the field. At this time, a soccer match is taking place. Ho Young is kicking the ball, thinking to himself, it feels so happy, when I was young I wanted to grow up quickly. But only when I became an adult did I realize that. Even though he was sweating all over, Ho Young still kicked the ball happily while thinking, childhood is the happiest time. A moment later, when he was tired, he put his foot on the ball to stop it. Then, Ho Young looked at his hand and suddenly had an idea, so, should I check, what is this ability like? Thinking that, Ho Young immediately implemented it. He closed his eyes to feel his body. Then an extremely large power occurred, followed by a large golden light. Not long after, the golden light gathered together again, making Ho Young look with a surprised expression without being able to utter a word. But the surprise was still there. A notification appeared. Ho Young talent has been acquired. No. Ho Young was attracted by, the special word on that board is, talent has been acquired. No. That announcement made Ho Young look attentively for fear of missing something. Ho Young looked up attentively for a long time, then suddenly he muttered, it feels a little disappointing, I thought I was quite promising when I was young. But it turns out I do not have any talent. Ho Young's eyes were a little regretful, do not say genius, it is hard for me to become even an ordinary player. After the event of seeing that information board a few days later, Ho Young still went to school regularly. Not long after, the school bell rang. After school, Ho Young was still playing with the ball. While juggling the ball he said, "Ha." But then the ball went off course, making Ho Young surprised to exclaim unconsciously. Ho Young looked at the ball in despair, it will take a little while for me to adapt to this body, it would be great if there was someone to play against. While Ho Young was still sad, suddenly there was a voice behind calling him, "Hey Ho Young." The caller was none other than his friend Yoon Young Ho. He shouted, "What are you doing?" With a bossy expression and a challenging voice, Young Ho provoked, "What do you know about playing soccer?" As soon as he saw the person coming, Ho Young was surprised and thought to himself, it is Yoon Young Ho when he was 10 years old. Because he was smaller, Ho Young had to look up at him with a wrinkled face. "You just met and you are looking for trouble, right?" Young Ho also replied without any fear. "Did I say anything wrong, or do you want to hear praise?" But he was afraid that he had lived too long. Young Ho stuck out his tongue and teased Ho Young, "You chicken." Seeing that action made Ho Young clench his fists and look towards him. But then Ho Young immediately relaxed his hand, not bothering to pay attention. Seeing that action made Young Ho surprised when he saw that he still did not do anything. Even though he was angry, Ho Young quickly reminded himself, instead of headbutting Yoon Young Ho, I will try to observe him. Then the light from before appeared, the light was displayed on his head. Ho Young looked at him and considered, does this ability only show my talent, or does it also show the talent of others? Without any warning, the light that just appeared reappeared, this time it was even more intense than before. Seeing that light, Ho Young opened his eyes wide in surprise. That light appeared in front of Young Ho but was taking information. Only a moment later, the board recorded information. Yoon Jung-go talent possesses soccer prodigy B powerful shot at medium range C. If you meet the conditions you can copy a talent condition playing soccer together for at least 60 minutes. Seeing those lines of information made Ho Young very happy and excited to be able to read Yoon Young Ho's information. I can see it, this ability not only displays my talent but also shows the talent of others. Under Young Ho's contemptuous eyes, Ho Young pondered quietly thinking, but Yoon Jung-go is not enough to be considered a genius, but something is better than nothing. Ho Young wondered, and more surprising is, if I complete the conditions then I can copy his talent. Ho Young immediately looked at the line of information. If you meet the conditions you can copy a talent. The condition is playing soccer together for at least 60 minutes. He finished reading and thought, so this is the power that the demon Mammon mentioned. Ho Young suddenly remembered the black light that the mysterious person once said, greed. After thinking carefully, he lowered his head and decided, I do not know what will happen but, let us try it. Then Ho Young called Young Ho hey. Ho Young gave a friendly smile, and then made an offer, want to play a game. Not long after, the ball was kicked up into the air. The two began to rush into the game to compete for the ball. The two just struggled forever. This person took it and then the other person took it back. Young-ho was faster than Ho-young so he could win the ball. And the first goal was scored by Young-ho. He shot the ball straight into the net. Young-ho looked at him and said, "It is really boring," while Ho-young at this time was already exhausted, panting heavily. Even though he was almost exhausted, Ho-young still did not care much. He looked up and thought, no wonder he is a soccer prodigy, he is really harsh, but it does not matter. A moment later, the system screen appeared again, then the word appeared on the board again. Please choose the talent you want to copy. Soccer prodigy B, powerful shot at medium range C. Copy condition, playing soccer together for at least 60 minutes. Seeing those lines, Ho-young could not help but be happy, smiling. There is no need to hesitate, I will choose the first one right away. After thinking it over, Ho-young immediately chose Soccer Prodigy B. As soon as Ho-young made a choice, the system screen showed an intense light, strong rays of light. Not long after that, only the word was left on the system screen, Ho-young. After loading, Ho-young's first title also appeared. On the board it has now changed to, Ho-young talent possesses Soccer Prodigy B. Seeing that title, Ho-young was very happy, his whole body trembled with excitement. Receiving superpowers, Ho-young excited. Well done, so now Young-ho and I are really equal, even though I do not know how much I can develop in the future, at least I'm happy to be able to develop. He looked at Young-ho hesitating. The control panel gave Ho-young two choices, Soccer Prodigy Grade B and Powerful Shot at Medium Range Grade C. Can copy a talent with the condition of playing soccer together for at least 50 minutes. Ho-young wondered, doesn't copying a talent make the other person disappear, and has the condition been reduced to 50 minutes, or is it because there is only Grade C talent left? Young-ho picked up the ball and was about to leave when Ho-young called him back, suggesting, hey, let us play a little more. Young-ho pouted and bluntly refused, no, I do not like playing with you. You suck at soccer. Besides, I have to go practice now. Ho-young did not give up and continued with an enticing offer, just a little more, and I will treat you to spicy rice cakes. Sure enough, it made Young-ho stop. Ho-young took it a step further, and chocolate too. Young-ho could not resist the lure of food and immediately turned around to ask for confirmation, really. Sure enough, using food to attract children is the fastest way. Ho-young smiled brightly and nodded. Luckily, he is still just a kid. After a heated soccer match, Ho-young was so tired that he could not catch his breath. A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared. The system board opened again, and it allowed him to choose a talent to copy. Ho-young was overjoyed. Nice, quickly choose Powerful Shot. This time, Ho-young's skills had improved significantly. He now possessed both Soccer Prodigy and Powerful Shot at medium range. After a minute of excitement, Ho-young returned to a state of exhaustion. I am so tired. Let us stop here. Young-ho smiled faintly, already tired. But he could not deny that Ho-young's abilities had improved significantly. Hey, your skills have improved a bit. Ho-young smiled slightly. He confidently said, it is all thanks to you. Young-ho was surprised. Ho-young brushed it off and changed the subject, nothing. Let us go. I will treat you. Young-ho looked at Ho-young suspiciously and asked, do you have any money? He nonchalantly replied, of course. In his heart, he was extremely grateful to Young-ho. Thanks to him, I got a talent. At the very least, I should treat him to 300 won's worth of spicy rice cakes. However, Young-ho said something that touched Ho-young's pride. Isn't your family very poor? Won't your mom scold you? Ho-young glared at his friend resentfully. That Young-ho has a personality that dogs and cats would run away from. If you had not said that, I would have treated you. He threw a fist in front of Young-ho, startling him. Hey, what is that for? Ho-young spread out his hand, revealing 101 coin, and bluntly kicked him out. You are no longer of any use to me. Get lost. After saying that, he turned around and walked away without bothering to pay attention to Young-ho, who was screaming loudly behind him, hey you dog. Ho-young walked while pondering. For a talent to develop, it needs diligence and luck. Once, a video of a 5-year-old playing soccer became popular on YouTube, and Manchester United noticed that kid. But in this era, there is no smartphone or YouTube, but there is still one way. That is to appear on TV. The TV screen showed a soccer match, causing Ho-young to stop and watch, and at the same time, he thought of a way to get the public's attention. And there is a TV show that is perfect for this. Initially, it was just a youth development program that aired only during the World Cup season, and thanks to this program, many children became professional players. Including Lee Kong-cheol, who was noticed by Valencia. A golden opportunity to immediately become a star. I will aim for that. Ho Young's eyes shone brightly as if he had just discovered a new civilization. The catalyst that sparked the soccer craze in the younger generation in Korea. The first youth talent development program in Korea. Ho Young hurriedly ran home and called his father. He enthusiastically suggested to his father, "I want to be on Shoot Dory." Ho Young's father was suddenly confused, not understanding what Shoot Dory his son was talking about. His mother, who was in the kitchen, also curiously peeked her head out and asked, "What is it, son?" To explain in detail, Shoot Dory is a young soccer talent development program where young boys play in an entertaining soccer league. They practice and play soccer under the guidance of famous coaches and management. Everything is recorded. It is starting to air this year, so it is not famous yet, so it is understandable that my parents do not know about it. Ho Young turned on the computer and searched for detailed information for them. He pointed to the screen displaying, "The program begins selecting candidates on September 3rd for children aged 8 to 10. Ho Young's parents stared at the screen, wondering what is Shoot Dory. His father shook his head, "No, this is the first time I have seen this. What kind of program is this?" All the information was read to his mother by his father, from the selection to the coaching position. Moreover, the coaching position for FC Shoot Dory is expected to be taken by singer Kim Jong-kook. Ho Young called his parents. His right hand placed on his father's hand. His left hand grasping his mother's hand. He said firmly, "I want to participate." The couple stared at their son in astonishment. Then burst out laughing. The two happily agreed and supported him with both hands and feet. Suddenly, I feel full of energy. If our son wants it, then of course we have to support him. Time passed, and finally the day of the selection arrived, Saturday, September 3rd. At the training facility of the Korean Football Association. The judges had taken their seats. Producer Choi Hyung-jae suggested, "From this pile of applications, let us only choose those who are 8 to 10 years old. Let us focus on the kids we targeted yesterday." Another person spoke up and asked, "So you are not going to consider the skills of the other kids?" That person was Kim Jong-kook, a singer and the coach of Shoot Dory. Hyung-jae gave a sly smile, revealing the true nature of the competition. The theme will be the underdog rising up or something like that. We only need to target those who are good enough to attract attention. We do not need to worry about the others. Okay, Jong-kook, you are going to personally examine a few individuals today, right? The young man nodded yes. Producer Choi suddenly raised his voice, wondering, "We are going to film you for a promotional video, so you have to do something interesting. But it seems like you do not care much about that. Try to spark some interest." "You know what I mean, right?" Jong-kook smiled and compromised, "Okay, I will do my best." Things were going according to plan. Hyung-jae turned back to the applicants, "Good, let us take a look." Mixed in the crowd was the small figure of Ho Young. The casting took place. After dozens of children, Choi Hyung-jae had selected a few representative kids, one shy, two mischievous, one polite, a cute girl, two fairly adorable kids, and a handsome boy. Maybe that is enough. The producer turned to ask Jong-kook's opinion. Was the kid from earlier okay? Jong-kook happily gave his opinion, he was good. All his shots were good. Plus, he is mischievous, so he will definitely attract attention. And his image does not overlap with anyone else's. Choi Hyung-jae was excited, great, put him on the shortlist. Next kid. The applications this time were Ho Young's. "Hello, it is nice to meet you." Confidence and bright eyes were evident on Ho Young's face. Choi Hyung-jae was also quite impressed, but there was still something that troubled him. "Your name is Woo Ho Young, right?" "Yes." Hyung-jae glanced at him from head to toe. His appearance is average, but not very tall. He is already 10 years old, so he is not at an age to attract the public with cuteness anymore, and there are no special achievements in his application. Ho Young still confidently waited for the next question. Hyung-jae already had his own expectations in mind. There is nothing to make him the center of attention. It does not matter if he performs or not. But on the surface, he enthusiastically asked the applicant, "Do you like playing soccer?" Ho Young enthusiastically replied, "Yes, I really like it." Hyung laughed loudly and suggested, "If you are so confident, can you show us a few moves?" Ho Young immediately agreed yes. Ho Young put the ball on the ground, but was stopped by the producer. "Wait a minute." Ho Young looked up in surprise. Choi Hyung-jae was flustered. "It does not have to be soccer. Just show us any other skill you are good at." Ho Young confidently replied, This is what I am good at. Then smiled foolishly, causing Choi Hyung-jae to be taken aback. Ho Young bounced the ball and immediately showed off professional ball juggling skills, causing the judges and producer Choi to marvel. From the instep to the thigh, Ho Young's momentum did not wane. He also showed off many other more difficult techniques. The judges looked at him with different eyes, especially Choi Hyung-jae. Cool. Ho Young performed a head stall, causing the crowd to exclaim in surprise. The kid must have practiced a lot. Amazing. But few people know that to gain such talent, what Ho Young prepared was not only ordinary entertainment techniques like others, but soccer skills that he had cultivated himself over the past month. He diligently practiced every day, regardless of whether it was sunny or overcast. Every drop of sweat that fell proved his continuous efforts, or it could be called a combination of the skills of a 24-year-old and the talent of a soccer prodigy. After finishing, Ho Young stepped on the ball to make it lie still. Jungkook said softly to Hyung-jae, "Producer Choi, is this kid a soccer prodigy?" Hyung-jae doubted. "It seems like it, but let us consider it a little more." Jungkook gave Ho Young a task. "Hey kid, now we are going to give you a small test. Are you confident?" Ho Young was stunned, not understanding why he was getting a test. Jungkook suddenly left his seat and approached Ho Young. "You and I will play a game. I will defend, and Ho Young try to score a goal for me, okay? Do you think you can do it?" The request was simple, so Ho Young immediately agreed yes. The test format was quite similar to freestyle play, where you win if you get the ball into a small goal. For Jungkook, even if the kid does not score, he definitely won't be eliminated. This is not a skill assessment but a recording to make a promotional video. Ho Young concentrated and dribbled the ball. Facing Jungkook without a hint of fear, Jungkook casually thought, "I will just take it easy and be gentle." But as soon as he finished thinking, Ho Young had already passed him and headed straight for the goal. To Jungkook's astonishment, Ho Young scored a goal easily. Jungkook was so shocked that he had to exclaim, "Amazing." Ho Young turned around and gave a triumphant but naive smile. Jungkook passed Ho Young another ball. "Looks like you are not just good at juggling. One more time." This time, Jungkook would not underestimate him anymore and would properly face him. This time, Coach Jungkook decided to defend seriously, not only because he was playing against an elementary school boy, but also because he was curious about this kid. Is he really a prodigy? Meanwhile, Ho Young quickly seized the opportunity, then stole the ball from Jungkook. With quick speed and skillful technique that caught him off guard, Ho Young dribbled the ball and prepared a powerful shot from player Ho Young. As a result, the ball was hammered straight into the net. The audience in the stands erupted. Goal. Even the reporters and editors excitedly cheered loudly. Jungkook was still unable to recover from Ho Young's unexpected shot. "That kid is really good. He understands that he can't match me physically, so he chose to shoot from a distance, avoiding a direct confrontation." Sure enough, Ho Young left a very good impression and showed sharp tactical thinking. Moreover, the medium-range shot just now was quite powerful. No need for further testing. This kid, Ho Young, really has talent in soccer. Joy surged in Ho Young's heart, and he quietly cheered, "Nice. Judging by the production team's reaction, I am definitely in. My hard work has paid off. A smooth start. Now if I perform well on TV, quickly becoming famous is no longer a dream." Ho Young excitedly thought to himself, "Famous clubs will compete to recruit me, right? Then I will be like Lee Kong-cheol." The best result that Shoot Dory ever produced, Lee Kong-cheol, thanks to his superb skills, was eagerly watched by fans across the country and became a star in the world of soccer. Thanks to that, he was recruited into a prestigious club in Spain, Valencia CF, and from there embarked on the road to success. But Ho Young is different. He wants to go to Barcelona. Or Real Madrid is also just as good, but anyway, that is still in the future. Suddenly, someone rang out from behind and called, "Ho Young." It was Kim Jong-kook. He ran up in a hurry. Moreover, Ho Young was quite surprised to know his name. Ho Young also told about having seen Jungkook on a music show before, which surprised him, really. Unexpectedly, Jungkook knelt down, then smiled and said, "Hey, you are really good at soccer." Hearing that compliment, Ho Young was excited and smiled brightly, then gave Jungkook a high five in agreement. This made Jungkook laugh. This kid. Ho Young could not help but be curious, so he asked, "Will you also appear on this show?" "Yes, my brother is the production director, so he called me to participate." Jungkook smiled and replied. Just then, Ho Young's parents came up and called his name. Ho Young's father politely greeted Coach Jungkook, and he also politely bowed. So you are Ho Young's parents? Hello. Then Jungkook smiled awkwardly, not knowing what else to say. Ho Young's parents also realized that he looked very familiar. I feel like I have seen you somewhere. Hearing that, Ho Young immediately replied, he is Kim Jungkook, the one called the White Cat Leroy. At this time, Ho Young's father realized, and apologized and smiled gently, nice to meet you. Taking the opportunity, Jungkook also conveyed his praise to Ho Young's parents, I just witnessed it, Ho Young is really good at playing soccer. Ho Young's father also agreed, even though he is my son, it is still amazing to hear that. Jungkook even said with a smile, he might even go abroad soon. The two of them were talking quite intimately, causing Ho Young to misunderstand. It is only the first time they have met, but they are already like sworn brothers. After greeting everyone, Jungkook asked to be excused. Before leaving, he also cheered him up, Ho Young, good luck. Which excited him, you too, Mr. Jungkook. But then suddenly, a notification appeared. Kim Jungkook, talent possessed, if the conditions are met, one skill can be copied. Practice physical training together for 60 minutes. Ho Young was quite confused at this time, these talents have nothing to do with soccer. Oh well. Before leaving, Ho Young suddenly called Jungkook back. Which surprised him. Ho Young asked, can you recommend some protein supplements? Hearing that, Jungkook was a little taken aback at first. But then he quickly smiled. Ho Young, you are still too young to use those kinds of things, but it does not hurt to know in advance, right? Want to hear it? Of course, Ho Young's answer was yes. In his heart, Ho Young felt that Jungkook seemed very interested. I heard that this is the question that people who like bodybuilding love to hear. It seems that is really true. Suddenly, he tugged at Jungkook's arm and asked, if possible, can you teach me some physical training exercises? Hearing that, Jungkook smiled brightly. At that moment, the system sounded a notification, if the conditions are met, you can copy a talent. Because of that, Ho Young was quite interested and turned to Jungkook with shining eyes, can you introduce me to some protein supplements, and if possible, can you teach me some physical training exercises? And after that, Jungkook was very enthusiastic and taught Ho Young little by little, from a scientific diet to warming up with the simplest stretching exercises. The two of them entered a training session together until their whole bodies were covered in sweat. Ho Young even competed against Jungkook. It was almost time. The system once again displayed, requesting the user to choose the talent they wanted to copy. The choices were given, and without a moment's hesitation, Ho Young chose the perfect muscles. A soccer player rarely holds a microphone to sing. After choosing, Ho Young waited for a new notification. And after being confirmed by the system, Ho Young immediately felt a change in his body, a feeling that his muscles were gradually getting stronger. It is not necessarily that a player must have perfect muscles, but it will be very useful. Later, Ho Young's father came to pick him up, and did not forget to thank Coach Jungkook. Thank you for spending so much time with my son. How should I thank you? It is nothing, I am also very happy. I do not have any schedule these days, so it is good to exercise a little. Jungkook replied happily. In his heart he thought, even though I have always liked children, today is special. This is the first time I have met a kid who is interested in bodybuilding like this. About 2 weeks passed, at Ho Young's house. His father was answering a phone call that suddenly came. After a few words, Ho Young's father immediately rushed into his room. Before Ho Young could react, his father hugged him tightly, lifting him into the air, you did it. Congratulations, son, he exclaimed emotionally. In that moment, Ho Young was spun around so many times that he could not keep his balance. Dad, I am dizzy. His father laughed, I am so proud of you. Hearing that, Ho Young remembered and asked in surprise, Dad, did MBS contact you? Was I selected for Shoot Dory? And sure enough, he had been selected. It was the moment that Ho Young's name was placed squarely on the list of Shoot Dory members. His long-held dream had come true, so he could not be happier. Ho Young jumped up with joy, awesome. Soon after, Ho Young's mother also heard the good news. And Ho Young's whole family was very proud of him. They even sent in his appearance fee. At this rate, won't Ho Young become a celebrity? Hearing his father say that, his mother smiled and replied, then a fan club will be created, and advertisement invitations will pour in. But as for him, I am planning to become a player. In his heart, Ho Young still could not help but be moved. I knew I would be chosen, but I am still so happy. This is the first miracle I have achieved since returning. And it is the first time I have appeared on TV. I will be one of the main characters. This time, Ho Young was very determined. I will definitely succeed. No matter what happens, as long as I can seize the opportunity to showcase my skills to the world, everything will go smoothly. Fan clubs and advertisements do not matter. I am only aiming for one goal. That is soccer. In Ho Young's hands, he was cherishing a ball. He closed his eyes and imagined. Before Ho Young's eyes was a scene in a grand stadium with cheers from the spectators in the stands. And Ho Young was a professional player on the field. He became excellent and participated in many stadiums from all over the world, Wembley, Old Trafford, Nou Camp to Santiago Bernabeu. It was an indescribable happiness. Just imagining it made Ho Young feel very excited about his dream. After that, he quickly left the house and asked for permission to go play soccer, thinking to himself, anyway, skills are more important than the TV show. Any soccer fan dreams of becoming Messi or Ronaldo, but in the end, it is just a dream. In our heads, we can deduce countless ways to score, but when we actually hold the ball, our bodies do not react according to what is in our thoughts. The reason is very simple. It is because of a lack of basic skills. And the most basic of the basics is juggling the ball. The key is to juggle the ball with the instep before it touches the ground. This requires high concentration and constant practice. Even the golden boy Maradona had to go through these basic steps. Slowly, step by step. Even though he felt breathless, Ho Young did not want to stop. He could feel his skills improving day by day. This is truly the talent of a soccer prodigy. And of course, Ho Young had to practice even harder, juggle another 1,000 times. In the afternoon, Ho Young went to the field to train his physical fitness. Soccer, basically, is a physical war. No matter how excellent your technique or shooting ability is, if you do not have a solid foundation of physical fitness, it is all useless. However, Ho Young still should not try to overdo it. Because of that, he rolled onto the field after training too hard. Ho Young was panting and proud. I ran 8 laps today. Suddenly, he mentioned the familiar name, Shoot Dory. A determination flashed in Ho Young's eyes. I will conquer it. In the evening before falling asleep, Ho Young told himself, after passing the selection, I was determined to succeed. Every night, I go to bed early. Early in the morning, as soon as he woke up, he stretched. And woke up at 6 in the morning, then stretched for 30 minutes to increase the flexibility of his body. I used to be 170 centimeters tall, but I am confident that if I take good care of myself, I can grow to 180 centimeters. After school, I practice kicking the ball on the field to improve my technique. Eat regularly, exercise physical fitness frequently, and continue to repeat that schedule. Day after day, and before he knew it, the recording finally arrived. The next morning, many reporters and modern filming equipment came to the field for operation. The whole team smiled happily when filming. But Ho Young felt worried. Seeing that, Coach Kim Jong-kook asked him privately, "Are you excited?" Ho Young hesitated and answered, "Yes," but his expression was still very awkward. Before the game, he looked around, saying to himself, "My first evaluation match is about to begin. I have been waiting for this moment for so long." The announcement sounded, "Our opponent is the Cha-bum Kuan Football Academy, the giant of Korean soccer." Just then, producer Choi came and called Jong-kook. He said confidently, "Please do not hold back. Just play with all your strength. Even if they win 20-0, it is okay. We need to let the Shoot Dory team feel what it is like to fail." He thought in his head, anyway, the opponent is the top academy in the country, the Cha-bum Kuan Academy, so losing is obvious. And if they lose in such an overwhelming match, the children won't be able to control their emotions. This will attract the attention of viewers, making people sympathize with them. And then after a period of continuous hard work, the kids will finally find victory. He swaggered away, asserting that this was a heartwarming and touching story. The producer smiled, with a look of satisfaction. Maybe he is analyzing something. Looking at the boy Ho Young, he thought, if that kid can become famous, then the ending will be even more perfect. Seeing Ho Young feeling worried, he recalled Ho Young's previous practice matches. At that time, the promotional video was extremely successful. It was when he confidently showed his soccer talent with Coach Jong-kook. Especially that kid Ho Young's test segment. There is even a rumor that Kim Jong-kook has watched that video, so maybe I should focus on that kid this time. He pondered, a miraculous goal from that boy would be a noteworthy highlight, but it seems that is unlikely to happen. No matter how good that kid is, it is the same. Soccer is a team game. The opponent is FC Cha Bum Kuan, the elite team of the Cha Bum Kuan Football Academy. No matter how extraordinary you are, it is not enough. And looking at him now, focusing on warming up, stretching before the game starts. Seeing the reality of Jungkook's team, he wondered if he had set his goals too high. A reporter rushed to producer Choi, saying that everyone was ready and that he could start working right away. The two teams took their positions, and the opening ceremony began. They shook hands, always looking at each other, everyone full of determination. The match began, and many fans came to cheer for both teams today. Commentator Choi Sung-don from MBS started the live broadcast, greeting everyone and saying that this was the third stadium in the Yongan City Football Center. A clash between giants was about to take place on the field, and accompanying him as a game commentator was actor Kim Byung-jin. Sung-don continued, saying that FC Shootdori, a newly formed team with the goal of defeating all youth teams across the country, was about to enter its first game. And their opponent was FC Cha Bum, a very powerful team. Actor Byung-jin was also performing well as a game commentator, adding, "Yes, this will be a difficult match." Today was their first evaluation match, so it would be a good opportunity for them to find their competitive spirit. Byung-jin did not forget to send words of encouragement to the home team, FC Shootdori, saying that even if they lost, they would still learn a lot from FC Cha Bum Kuan, the true masters of soccer. The referee tossed the coin. He signaled that Shootdori would kick off first, and the young captain confidently thought that this time, it was a piece of cake. He comforted his team, saying that they would win this time. Most of the fans were the children's families, and they felt very happy, everyone exclaiming how cute the little ones were. The referee's whistle blew, and the match began. The dramatic showdown between FC Cha Bum and FC Shootdori. FC Shootdori started the kickoff, and people used to think that no one would expect too much from a children's match. Young Ho Young's eyes lit up with confidence, and perhaps at this time, the producer thought that at most, they just wanted to see the little ones acting cute and playing with the ball. Ho Young quickly caught the ball, and he ran very fast, thinking that he would be the highlight. He passed the ball across the opponent's face, making him feel scared. The entire FC Cha Bum team opened their mouths in disbelief, not expecting Ho Young to make a move so early. Unexpectedly, the ball hit the opponent's net, catching the goalkeeper off guard. The commentator was also surprised by Ho Young's powerful shot. The audience exclaimed, "Oh my God, what is going on? A shot from the middle of the field. Did that kid score just 1 second after the kickoff?" Young was very confident. Producer Choi was flustered, unable to believe how outstanding this kid was. The reporter asked him what was going on, startling him at this moment. All cameras were directed towards Ho Young, not wanting to miss a beautiful moment. His teammates wondered where he was running. Ho Young confidently ran very fast. The producer ordered the reporter to film close-ups and not miss anything. The boy's feet bounced on the grass. The boy was delighted, jumping up to celebrate his beautiful goal. He secretly rejoiced, thinking that he was not only talented but also an expert at celebrating. He would steal Ronaldo's future celebration. The commentator announced, "Goal, Woo Ho Young scored from the middle of the field." And the ball went straight into the opponent's goal. It is amazing, it is unbelievable that a young boy could make such a shot just now. Also, look at that celebration. Actor Kim Byung-jin saw the boy's skillful celebration and exclaimed, "A pose that shows he is the winner, the best of the best." The FC Cha Bum goalkeeper was dazed by the rapid developments of the match, saying to himself, "This is the first time I have witnessed such a shot. Is he really only 10 years old?" The opposing team's coach also looked worried, thinking, "Didn't they say that kid was just an amateur?" Introducing Coach Lee Sang-woon, although he is currently just a coach, he was once a representative player of the country 7 years ago, famous in the National Football League and praised as a living legend. He admired, thinking, that goal was indeed excellent, the center of gravity was very stable, but the height is a bit lower than average, so that body should not be able to shoot such a powerful ball. So, this kid must possess innate talent. This child is a prodigy. Sang-woon continued, "As a coach and a former player like myself, I can easily recognize that boy's potential. Besides, he knows how to finish even with that small body." He recalled the moment when the boy shot the ball, and lingered on the explanation of the simple shooting method, but it was difficult for the kids to understand, unless they experienced and summarized it themselves. So achieving this ability through personal effort alone was almost impossible. This child was as if born to play soccer. He commented on Ho Young, and thought that he would go even further in the future. FC Cha Bum refused to lose to their opponents, and they also scored a goal. This goal belonged to player Hwang Ki-dong. Commentator Choi Sung-don happily announced, only just started the second half, and the gap has widened to 3-8. After all, this is a high-level team. It seems that they only encountered some concern after Woo Ho-young's first goal. Immediately, they have revived their spirit and scored 8 consecutive goals. Byung-jin continued his words, and said that it was indeed so. Sung-don commented on this match. Their coordination is excellent. If FC Shootdori were also professionally trained, could they do the same? Byung-jin said that it had to be seen. If they could win even just one game this month, that could really be possible. Ho-young was exhausted, panting. He murmured, even though this field is only 1/6 of a standard stadium, with 6 against 6, each person's area of activity is still too large. I am out of breath. A friend happily asked him if he saw the shot just now, saying that playing soccer was really fun. Suddenly, the ball hit him in the face. Luckily, his teammate came to comfort him, saying, "Let us go sit over there and rest." Young muttered to himself, FC Shootdori is really disappointing, and I predicted it more or less. It is okay. If I had an adult's body, it would not be a problem to win on my own. Besides, I only received talent, not supernatural powers. So 1 against 6 is really beyond my physical limits, but it is okay. The most important thing is that I can show everyone my abilities. Announcement, only 3 minutes left in the second half, followed by the kickoff of FC Cha-bum. The Cha-bum team had high expectations for this kickoff, cherishing every opportunity. Very quickly, Ho-young had arrived, approaching the opponent closely. Taking this opportunity, his friend fought fiercely for the ball. The commentator's voice rang out. Player Ho-young has quickly stolen the ball. He ran quickly forward, leaving the opponent far behind. Ho-young focused on the goal ahead, but there was something that made him very worried at this moment. It was the collective marking strategy from the opposing team. They did not give him a chance to pass or shoot. Coach Lee Sang-woon had carefully instructed the team to focus on marking the opponent's number 7. He thought that no matter how talented he was, he could not withstand this primitive playing style. Ho-young was very careful with this difficult situation. This was a new and difficult challenge for him. Later, he overcame the opponent's defensive line, confidently advancing forward. Coach Sang-woon and the FC Cha-bum players were all amazed by the boy's technique. Byung-kin could not believe the miracle before his eyes. He turned to Sung-don and asked, "Did you see that? It feels like the ball is stuck to that boy's feet." He was so fast that the opponent was disoriented, and then shot straight into the opponent's net. The ball went into the net beautifully, and the goal was recognized as belonging to Young. Unable to contain his joy, he jumped up to celebrate. Ho-young's face was filled with extreme joy, and he breathed a sigh of relief. A satisfying solo performance. Player Woo Ho-young is too impressive. This is already his 5th goal. Woo Young was not this outstanding during practice, but it seems that he is the type of person who shines only in actual combat. He is truly a crane among chickens. The boy Young confidently thought that although this body was only 10 years old, his mind was 24. When the talent of a soccer prodigy combines with the intellect of a 24-year-old, his peers are truly no match, as if it were a machine combining the best hardware and the most modern software. The match ended, with FC Cha-bum winning by a score of 14-5. Ho-young and his teammates were exhausted, and he slumped onto the grass panting. He comforted himself, "There is nothing to regret. Although the team did not win, I did my best. That is what makes soccer so attractive. That should be enough for me to become a hot topic, right?" The reporter happily said, "Today, FC Cha-bum had a very convincing victory, but no matter what others say, the MVP of today is undoubtedly player Woo Ho-young, who scored 5 goals himself." The camera immediately pointed at him, surprising him greatly. The reporter asked, "Can I interview you for a bit?" The boy agreed immediately. He gently asked, "How do you feel now?" The boy thought for a while before this question. Then confidently said, "I am still hungry." Hearing his answer, he recalled a historical event in the past, when Coach Gus Hiddink led the national team to the round of 16 at the 2002 World Cup, and famously said in an interview that "we are still hungry." Ho-young ran to call his mother. The boy was happy, hugging his mother, and she praised him, "You did a great job. What do you want to eat tonight? I will cook some of your favorite dishes." Ho-young did not hesitate, answering immediately, "Yes, I want to eat chicken. Stewed chicken or fried chicken," he eagerly replied, "Split it in half, make one of each." It seemed that someone was walking behind the boy. It turned out to be the coach, who happily greeted Ho-young and his mother. He recognized Sang-woon, the FC Cha-bum coach. Ho-young looked up at him. He enthusiastically introduced himself to the mother and son. I am a coach from the Cha Bum Kuan Football Academy. My name is Sang-woon. Young's mother recognized him, saying, I know you, I have seen you on TV before. He confessed, the thing is, Ho Young's soccer skills are really impressive. I still have goosebumps even now. He also happily said to Ho Young, thanks to you, this teacher got to watch an interesting match. After hearing this, his mother thoughtfully reminded him, you should say thank you. His eyes lit up and said, thank you but mister. Why are you my teacher? Faced with his frank question, Sang-woon was flustered. Allow me to be frank about that. I want to personally teach Ho Young. What do you think? Young's mother exclaimed in surprise, what? I really appreciate what you are saying, but is my son really that talented? Sang-woon frankly shared with her, at the academy, we can assess a child's talent to a certain extent after 3 months and report back to the parents whether their child can become a professional athlete or not. So even though my comments may be a bit early, Ho Young has really approached the title of genius. Hearing the coach say this, both the mother and son were surprised. Even the boy did not know that he was a genius. He sincerely said, honestly, I know it is not right to do this, but the desire to teach Ho Young makes me unable to sit still. His mother asked in confusion, what do you mean? He explained further, about the academy that Ho Young is currently attending. If the kid feels unsure about whether to transfer academies or not, oh, what is the name of that academy again? Young's mother understood more about this matter, saying, I think you have misunderstood something. Ho Young has never attended a football academy. Sang-woon was surprised, exclaiming, what? Then who taught him to play soccer? The mother shared this truth with the teacher, saying that when he was young, he used to play soccer with his father, but had never received formal training. After hearing this, Sang-woon was even more shocked, not believing this was true. He calmly said, I understand, so that is how it is. Then, have you ever thought about raising Ho Young to become a professional player? Young's mother said, as long as it is good for my son, I am always willing, but how much is the academy's tuition fee? The coach explained, it depends on which class he gets into after the entrance exam, but Ho Young will easily go straight into the S class. The most basic requirement to get into the S class is to have talent. If you do not have enough talent, you can only get into the A class. And to get into the A class, you have to sign up for a waiting list with hundreds of other people and wait until you are approved, so being in the S class is already a source of pride. 3 sessions a week costs 120,000 won, and if you pay monthly, it is only 900,000 won. She hesitated, thinking that because it was a prestigious academy, the tuition fee was more expensive than other places, but if she wanted her son to be well trained, sending him here was indeed the best choice. The appearance fee that Ho Young received was at least 38,000 won, but that was not enough to make up for it. But for the sake of her son, she had to take out her savings. However, the boy said, Teacher, can I pay later? The teacher was confused, pay later. Young cleverly said, when I become a famous player, I will pay you back 100 times, is that okay? The mother quickly stopped him and said, where did you learn to talk like that? But Sang-woon friendly said, it is okay, I really like this courage. You have to have that attitude to play soccer well. Ho Young is a responsible child, is not he? The boy happily thanked the teacher. He held out his hand, wanting to say, then let us make a promise, let us work hard together from now on. Of course, the teacher happily said, great. Madam, our academy has a program called Special Talent, the teacher said. The mother asked, Special Talent? Yes, it is a program for children with outstanding talent like Ho Young here, kind of like a scholarship. Luckily, there is still one spot available. I will do my best to recommend the kid to the director. Then thank you very much. Sang-woon raised his hand and said, that is not all. If Ho Young shows remarkable improvement, we will even create opportunities for him to study abroad or join professional youth teams. After all, domestic conditions are still quite limited for talents to develop to a world-class level. Is that okay? Ho Young will get to play soccer with other talented friends. The boy cheered excitedly. That sounds exciting. An agreement was made, and both sides felt satisfied. Sang-woon continued, then tomorrow, please bring Ho Young to the entrance exam. The mother agreed with the teacher, we will come tomorrow. Ho Young smiled, saying to himself, if I join the academy, the media will know the news, so of course they will choose me as a special student. Everything is going according to my plan. From now on, I just need to focus on playing soccer. I will learn to play soccer professionally. He bowed his head, promising teacher Sang-woon, I will do my best, coach. Sang-woon smiled happily, looking at this boy. He had great faith in and expectations for the boy. The next day, his mother took him to the academy. As he walked, he saw the friends around him. Young wondered, they are from the Cha-Bum Kuan Football Academy, but why does not anyone have talent? But even if they did.
Kim Ki-hon. Talent. Possesses sojar prodigi.
With the talent of soccer prodigy, you cannot copy talents that are lower level than yourself. Ho Young thought in his head, my soccer prodigy talent is still one level higher. As expected, Yoon Young-ho is always outstanding. He is worthy of the name of Little Park Ji-sung. And Lee Sang-woon has the talent of identifying talented players, but I do not need that. When I get to the academy, I will definitely encounter people with special talents. When he got home, he told his father everything. His father was very surprised. You met Lee Sang-woo. His father regretted, saying, I should have taken a day off from work today. Not being able to meet Lee Sang-woo is really sad, but I am still very happy. Because my son is too good. The father turned away to answer the phone. Hello, is this Domino's Pizza? Deliver us that premium pizza that has been advertised on TV these days. Oh yes, make it a large size. My son has just joined the Cha-Bum Kuan Football Academy. He smiled happily, saying address, then laughing and saying, I am a little hyper. When he looked at Young, he was probably feeling happy now. The boy's eyes lit up when he saw the pizza. They looked very delicious. In the past, our family had never bought this. The mother happily said, oh that smell, and the whole family encouraged him to eat a lot. He was very surprised, because even when he was little, he sometimes wanted to eat it but never dared to ask. Even though he was young, he was still mature enough to realize the family's financial situation. But in this life, he did not need to worry about family circumstances anymore. He would definitely succeed and repay his parents. Ho Young sat down at the table, happily saying, enjoy your meal, everyone. Why is it so incredibly delicious? Has my taste become younger, or am I still nostalgic for old types of pizza? Unable to stop eating, Young's father asked jokingly, is it that delicious? Yes, it is incredibly delicious. Mom and Dad are the best. 9 days after that, Shoot Dory was finally broadcast on MBS. The novelty, uniqueness, humor, and emotions mixed with the cuteness of the children made the program a successful step forward. Everyone watched each match attentively, cheering wholeheartedly for their team. Young's father congratulated his son, and he was surprised, asking why. Dad just received a call from Coach Lee Sang-woon. They want to admit you to the academy as a special student. Ho Young was secretly happy. His mother could not hide her joy either, and ran immediately to call Honey. What should we do, look? What is wrong, what happened? The mother hesitated, saying, our Ho Young has a fan cafe set up. Hearing this, both the father and son were startled, not expecting him to become famous so quickly. The father immediately searched for that social networking site. He said in surprise, our son is really great, is not he? People set up a fan cafe just one day after Shoot Dory was broadcast, and the number of members has reached over 200. Young could not believe his eyes. The father continued, look at this post. They say Ho Young is the star who will continue Park Ji-sung's success. He thought in his head, but not all comments are positive. He hesitated, thinking a lot about those comments. In some posts, people were still arguing endlessly. And it is understandable. South Korea has always had high expectations for soccer, and everyone has a very high sense of nationalism. And in 2002, it was the golden age of the national team, but after that time, countless European players rose like a storm, while Korean soccer was declining. So people were always hoping for the birth of a new hero. Ho Young thought to himself, so this is what it feels like to be the center of attention. Although there are some criticisms, it still feels great. Young's father scrolled down the comments, worried, perhaps because there is too much negative talk about our son. There are comments saying that the whole thing is just a script by the media. They say the kids act according to what they are told, and do not know anything. This kid Ho Young is clearly from some wealthy family. It seems they have spent a lot of money on this program. Young's father was angry, gritting his teeth and saying these bastards really. But his mother was very gentle, reassuring him, saying, honey, do not pay attention to what they say, those people are just jealous of our Ho Young. Isn't that right, Ho Young? The boy looked innocent. Yes, but it is good like that too. Just let them be jealous. What is wrong with that? The father was surprised by his son's calm demeanor, exclaiming, what? Yeah, my son is right. Young said to himself, it is a common thing. Celebrities always have to face cyber attacks, especially sports players. But this guy is really annoying. His face was sad when he saw the many offensive comments. He told himself that one day, he would make them shut their mouths. The next day at the Cha-Bum Kuan Football Academy, Ho Young observed the surroundings, getting used to the match. He saw the soccer prodigies fighting each other, and had to say that their strength was amazing, and their stamina was good. He stood outside, observing the match closely. Then he carefully analyzed the match, such as the way they penetrated the penalty area and the artistic curve kick of the two of them. There are quite a few talented kids, like a buffet. Ho Young had confidence in himself, clenched his fist to show his determination, and for him, it was finally time to choose his fourth talent. Ho Young, his face covered in sweat, gasped for breath. He looked ahead, and outside a voice rang out, "Ho Il, look, it is your brother." On the field, the ball flew towards Ho Young, and he used his body to juggle the ball. Ho Young's mother held his younger sibling in her arms, proudly saying, "He is working very hard." Suddenly, someone behind them spoke up, "The baby is so cute." It was a woman dressed elegantly and luxuriously. She said, "Hello, it seems like this is your first time here." Ho Young's mother comfortably replied, "Hello, yes, today is my first time here." The woman smiled and said, "Ho, you are the mother of that Shoot-Dory kid, right? Everyone is talking about him." Then she went to sit next to Ho Young's mother, warmly getting acquainted, saying, "You look so young and beautiful, you do not look like a mother at all. We are not that far apart in age, so let us just talk casually." Ho Young's mother replied, "Yes, of course." The woman smiled, gently speaking, Ho, the boy looks even better than what I saw on TV. By the way, has he ever learned to play soccer anywhere before?" Ho Young's mother replied, "No, my son has just been playing soccer normally all this time." The girl smiled and joked, "Come on, do not be so stingy, just share honestly." Ho Young's mother laughed and said, "Really, he has only played soccer with his dad so far." The woman then asked, "What does your husband do for a living? Is he a soccer player?" His mother honestly said, "No, he works at a semiconductor manufacturing company." The other person laughed upon hearing this, and seemed to have a scrutinizing look. Then she continued to ask, "Is he the owner of the company?" Ho Young's mother replied, "No." She chimed in then. The mother continued, "He is an assistant." The woman covered her mouth and laughed loudly upon hearing this. Ho, how interesting." Then she glanced at his mother and spoke up, "In that case, can your family afford the tuition fee?" Ho Young's mother smiled slightly when she heard her say that. Then she turned to the woman and said, "My child is on the special list." The person was shocked when she heard this, and asked, "Special, what is that?" Ho Young's mother cheerfully replied, "Something like a scholarship, so my child does not have to pay tuition fees." The woman could not believe it, and looked dissatisfied. Why is it only your child who gets a scholarship?" Ho Young's mother smiled and replied to her, "My son is very good at playing soccer, you know that too." She was stunned and speechless after hearing this. His mother thought, having a rich husband is something to brag about, but raising talented children is the most proud thing. On the field, Ho Young and his opponent were competing for the ball with extreme intensity. The coach watched Ho Young and thought, the kid's skills have improved again. It has only been 10 days, but this development potential is terrible. But developing too fast is not always good. When they were young, there were many young players whose skills were no less than Maradona's, but they failed when they moved up to the main team. The reason is the lack of theory and practical experience, and also because the technique and physique do not develop evenly with each other. He was afraid that if it developed too quickly in an unbalanced state, it would be no different from a toxin. If that happened, it would be a waste of a talent. In Class S, I am taught in-depth lessons under the guidance of top coaches, and I also hone basic skills such as ball control, dribbling, and passing. There are also stretching lessons to avoid injuries, and basic knowledge about the positions on the field and how to choose a position. For example, when competing head-on, we should focus our strength on the shoulder area instead of straining the whole body, or how to win the ball first in a challenge. There are many basic things that I never knew before. The coach shouted at this time, "Ho Young, you have to run as soon as you pass." Ho Young wondered, "Where should I run?" The coach said sternly, "Even if you do not know where to run, you have to run, to create a habit of always moving on the field." He pointed, seriously teaching, "This is how you build a no-ball movement." He instructed Ho Young, "No-ball movement means moving and choosing a position when you are not holding the ball. In other words, this is a skill of predicting where you can receive the ball and score a goal." Ho Young, in your application, I see that your desired position is forward. Ho Young said, "Yes, that is right. Scoring a goal is the most fun thing." The coach taught, "Then you need to pay special attention to the movement, go to any position with a clear purpose, and turn that movement into an advantage. That is, you must minimize unnecessary movements, understand?" Ho Young replied, "Yes." He seriously instructed him, "If you do not know what to do, then try copying the movements of famous players." Ho Young accepted his words, "Yes. He happily thought. I was still wondering what choosing a position meant. Luckily the teacher explained it. When I was young and did not know much about soccer, I thought that forwards only needed to focus on dribbling and finishing, but when I learned more about soccer, I realized that no ball movement is just as important. He looked at everyone on the field, thinking with satisfaction, this class is really invaluable to me, not only because of what I learned, but even the talent in the class is extraordinary. His face was full of vitality and belief. He looked at the boys playing on the field. Then he thought, maybe I should copy his first. The system displays, Yombaemun, talent possessed, artistic curve kick. You can copy a talent if you meet the conditions. Conditions: win 3 out of 5 free kick matches. The ball shot straight into the net. Baemum held his head and lamented, I lost again. The others also said, how can you beat Ho Yong in a free kick? The system displayed again, choose the talent you want to copy, artistic curve kick. Ho Yong looked and thought, if I practice, can I turn the curve kick talent into a non-curve kick? It is a good idea. Ho Yong smiled and said goodbye to everyone. Thank you for the match. He thought, I need to find some more useful talents. Baemum was still sad and said, I will win next time. In another match, the children were chasing each other on the soccer field. Nimble feet chased after the ball. Ho Yong observed the situation of the match. He thought, Class A is not as good as I thought. And the U13 team participating in the Youth Soccer League really has a lot of talent, but the facilities there restrict outsiders, so I can't get in. Ho Yong thought dejectedly, the talents of the coaches are not effective, and the copying conditions are harsh. If there was talent from a player who is still active, it would be better, but that would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. I will take everything I can get now. The voices of 2 people chatting outside rose up. Coach Cha is living in Suwon. Ho Yong was surprised when he heard them talking. He quietly watched the 2 people talking to each other in front of the goal. When he saw the 2 of them talking, he exclaimed in shock, he thought, why is he here?
Player Cha Yurim.
He remembered the image of that talented player, a soccer player with a nickname Express Train, a true human weapon, Iron Cha, Fury Whirlwind. The best striker in Asia, the son of Cha Bum Kuan, Cha Du Ri. Ho Yong looked at him and thought, a player who shone brightly at this year's World Cup, why is he here besides? He looks better than I thought. I used to call him bald, I feel guilty now. Ho Yong's eyes were a little excited, is this a kind of ironic fate? Let us observe. Meanwhile, the coach was talking to Du Ri, so you are moving to Leverkusen on the 26th of next month. Du Ri smiled and scratched his head, haha yes. Ho Yong clapped his hands as if remembering something when he heard them talking. Ah, I remember now. Cha Du Ri once received a goodwill invitation from the Leverkusen club, where Cha Bum Kuan used to play, and would soon debut for the team, in this year's winter transfer. I am standing at a crossroads now, I have to make a choice quickly. Ho Yong clenched his fist. He leaned against the fence and thought, if I just rush out, I won't get any talent, but I can't bear to miss this opportunity. If not now, then when, let us just act. Ho Yong opened his eyes wide, his eyes shining as he looked ahead. The system displayed around Du Ri, talent possessed, Cha Du Ri's hair-raising speed machine U. Faster than a pass, A. Powerful physique, B+. If you meet the conditions, you can copy a talent. Condition 1, play soccer together for at least 500 minutes. Second, do leg exercises together for at least 500 minutes. The system board clearly displayed Cha Du Ri's talent and the conditions for copying talent. Ho Yong looked at the system board and wondered, what is U, is it unique? Because it has the name Cha Du Ri in it, it seems that this is Cha Du Ri's unique talent. Thinking of this, his face was interested, and his eyes were full of determination, meaning that I must get it at any cost. The coach discussed with Du Ri, so I just need to provide some documents related to the youth league, right? Du Ri replied, yes, Dad told me to help him when I meet the director. Sang Woon saw Du Ri's complexion and asked, by the way, you look tired, have you been busy these days? Du Ri smiled stupidly and replied, well, not too busy, just a little tired. Sang Woon suggested a rest solution for Du Ri, why not go for a massage or something? I think you should relax a little before going abroad. Du Ri confided, that is right, but I am tired in a way that I worry a lot. Whenever I think of the big day coming, my head gets heavy. While they were talking, someone came from behind and said hello. Sang-woo was surprised when he saw him. Oh Ho Yong, what are you doing here? Ho Yong smiled, his face bright, and said, I have something I want to give to Du Ri. Du Ri was surprised when he heard this, and pulled his hat down to cover his face. To me, did you recognize me, he thought, even though I have covered my face with a hat, he still recognized me. Ho Yong then said to Du Ri, please accept it. Du Ri took the item and replied, thank you. He held the bottle in his hand and said, energy drink. Ho Yong saw Du Ri was wondering and explained, I wanted to buy a more delicious one, but I did not have enough money, so please use it temporarily. It helps reduce fatigue. Du Ri was surprised when he heard Ho Yong say, what? Then Du Ri laughed loudly and heartily, haha. Ho Yong was satisfied when he saw Du Ri's reaction, great, he has a good impression. Sang-woo also laughed and said, haha, this kid, you are really interesting. Then he went closer to Ho Yong and introduced, Du Ri, remember this face well, this is the new generation of players who will lead Korea in the future. Du Ri was surprised, really, is this kid that good? Sang-woo put his arm around Ho Yong's shoulder and said firmly, just watch him play and you will be surprised. Du Ri heard this, his face interested and said, oh, that is something to look forward to. If the coach said so, then this kid can't be ordinary. Du Ri happily said to Ho Yong, want to play soccer with me? Ho Yong looked surprised, huh? He happily replied, yes, definitely, he thought, good opportunity. The two started playing soccer on the field. Giving the energy drink was really effective. After a while, the two played together. Du Ri was standing wiping his sweat looking at Ho Yong while he was exhausted and gasping for breath. Du Ri supported Ho Yong's shoulder and praised, you shoot very well, it reminds me of Ewing. Ho Yong did not understand, Ewing, who is that? Du Ri replied, it is someone I used to coach, his name is Ki Sung Ewing.
Yeong listen attentively. Oh.
He thought, could it be Ki Sung Ewing, who will set foot in the Premier League in the future? I have read Cha Bum Kuen's memoir before, and I heard that he took care of Ki Sung Ewing like a son. Before sending him to study in Australia. He must have been taught to play soccer by Cha Du Ri during that time. A legendary player is standing right in front of me. Du Ri and Ho Yong entered the room. Sang-woo saw this and immediately asked, you two had a hard time, how do you feel? Du Ri happily laughed and said, very good, it reminded me of the old days. Sang-woo gave them bottles of water and said, that is right, players must solve all problems through the ball. By the way, did not you say that Director Cha asked you to do something? Du Ri replied, haha, even if I go back now, he won't be home. Has my father met Ho Yong yet? Sang-woo replied to him, not yet, but he said he would come to meet him personally next time. Du Rin laughed, his tone teasing, haha, maybe he will take the kid home to raise and teach. Then Du Ri turned to Ho Yong and said, Ho Yong, are you going to become a soccer player? Ho Yong's eyes lit up when he heard this, yes, definitely. Du Rin stroked the young boy's head and laughed comfortably at Sang-woo, haha, Ewing was like that too, and my father took the kid home to raise and teach. Suddenly Ho Yong spoke up then. Please teach me. During the break, Ho Yong confided that he wanted to learn more about soccer from him, just like Ki Sung Ewing. But you have Coach Lee Sang-won. Ho Yong smiled, so what can you teach me that is different from the coaches? I want to become a player like you, so I want to train with you. He lowered his head and said, please. This unique talent, it is hard to get it overnight, but I will try to follow him until I succeed. Ki Sung Ewing ruffled Ho Yong's hair, with your ability, the coaches will take good care of you. Raise your head and do not be sad. Then can I visit your house sometimes? Ki Sung Ewing politely refused, I am very busy, you little devil, and your parents will worry. Ho Yong scratched his head, looks like this method does not work. Seeing Ho Yong was not happy. Ki Sung Ewing asked, where do you live? He replied, Gyeonggi Province, Anyang. Anyang then. Ho Yong, how about this? Taking advantage of Ho Yong's mother coming to pick him up, Ki Sung Ewing asked Ho Yong's mother for permission to train. His mother had no objections and was very happy. I am sorry, what should I do? Coming here to learn has already bothered everyone, and now there is also the matter of training. Ki Sung Ewing smiled friendly, it is okay, I really like kids who are passionate about soccer. My father used to bring kids home to teach, so it is okay. And only 1 hour a day, this month only. My house is also very close, I often go jogging in the afternoon. Where is your house? Ki Sung Ewing continued, my house is in Jonggo, but I am living in Anyang with a close friend. Ho Yong did not expect him to live so close to him, this is the opportunity to train with him. The next day in the afternoon, as promised, Ho Yong came to train with Ki Sung Ewing. When Ho Yong arrived, he was doing warm-up exercises. Ki Sung Ewing secretly looked at Ho Yong. The innocent, cute face stared at him. Ki Sung Ewing ran very fast. Ho Yong tried to catch up. No matter what he thought, Ho Yong still felt that he was bothering and owing Ki Sung Ewing a favor. The current conditions that Ho Yong wants to achieve, Cha Du Ri's speed machine, faster than a pass, powerful physique. Because of training with Ki Sung Ewing, Ho Yong completed both conditions in just 1 week. AU level talent, and Ho Yong achieved it so easily. Although the talent of fast feet to receive the ball is also very good, you should still choose the acceleration ability. Cha Do-ri's speed machine, faster than a pass, powerful physique. The speed at which Cha Do-ri touches the ball and accelerates is more terrible than we can imagine. Some people even say that because his legs are too fast, it leads to difficulty maintaining balance when leading the ball. This is truly a unique talent. It takes 30 days to complete copying the talent. During these 30 days, you cannot copy other talents. This is the first time Ho Yong has seen this notification, like the food swallowed into the stomach needs time to digest. It seems that high-level talents cannot be copied immediately. But it does not matter, there are no important competitions during this time, so Ho Yong still has plenty of time. Moreover, Ho Yong has gained relationships that money cannot buy. Yes, this is the path to becoming a professional player. One step, then another step. Ho Yong felt that he was gradually approaching becoming a professional player. Time passed quickly, constantly practicing and appearing on television. In mid-November, a former coach for the youth team Shoot Dory was arrested for involvement in illegal gambling. However, the coverage of the Shoot Dory program continued to increase every week, dominating the small screen. On the other hand, in the English Premier League, a 16-year-old prodigy made an impressive debut for the Everton team, and left a saying that shook both Korea and the world. That saying was, "Wayne Rooney, remember the name." In 2002, another superstar was born after Cristiano Ronaldo. In the past, this debut of Rooney gave Ho Yong a dream of setting foot in world football. December 11th, at NFC. Ho Yong felt more nervous than usual, not only because it was being broadcast live, but also because the Youth Talent Development Department of the Korean Football Association and reporters were all present here. They all pointed their cameras at Ho Yong. Ho Yong's father patted his shoulder again. "Son, do not be afraid. Those kids only have height. How can they play soccer better than Ho Yong, right? Yes, I will definitely win." Ho Yong's father ruffled his hair. "That is my son, good luck." Ho Yong walked onto the soccer field full of confidence. After observing, commentator Kim Byung-jin said, "Woo Ho Yong's movements are becoming more and more sophisticated." Choi Song-don replied, "Do you think so too, commentator Kim Byung-jin?" "Yes, that is right, so the rumors that the boy is just lucky, now I can confirm that they are all false." Choi Song-don wondered, "How are you so sure?" Kim Byung-jin continued, "I understand the kid, we are close friends." "Have you taken the opportunity to befriend a future superstar?" Kim Byung-jin joked. Commentator Choi Song-don also sent a bribe. "I thought I did not see it." If you joke like that, the audience will think it is true. Now let us review today's match. Will FC Shoot Dory, who are eager for victory, be able to achieve glory today? But perhaps today is the biggest challenge for them. Today, FC Shoot Dory will face the Brazil club that has produced countless legends. That is FC São Paulo. Tite, Leonardo, Cafu, Rivaldo, these are some of the legends who came from São Paulo FC, a long-standing club in Brazil. This year, they came to Korea to participate in the Youth World Cup, co-hosted by the Korean Football Association and MBS channel. Looking at Douglas confidently strutting on the soccer field. I tried to arrange a friendly match between FC Shoot Dory and São Paulo FC, because this is a good opportunity for us to increase the coverage of the program by 15%. So try hard. I put all my faith in you. Currently, Ho Yong still does not know, do we have a chance to win? Although FC Shoot Dory has worked very hard to improve their skills, it is almost impossible to win São Paulo FC. They are not only older, but also about 10 to 20 centimeters taller than us. With that, Ho Yong turned to look at Douglas. Practicing hard with the ball. Suddenly someone ran over and called Douglas. The coach said that if you score 10 goals today, he will let you go to the Korean amusement park. Douglas was delighted, really great. Douglas Costa, Brazil's new generation superstar, recently scored 5 goals in just 15 minutes, in a friendly match with the U13 Flamengo team. He is so fast that it is difficult to find anyone of the same age who can match him. Ho Yong pondered, Douglas is from São Paulo, but it does not matter. The notice board appeared again. If you meet the conditions, you can copy one of the talents. Condition 1, prevent the opponent from scoring. Condition 2, win in a speed race. And Ho Yong had memorized all those conditions.
Ho Yong gasped.
How interesting. São Paulo FC coach Carlo thought, if we have Ace Costa on the field, he can score dozens of goals even if he walks. I have analyzed the video of the other side. Only that kid Wu Ho-young knows how to play soccer. Honestly, this match does not need any tactics. Carlo called, you guys. Everyone quickly gathered. Seriously looked at Carlo. Deji, just take it easy, just consider this match as a warm-up. Next week is the important match, but you should also show your top potential, just smash 10 goals. That is simple. Then Carlo instructed Case Moreau, and you Case Moreau. See that number 7 kid, today, you are going to face him directly. Wu Ho-young, right? Carlo immediately said, yes, this is a good opportunity for you to learn something. Case Moreau was annoyed. Opportunity? Do you think I will lose to that kid? Don't be complacent, just go play and you will understand. If you keep a clean sheet, I will take you to the amusement park right after the match. This is an 8-on-8 match. Although you have played it a billion times, this field is much smaller than the ones you usually play on. So, we are going to implement Wenger's style of play to create opportunities from midfield. Do you all understand? Also, goalkeeper, remember to be careful of shots from midfield. We can't lose to those little kids. Among them, only one person has a different aura. It is Wu Ho-young, right? He seems to be 15 centimeters shorter than me. So if I can stop him from scoring, or Douglas scores 10 goals, we can go to the amusement park to play. It is as easy as a joke. Let us go, Douglas. FC Sao Paulo vs FC Shoot Dory, begin. The historic match between Sao Paulo FC and FC Shoot Dory has begun. Sao Paulo is really something different. From the beginning, they do not move meaninglessly. Each pass has a certain organization, which is what makes them a world-class club. With those passes, they are organizing a very tight ball control style of play. Westerners have always had a taller physique than Asians, and children are no exception. This is really a challenge for FC Shoot Dory, but also a valuable lesson. Brazilians are not as tall as Europeans, but in return, their flexibility and agility are unmatched. This is also why Brazilian football is called the football of Samba country. FC Shoot Dory is facing opponents who are superior to them in both height and physique, which shows. The base of players on Shoot Dory's side is really too thin. Except for Wu Ho-young, at least they still have the home advantage, right? While we are still talking nonsense, number 9, Douglas Costa is holding the ball, and intends to penetrate the opponent's defense. He has had his first touch of the ball for the first time since the beginning of the match, and with his superior speed, he is gradually breaking through Shoot Dory's defensive line. Successfully passed people in the blink of an eye. Douglas Costa was smug, these guys are really useless. Opening goal. And Douglas Costa kicked the ball forward strongly. Ho-young quickly ran back to block the ball. The ball bounced back, rolling into the middle of the field. Douglas Costa was stunned. My shot was blocked. Who is it? He was angry, clenched his fist, and turned back to look. Only then did he realize that Ho-young was the one who blocked the ball.
Ho-young decisively stood facing Douglas.
He looked at the opponent with a bit of arrogance and provocation. Douglas could not accept it and could only angrily say that Ho-young was lucky. The score of the match has been changed. Ho-young quickly stole the ball at this time. The audience was very excited when they saw number 7 successfully breaking the ball, causing Douglas Costa to lose all electricity. On the soccer field, Douglas thought angrily, normally I should have 2 goals by now, but now, do not even mention scoring, my ball can't even get to the goalkeeper. Although he had a few more opportunities, they were all blocked by that guy. Douglas was sure that it could not be a coincidence. That kid was really not easy to deal with. This made Douglas angry and cursed damn it. He suddenly ran after Ho-young and shouted his name loudly. Ho-young turned around in wonder, but Douglas asked unhappily, why are you here? You are a forward, why are you here? Douglas cursed Ho-young directly in his mother tongue. He did not understand anything and asked Douglas to speak English. Ho-young thought for a while and shrugged. He bluntly said, you won't score a single goal today. Douglas's face immediately changed. This remark quickly made Douglas angry. Since he started playing soccer, this was the first time he felt so humiliated. Douglas could not believe that he was locked down by a forward, not a defender. It was really ridiculous. Douglas clenched his fist, determined to let Ho-young know what manners were. Even though the coach said he did not need to try too hard, Douglas thought, do you think I will let it go? We are the ones who control the game. In addition, there is Case Moreau in the defense. I will score for you to see. Currently, Shidori's offensive momentum has advanced. They want to penetrate Sao Paulo's defense. Unexpectedly, Case Moreau successfully cut off the ball. His eyes quickly determined the angle. Then immediately after, Case Moreau used all his strength to kick the ball straight forward. Douglas immediately ran to meet the ball and quickly led the ball towards the goal. He smugly thought, "Shoot, Dory is finished, there is only the goalkeeper left." Looking at Douglas's appearance rushing like a beast pouncing on its prey, the young goalkeeper cowered. Douglas, while rushing straight, thought, "This is a sure opportunity. As long as I touch the ball, I will score a goal." Just as Douglas's feet were about to touch the ball, there was someone else suddenly beside him. It was Ho Young who came to steal the ball. Douglas gritted his teeth, not expecting Ho Young to dare to do that. The ball flew away. Ho Young also successfully stole the ball from Douglas. He sighed helplessly, "I do not understand why the forward is always hiding down here." But this provocation aroused Douglas's fighting spirit. He wanted to see if Ho Young could escape his feet. Douglas immediately chased after him. He ran with extremely fast speed. But he could not catch up with Ho Young in front. Ho Young's back was getting farther and farther away. Douglas could not believe that he was losing in a speed race. Ho Young's agile figure was getting farther and farther away from Douglas. He suddenly stopped and did not continue to follow, but stood frozen in place. Douglas's jaw was clenched even tighter. He kicked the ground violently as if he had gone crazy. The commentator immediately discovered it and said, "Douglas seems to be very angry, and today Ho Young is showing a very different side. Before, he would usually launch long shots, but today he is focusing on dribbling more." While this person was about to continue speaking, he was interrupted by the other person. It turned out that Ho Young was unhesitatingly rushing straight to the opponent's goal. It can be seen that Cha Du-ri's talent, the speed machine, is really too extraordinary, making Ho Young excited and thinking, how talented will the players who are better than Cha Du-ri be? At this moment, a player from Sao Paulo blocked Ho Young's path. He quickly felt this powerful lightning-like power. It was none other than Case Moreau. Casemiro's talent is not to be underestimated. If he wants to possess it, Ho Young must successfully pass him and score a goal. Moreover, in the future, Case Moreau will transfer to Real Madrid and play as a defensive midfielder, a player who will lead the Brazilian national team in the future. It can be said that for Ho Young, being blocked by Case Moreau is an opportunity that cannot be stopped. Looking at the two conditions given, Ho Young decided to complete both at the same time. According to what is known, Case Moreau was born in 1992, his main position is defensive midfielder, often referred to as the successor of Marcelo. He is a prodigy with top-notch defensive ability among his peers. But Ho Young was not afraid and still rushed forward. Case Moreau had to admit that Ho Young was indeed fast, but so what? Speed is not everything, Case Moreau thought. And Ho Young was in a shooting position. His leg immediately kicked the ball hard. Case Moreau timed it to rush forward at this moment. He wanted to block Ho Young's kick, but the ball had already been kicked away. Case Moreau was stunned when he did not touch the ball. And Ho Young took the opportunity to quickly glide past. Case Moreau could not believe that Ho Young successfully passed him. Ho Young rushed away like a gust of wind, chasing after the ball. Making Case Moreau surprised and stop in place, he realized that it was not a fancy technique at all. Ho Young just kicked the ball far away and accelerated to chase after it. Indeed, Ho Young was heading straight for the goal. Sao Paulo's goalkeeper was determined to block it. But Ho Young powerfully kicked the ball straight into the net. He breathed a sigh of relief and even criticized the goalkeeper for being too slow. Everyone praised Ho Young's extraordinary performance in unison. He scored the opening goal in a match against FC Sao Paulo. "How is this possible?" the commentator said excitedly. "I am so proud. I would like to apologize for underestimating Shoot-Dori. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of Korean football is really bright." Kim Jong-kook was secretly observing on one side. He did not expect Ho Young to take down Douglas Costa, Sao Paulo's ace, and even pass Case Moreau, the soul of the defense. Jong-kook felt that the kid was a master of midfield, dominating both offense and defense. Putting subtitles like that would be too perfect, Jong-kook said happily. A man admired and said, "This kid is really good. The viewership of today's episode will explode." The girl next to him also agreed, "These days, football academies are already full. The football fever is like an explosion. And especially thanks to that boy. Right on the soccer field." Ho Young raised his hand to his face. Immediately created a cool celebration pose. Ho Young also felt that Cha Du-ri's talent was really too amazing, as if he had some cheat items in his body. But the pressure on Ho Young's knees was also no joke. As soon as Ho Young turned to the audience, everyone chanted Korea wins. He felt that he was worrying about nothing. After all, he was still playing in a small stadium. Was it too early to be satisfied like this? Ho-young decided that he would dominate this soccer field today. Suddenly, the system appeared again. It suggested that Ho-young choose the talent he wanted to copy. Of course, he chose soccer prodigy. He immediately pressed the screen. Ho-young immediately possessed that talent, and he also wondered what the next conditions were. Unexpectedly, the two conditions were successfully passing 5 people and scoring a hat trick. Ho-young calculated that with 30 minutes left, he could do it according to this progress. He planned to aim for the talent of cutting the ball in a blink of an eye. The coach on Sao Paulo's side took the opportunity to think of a way to prevent Douglas from collapsing mentally before entering the competition. So he decided to tell Douglas to take a break first, to his surprise. Douglas quickly said that he was just not feeling well today and that he could do well. The coach said again, "If you are not feeling well, then go sit on the bench and rest. Douglas, today you have learned a valuable lesson. I want you to sit down and reflect on what you have learned today. Show me next time." Douglas immediately retorted, "What is there for me to learn from those Asians? I am a Brazilian who will become a future superstar." These words directly made the coach angry. He explained to Douglas, "If I were the referee, those discriminatory words just now would be enough for me to stuff a red card into your mouth. You must know how to admit the ability of others. Observe from the perspective of the audience and objectively look at the truth." At this time, Douglas looked at the soccer field. He watched attentively. And Ho-young continued to show his impressive speed in the second half. Even Sao Paulo had to struggle with this acceleration ability. They tried to stop Ho-young, but all failed. Douglas could not believe how Ho-young could be so young. The coach suddenly asked Douglas, "You turned 12 2 months ago, right? So you are not as young as him anymore. Do you know that Ronaldo debuted in a professional team when he was only 14 years old?" Douglas of course knew, and the coach then asked, "So do you understand what I mean? You are not the only child with talent. If you keep that arrogant personality, it will only make fans turn away." Douglas understood and apologized to the teacher. He was also surprised by Ho-young, who had good stamina and strong muscles, and his dribbling speed was unbelievably fast. "I have trained countless players before, but that kid is on a completely different level. Where did that monster come from anyway?" Another ball powerfully soared on the soccer field. Then broke straight into Shidori's net. Sao Paulo had successfully scored a goal. The commentator excitedly said, "Have they finally warmed up? It seems that they need some time to get used to the time zone and weather here." That is right, Sao Paulo players. Do not give up, ignite the soccer field today. But Ho-young was getting more and more exhausted. Football is not a sport that can be carried alone. But if Shidori can defeat the famous Sao Paulo club, it will be a huge shock, so after thinking about it, Ho-young still wanted to win. He gritted his teeth and continued to rush forward. Ho-young wanted to try a little more because he believed he could do it. Finally, the match ended and Sao Paulo FC won with a score of 9-4. The coach sighed in relief because at least he had salvaged some honor. This match was supposed to be a friendly to build momentum before entering the youth competition, but I do not understand why things turned out like this. Douglas stared at Ho-young. And Ho-young was secretly thinking that it was good to have some unexpected benefits from them. The coach turned to ask the person next to him, "That kid has potential, do not you think so?" The person also agreed, "That kid reminds me of Ricardo a few years ago. The most amazing thing is his dribbling speed. His normal running speed is nothing special, but when he accelerates, it shocks people. I do not know how terrible it will be when he grows up. If he has talent in terms of technique, he will definitely be a future star, right?" The coach replied, "That is right, although the basic foundation is still poor. He is very intelligent, quick, and above all, the kid seems to enjoy playing soccer. It seems that the kid has enough qualities to become a good player." That sentence is really perfect. Is he a shining genius, a normal genius, or just a lonely spark? Let time answer us. Ho-young's father on the stand happily said to his wife, "Although we lost, it was really a good match just now, right?" Suddenly, a greeting in Brazilian attracted the attention of the two. It turned out to be Carlos, the coach of FC Sao Paulo. Ho-young's mother awkwardly said hola. Carlos was quite excited that she knew Spanish. He felt it was a coincidence to know that Ho-young's mother was born in Spain, so there was no need for an interpreter. He introduced himself and said he had something he wanted to talk about with both of them for a while. Carlos politely asked, "Would it bother you if I spoke in Spanish?" Ho-young's mother saw that it was okay and asked, "How can I help you, coach?" Carlos immediately asked, "Has your son joined any youth team? You know, football has no borders. Your son is like a rough diamond that needs to be polished. So I would like to sign a contract with your son and invite him to participate in training at our club's academy. What do you think?" At this time, Ho Young was still on the soccer field and hesitating between the two talents he wanted to copy. Casemiro's talents are all defensive abilities, so he will definitely choose the one with the higher level. Douglas Costa was a bit difficult. Because Ho Young already has the soccer prodigy talent B+, if he copies it again, he does not know if it will work, so maybe he should choose the machine feat. Ho Young already has the speed machine talent, which is the ability that allows him to explode with speed when holding the ball. But when receiving a pass, he must slow down, and if he abuses it, it will cause his knees to not be able to withstand the pressure. If so, it is still best to have agile feet. There are many people in the world who are talented in playing soccer, but there are not many who excel in speed. No ball movement is extremely essential for professional players, and agile feet are very necessary, so Ho Young decided to choose the machine feat. He immediately possessed another A-level ability. Ho Young quickly felt that his legs were full of energy. This was like cheating. If I continue like this, won't I become an unprecedented player? Ho Young happily thought. At this moment, the notice board appeared. It said that it takes 7 days to completely copy the talent, so during these 7 days, you cannot copy other talents. Ho Young saw that this was nothing compared to Cha Du-ri's talent, which took 30 days to copy. But that was also good. He would use this week to practice the existing talents. Suddenly, a reporter approached Ho Young to interview him because he scored a hat trick today. The interviewer asked, "You seem to be in a very good mood right now, right?" Ho Young immediately replied, "Yes, I was a little disappointed to lose the match, but I am okay now." "You said that. Does it mean you have recognized your opponent and accepted this defeat?" the reporter wondered. Ho Young then said, "Winning or losing is important, but above all, I really wanted to score a goal today." "I understand, so that is why you ran more enthusiastically than usual today." The interviewer asked, "Do you have any special reason for this?" Ho Young said, "I just wanted to prove that I can also score goals against foreign teams. Some people have said that I can't." The reporter did not expect Ho Young to get motivation from that and said, "Then it seems you have to say thank you to those people." Ho Young happily agreed, "The people who hate me are also the people who care about me." And that was the interview of player Woo Ho Young. It was all broadcast live. Kim Jong-kook watched with great pride and laughed loudly, saying that the kid was quite funny. There is no doubt that the coverage of today's episode will reach its peak. After that, Ho Young's family held a celebration. Ho Young's eyes lit up when he heard that he was being recruited by Sao Paulo. His mother reminded him, "First, you will have to join their academy to be fully assessed. Currently, FIFA has not allowed you to sign an official contract because Ho Young is still too young. Do you understand what I mean?" Ho Young quickly said that he understood. "Because I am too young, I am not allowed to go abroad on my own, right?" According to Article 19 of FIFA's transfer regulations, players over 18 years old can go abroad to play. This is a law to protect the human rights of athletes. Although there are a few exceptions, Ho Young is not one of them, so it is almost impossible for him to get to Sao Paulo. Ho Young thought, "But even if I get punished, I still want to get there. It is not like I will be put in jail or anything. We just need to ask the club to take care of it. If Sao Paulo FC has mentioned signing a youth player contract, it means they already have countermeasures to deal with this." Ho Young wondered, "But why did the coach of Sao Paulo leave without saying anything to me?" His mother explained that there were too many reporters there, and everyone was looking at Ho Young, so the coach only had a brief exchange with his parents. Ho Young was curious, "So what did you tell them?" Ho Young's father bluntly said, "Of course I said no." Ho Young suffered psychological trauma when he heard this. His father told them to get lost. How could he send his 10-year-old child abroad? He definitely would not allow it. Ho Young did not expect his father to say that. He was lost. Ho Young's father saw that he was scared and said that he was just joking. He said that he did not know Spanish, so he could not say anything. His mother talked to them. Ho Young turned to ask his mother, "What did you say to them?" His mother said that as long as her son felt happy, anything was fine. Ho Young was extremely excited and even stood up. Of course he was very happy, because Brazil has countless superstars from this country. Ho Young could not believe that he could go abroad to such a football powerhouse. Moreover, this was a golden opportunity for him to get talents from young South American players. And this was not just a normal study abroad program. If he could get a youth player contract, he could earn money from playing soccer. Ho Young's mother said, "They said that there are a few Korean friends there, But you should still learn some foreign languages. Brazilians speak Portuguese, you know that, right? Ho Young decided that he would start learning from today. If he continued to work hard, Ho Young believed he would achieve everything. He wanted to go abroad as soon as possible. When he got home in the evening, Ho Young thought anxiously, but I have to wait for the youth competition to end before I can go to Brazil with them. What should I do until then? I heard that Cha Bum Kuan FC is also participating in this competition. There are 16 teams participating. This World Youth Competition is truly a football feast. A buffet feast just for Ho Young. The MBC World Youth Competition will start on the 18th, and the player list will be finalized on the 16th, so there are 5 days left. Ho Young still has a chance, but the problem is, his knees were very sore. Of course, because he had tried his best today, he had to be more careful from now on. Ho Young knew that having good skills was one thing, but having enough stamina to use those skills continuously was another. Even Ronaldo often suffered injuries because his style of play put too much pressure on his thighs and knees. Ho Young thought that learning exercises to prevent injuries was just as important. At this time, Ho Young's mother also entered his room, worriedly asking, "Does your leg hurt?" Ho Young gave a forced smile and said, "Maybe it is because I'm getting taller." His mother did not say anything and reached out her hand. She touched his knee and told him, "If you feel too tired, you can stop at any time. Mom just wants you to live healthily." These words made Ho Young feel very warm. Looking at his mother gently massaging him, Ho Young also hoped that his mother would live healthily. Then he went to bed. Ho Young reached out and checked his knee. He found that the swelling had subsided. He praised his mother for being good at massage, and his leg did not hurt anymore. On the other side, a match of Ho Young's was being shown on the screen. Two men were discussing Ho Young. One said that since the competition was only a week away, it was quite complicated to add the boy to the list of players, but considering Ho Young's skills, it should not be a big problem, right? What do you think, sir? Director Cha Bum Kuan, this man is also a legend of Korean football. Cha Bum Kuan said that Ho Young reminded him of Do Ri when he was young. The other person wondered what he meant, and Bum Kuan explained that both of them ran like crazy. Although he is young, his style of play is very smart, a bright player in the future. "So what are you planning to do, director?" the man asked. Cha Bum Kuan said that he had to meet the boy in person. He had planned to meet him before, but he was too busy. "When is the next lesson?" When he asked, he was informed that it was 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. The assistant asked if he needed to move the lesson forward. Cha Bum Kuan immediately instructed, "Then contact the boy's parents and make an appointment to meet tomorrow morning. We will arrange a separate schedule for him." At the training facility of Sao Paulo, the two mothers and children of Ho Dong just arrived. "Hello." At this time, Director Cha happily welcomed him. "You are Ho Dong." The male lead was surprised. "It is really Cha Bum Kuan." Ho Dong quickly and happily said, "Yes, hello, I am Yu Ho Dong." He could not believe that the legend of Korean football was standing right in front of him. Cha Bum Kuan put his hand on the male lead's head and praised, "Here's the young scorer." Ho Dong smiled and said, "Isn't it you who is a formidable scorer?" The legend laughed out loud and praised, "You are indeed an interesting junior." Then Cha Bum Kuan led the two mothers and children of the male lead inside the room to continue the discussion. The male lead's mother replied, "Yes." In the three-person room, the mother spoke up, "I understand now." The mother asked, "So Cha Bum Kuan's idea is to give Ho Dong a simple test to decide whether to let him participate in the competition." It was indeed Cha Bum Kuan's idea, but it also depended on the opinions of the mother and Ho Dong. But looking at the joyful expression of the male lead, he was sure that the boy had already agreed. Ho Dong excitedly said, "Of course." Cha Bum Kuan turned to ask the mother for her opinion, and she said, "As long as Ho Dong is happy, I will of course agree." What parent would stop their child when he is performing so well? Ho Dong was happy because this was an opportunity for him to participate in the World Youth Football Competition. He just needed to pass the test, according to the plan. The male lead tightened his shoelaces, preparing to enter the game. The male lead entered and looked at the scene on the field, exclaiming, "Wow." The male lead thought, "So this is the U13 team." Ho Dong exclaimed, "This is the first time I have met the seniors." Then Ho Dong saw a tall guy in the distance. This made the male lead frightened. Why is this guy so tall? Looking at him like a giant, Ho Dong guessed that he must be over 170 centimeters tall. Then Ho Dong began to use his ability to read talents. This tall guy is Hai Dong Chun, possessing talent, soccer prodigy level C+, potential for physical development level B+. And decisive header level B. Looking at this pile of talents. The male lead really wanted to have them, but at this time, he remembered when he asked the uncle what kind of test it would be. Uncle Cha Bung Kuan said that the male lead would participate in a standard match, 11 versus 11. The male lead was a little worried because this would definitely be a difficult match. Now the players on the field are preparing to greet each other to start the match. When the ball started to roll, the match officially began. The young players also began to run into position. Ho Dong calculated that his team was instructed to play according to the 4-4-2 formation, which was highly innovative with 2 strikers in the front line. His position was in the front line, taking advantage of the opportunity to break through at the right time, or in other words, a center forward. Some famous players in the center forward position include Zaghi of Italy, Ronan Dubio of Brazil, and Nis Ten Ruoy of the Netherlands. This is a position that focuses on scoring goals and usually only looks at the opponent's goal. So Ho Dong thought he would be able to show more, but the truth of the match at this time was completely different from what he thought. The male lead tried to signal to his teammates to see his position. Ho Dong shouted, "Pass here, hey, pass to me." But even though they had the opportunity to pass to Ho Dong, they treated him like an invisible person. Ho Dong was angry. Could it be that they are playing the old bully the new game? Then he ran away to calculate another strategy. Okay, if that is the case, then I will do it myself. At this time, his teammate was being tightly marked. Suddenly, the kid noticed something. The male lead was in a very favorable position and no one was marking him. Ho Dong shouted loudly, "Pass here," making his entire team stunned. Cha Bung Kuan and the coach outside laughed and said it was really interesting. The coach added, "I should not be laughing." He replied, "This guy, you arranged this match very well, well done." Cha Bung Kuan explained, "If you do not have the trust of your teammates, then there is no choice but to show your personal skills, and I used to do that in Germany." Cha Bung Kuan added, "In football, the happiest time is when you are holding the ball. Even though the ball may be stolen, that is what makes football so attractive." At this time, he looked at the male lead and said, he is realizing that saying just now. And then he rushed up to fight for the ball with his teammate, making his teammate, "Hey kid, that is mine." Ho Dong did it, and the ball was in his feet. He even exclaimed, "Nice pass." The guy angrily asked Ho Dong, "Why did you cut off the teammate's pass?" The male lead had now made up his mind. If they did not see him as a teammate, then he would use his personal skills to make them nod in agreement. Ho Dong began to use the acceleration talent. He easily broke through the enemy's defense. Looking at this scene, the other players were stunned and could not keep up with the male lead's speed, exclaiming, "Why is he so fast?" He has now become a completely different person, moving forward and not allowing anyone to stand in his way. I will show them what the thirst for goals of a passionate striker is like. The opposing team was confused by this scene, quickly marking him closely. But unexpectedly at this time, Ho Dong did not bother to dribble past them anymore, but unexpectedly kicked the ball over the faces of the opponents. The male lead's pass advanced to Hai Dong Chun's position. Ho Dong shouted for the 170 centimeters tall friend to head the ball. Dong Chun quickly did as he was told with a very powerful header. The ball flew straight into the goal without anything that could stop it. It turned out that the condition to copy another person's talent was to assist in more than 15 goals in official or unofficial matches, and play soccer together for more than 250 minutes in official matches. The male lead thought to himself, "Great, I have assisted in 1 goal. Ho Dong is now like the embodiment of a greedy devil. His goal in this life must be to be over 180 centimeters tall." Hai Dong Chun, if you are a fan of Korean football, you will not be unfamiliar with this name, a prodigy with the nickname Yahello of Korea. The friend happily replied to the male lead, "Nice pass." With the inherently short physique of Koreans, being over 190 is already a kind of talent, so the talent for potential physical development B+ must not be a bad talent. The male lead was determined to get it. The copying conditions were extremely harsh, because it was an innate talent, but if he was determined, he could complete it quickly. Ho Dong continued to assist Hai Dong Chun in scoring a goal. Again, it was a very beautiful header that brought the goal to raise the score. The two were like teammates from a long time ago. At this time after the match, Cha Bung Kuan was talking to the male lead. "In this match, you had 1 goal and 3 assists. Cha Bung Kuan asked, "Do you like assisting more than scoring yourself?" Ho Dong replied, "No, I like scoring myself more." At this time, he felt puzzled. Then why did you pass the ball to Hai Dong Chun to score? Ho Dong gave the reason that he had just thought of, to make the other members less cold and easier to accept me. Cha Bung Kuan happily praised, it is good to be considerate of the members. He decided that from today, Ho Dong would participate in the class for the team members. The coach would talk to his mother about the class and the competition later. Okay. The male lead happily replied, yes. At this time, the male lead began to read Cha Bung Kuen's talent. Cha Bung Kuen possessed the talent, thighs rank L, a leader who rises from experience rank B, insight into promising players rank B, and understanding of all tactics rank B. The conditions to copy the talent are to score 30 goals from mid-range, from 30m or more, and enter the semi-finals in an official competition organized by FIFA. At this time, the male lead had begun to stir up his greed. Cha Bung Kuen wondered why the male lead kept staring at him. Ho Dong adjusted his attitude just now. He accidentally showed his joy. He began to calculate that rank L must be legend. He had never seen this level before. Cha Bung Kuen's trademark is his 31-inch thighs, which give him tremendous shooting power and the stamina of a marathon athlete. At the same time, his speed reaches a state that even Cha Do-ri, whose physique is among the top in Korean football history, cannot match. The legend level is indeed different. The copying conditions are really unimaginably difficult. The male lead wondered if he was being advised not to desire it. At this time, the legend spoke up and asked the male lead, has Sao Paulo made an offer to you yet? Like, let us go to Bo Jeju together. Last time, a club named Flamengo came here. And they also took away one of his students. The male lead said that he had indeed received an invitation. Cha Bung Kuen asked, so have you made a decision? The male lead said excitedly, I want to go. Hearing this, he also revealed a satisfied smile. He said that this was a very good decision. If you want to become a great player, you will have to go through countless hardships, and learning abroad will help your talent bloom sooner. Ho Dong bowed his head to thank Cha Bung Kuen. He was now very happy and told him to continue to strive hard abroad. If you have any difficulties, tell him. The male lead smiled happily and agreed. From that day on, Ho Dong actively participated in training matches and focused on integrating with his teammates. By the way, he also continued to assist Hai Dong Chun to complete the copying conditions. Because of this, Ho Dong's position has changed, from center forward to support striker. The coach explained, the support striker is a position that supports the center forward in front, or can also directly score goals. So the person playing this position needs to grasp the role of both a striker and a midfielder, and needs to have skills such as leading the ball through people, passing, and shooting. The coach continued to instruct, Ho Dong, you should strive to launch more, but do not put any pressure on yourself, just play with confidence. This instruction seems a bit contradictory, right? Ho Dong smiled and said, don't worry, teacher. Time passed and now it was the day before the competition. The male lead and his teammates continued to practice. The male lead assisted and Hai Dong Chun continued to head the ball and score. The ball did not miss the net once. The two coordinated very well, nice pass, and smooth header. The coach observed and secretly assessed, the expensive forward tactic, with Hai Dong Chun and Ho Dong is almost perfect. With this, they should be able to reach the quarter-finals, right? Their group includes the youth team of the Swedish Club de Jurfors, the Polish U13 team, and the prestigious Portuguese Club Porto. Even if they encounter the worst situation, they will not fall too far behind. At this time, the coach praised, everyone did a good job. Go inside, stretch, and rest. 1261. Ho Dong thought, so that is the end of the last practice and he had also completed the assisting condition. Now there was only the second condition left. Each match is 50 minutes, so that means their team needs to reach at least the quarterfinals. Ho Dong was determined, okay, I will try. The commentator said, finally, the World Youth Football Competition, co-organized by the Korean Football Association and MBS, has started. Next to me is Zeo Myung Uoc, who will be the analyst. This is the first time that the World Youth Football Competition has been held in Korea, and because this is an international competition that takes place right after the 2002 FIFA World Cup. The public's attention to the competition is very high. At this time, the players also began to enter the field. Today's match will be a clash between FC Chabum and the U13 Polish team. The male lead looked at the soccer field at this time. Ho Dong thought, it is this scene. A natural soccer field, even though there are almost no spectators, he still felt like a true player. At this time, the male lead remembered that if their opponent was Poland, it meant that if Lequan Du Ski was born a few months earlier, then he could have faced him right here. The person who will become one of the top strikers in the world, on par with Luis Jose or Hodge Kong, the legendary Polish player Lequan Du Ski. The male lead was regretful at this time. Too bad, too bad. The male lead regained his spirits. It is a pity not to meet the future legend, but the most important thing now is to win this match. The male lead's eyes were full of determination. The battle between FC Cha-bum against the U13 Polish team officially began. The two commentators began to analyze the situation. This is a difficult match, but they believe that FC Com will be able to do it. They are fully capable of winning. Because the presence of Ho Dong on the field is a very unpredictable variable. The team lineup was shown. FC Cha-bum uses a 4-4-2 tactical formation, a tactic that can put pressure on the entire field. Turning to the other side, on the other side of the front line, the U13 Polish team uses a 4-2-3-1 formation, maximizing the physical advantages of the players. Everyone was enthusiastically cheering at this time. Camille, control the central area tightly. At this time, Jaraz passed the ball to his teammate. They quickly passed the ball to each other. The referee commented, with the 5 midfielders playing together to control the ball, they are dominating the midfield area. The boy shouted, Jaraz, now's the time. Jaraz seized the opportunity and passed the ball deep into the home field. Cha-bum's team did not have time to block and could only stare in shock. The referee also regretted, oh no, a through pass right from the middle of the field, catching FC Cha-bum off guard. The player on the U13 Thailand side quickly ran straight into the home field. The commentator's voice rang out, the defense has been completely broken. That player smiled with satisfaction, the defense has been penetrated. It was Jarazwat Kaczynski. He looked in the direction of the ball and ran, calculating in his heart, as long as I control the ball, I will definitely win in any direct confrontation. Jarazwat Kaczynski put his foot to meet the ball, confidently thinking, all right. But Ho Young quickly ran over and blocked that ball. Jarazwat Kaczynski frowned unhappily and looked at the name tag on his back. It is that number 7, Ho Young. He is a forward, why is he here? Ho Young did not give him a chance, and he quickly kicked the ball out of the home field. Immediately, the FC Cha-bum team deployed their offensive formation, advance. At this time, player number 6 on the opposing team hissed and stood in front of Ho Young, don't think I will let you join the attack. But he quickly slipped to the side of him and ran forward. He was also surprised and looked back, his no-ball movement is so smooth. At this time, a teammate had seen him. He used his foot to pass the ball, Ho Young. He received the ball and praised, nice pass. Ho Young quickly rushed into the opponent's field. They shouted, press in. The opposing team was worried, block him. But in just a moment, his figure flashed away. Ho Young had entered the opponent's field. He was like a beast quickly gliding through the opponent's defense. The opposing team's player also had to be stunned and cursed, monster. Ho Young had reached the goal, and the opponent's goalkeeper also ran over to confront him, TSK. He got into position with determined eyes. Ho Young immediately accelerated and led the ball past the goalkeeper. He successfully kicked the ball straight into the net. The commentator announced, goal. Everyone cheered excitedly for Ho Young. It is only the 7th minute of the first half, but the opening goal has come to FC Cha-bum. The scorer is Ho Young. A teammate ran over and put his arm around him. Well done, Ho Young, look at the faces of those guys, they are all scared stiff. Ho Young also smiled happily, but in his heart he felt a little regret. Honestly, I wanted to score a cool goal, but my legs are too fast so it is difficult to control. It seems that you get one thing, but you lose another. The two commentators quickly praised, FC Cha-bum is leading 1-0. The goal was scored from an acceleration at a distance of 60 m. It is unbelievable, with this potential of Ho Young. I guess that boy could even become an excellent track and field athlete. He is truly a player with a promising future. The coach on the opposing team frowned and muttered, what is that kid? Are you sure he is 9 years old? He was sure of it. Then he scratched his cheek, thinking, after thinking about it, this is not a matter of which side plays soccer better anymore. It is like we are stepping onto a martial arts stage to face a cannon. The match continued, and one person on the FC Cha-bum team was being suppressed by 2 people on the opposing team, making him uncomfortable. Damn, I am being marked too tightly. At this rate, I will lose the ball. At this moment, Ho Young rushed over and waved his hand here. When he saw him, he quickly passed the ball. Ho Young passed one player on the opposing team and successfully received the ball in his feet. He glanced and calculated. The images of the players on the opposing team were rushing over. Ho Young was sweating, there is no space. Then he shouted for his teammates to hear, run. He was surprised when he heard that. The opponents also hesitated in confusion. The commentator quickly analyzed the situation. Player Ho Young looked at Suk Hyong Jun and signaled him to change positions. Now Ho Young will need to coordinate with his teammates calmly. He smiled with satisfaction. Quick reaction.
Seok Hyung-yun.
Then Ho Young quickly crossed the opponent who was marking him. Ho Young seized the opportunity and put the ball through the opponent's legs. Great. He moved exactly as I guessed. The commentator excitedly commented, right now, player Ho Young has escaped the marking. He secretly cheered himself on, I can do it. Suk Hyung-jun had been waiting for him for a long time. He called out loudly here. Ho Young looked at him and calculated, a signal for a ball. No way can those guys compete for a high ball with him. If I pass it there, it will be a perfect assist. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth turned up but Ho Young quickly rushed towards the opponent's net. He seized the opportunity and shot the ball. The commentator quickly announced, Ho Young did not pass the ball, and launched an unexpected shot from mid-range. The ball flew towards the top of the goal, causing the goalkeeper to fail to catch the ball and grind his teeth, TSK. The commentator's voice rang out, goal. They exclaimed, it is really amazing. He chose to finish himself instead of passing the ball, giving up all the space to the opponent, slowing down the pace of dribbling, and then unexpectedly opened up a perfect shooting angle. It is really a smart style of play. He was now satisfied and thought, it really worked. I did not expect that the style of play I imagined in my head could be perfectly realized. Then Ho Young ran away very quickly, leaving only a gust of wind. He raised his hands above his head and thought, I wonder if Messi and Ronaldo also often have this feeling. Ho Young released his hands and shouted shoo. He smiled and looked up hee. At this time, the system displayed the message, powerful shot from mid-range, upgraded. He was satisfied with this achievement. My talent is gradually developing. Ho Young was running and thinking, what about Cha Do-ri's speed machine talent? If I try to help it level up, does that mean I can surpass the original? Then he became excited, his mouth was smiling brightly, but I should not put too much pressure on my knees. I still want to play soccer more. Just running on the floor makes me happy. I will try to score a hat trick in this match. The commentator reported the situation. Player Ho Young has successfully scored the second goal. They all commented on the match, rightfully putting the U13 Polish team in a corner. At this time, he and his teammates ran over to celebrate. The U13 Polish team lost their will. What is that kid anyway? Is he a monster? At this time, when the opposing team looked at him, it was like looking at a god on the soccer field. Suddenly a loud call made him turn his head, Ho Young. Suk Hyung-jun ran over and asked, why did not you pass to me even once? Ho Young thought in his heart, because I have completed the assisting condition, there is no reason to insist on passing the ball. But on the outside he smiled and joked, we should put winning first. He hesitated, that is right, but Ho Young encouraged, just wait a little bit, and you will have a chance. On the scoreboard, 12 minutes had passed in the second half, and there were only 13 minutes left in the match. Ho Young was still leading the ball. He continued to launch another shot at the opposing team's goal. The goalkeeper on that side could only be helpless because he could not block the ball. The commentator's voice rang out, goal, again, a powerful shot. Ho Young has scored himself a hat trick. They exclaimed, it is really too impressive. Outside, the cheering was louder than ever. The commentator also said, I am very much looking forward to the future of this young player. Will Ho Young be able to win the title of top scorer in this competition? On the field, a player on the FC Cha-bum team was leading the ball. He watched worriedly. He looked towards Ho Young, who was being marked by 3 people and thought, since the hat trick just now, the Polish team has only focused on tightly marking Ho Young. Then he launched a shot straight towards the opponent's field. Well, what if it is like this? Ho Young's figure quickly disappeared from the tight marking of 3 opponents. He accelerated and ran up to meet the ball. Ho Young successfully received the ball. He looked up and saw the opposing team coming forward. Too bad, the pass is too deep, the opposing defender has caught up. Ho Young's eyes narrowed, this is not good. What should I do? In the midst of the crisis, there was a call, Ho Young. His teammate was signaling, over here. It turned out that it was Suk Hyung-jun who wanted him to pass the ball over. Ho Young quickly passed the ball to him, okay, try to receive the ball. Suk Hyung-jun glued his eyes to the ball flying over his head. Then he used his head to shoot the ball into the goal. The commentator shouted, goal. Everyone on the stand was happy. The commentator also said, the match is exciting to every breath. The 4th goal goes to FC Cha-bum. Suk Hyung-jun, after scoring the goal, happily raised his hand. At this time, Suk Hyong-jun's mother on the stand was also smiling at him. He saw this from behind and understood, so he wanted to score a goal to give to his mother. Ho Young also looked up at the stand. At this time, his mother was also happily giving a thumbs up. He also quickly gave a thumbs up. Suk Hyong-jun ran over and patted him on the shoulder. Ho Young, nice assist. He smiled brightly, thank you. He also quickly replied, you're welcome. Football is originally a team game. Although life is sometimes a lonely road, football must be played together. At this time, Ho Young was being interviewed. The star of today, the person who led FC Cha-bum to a 4-0 victory, Ho Young. Today you were selected as the best player of the match with 3 goals and 1 assist. How do you feel right now? He smiled and said, I think our team was able to win because everyone worked hard together. The reporter praised, that is a very mature answer. Is there anything else you want to share? Ho Young, hearing this, proudly patted his chest and said, Mom and Dad, I love you, and to everyone, I will become the best soccer player in the world in the future. Please support me. After returning home, he watched the interview again. The sound came from the TV, thank you for sharing, Ho Young. Ho Young turned off the TV and went into the bedroom, hugging the pillow and banging it in embarrassment. Why did I say that sentence, making such a statement? I am not in the rebellious age. Unbelievable. Also during that time, on social media, the image of a forum appeared. A post by an anonymous soccer player stated that he had been unable to score against Ho Young and would become a fan of him. As a result, that article gradually became famous, and the number of my fans was gradually increasing. On the field, Ho Young was facing another team. The next day in the match against the youth team of the Swedish club De Jerfers, we had a fierce battle and won with a narrow score of 3-2. He continued to shoot the ball into the net. Next was the match against FC Porto. They were the favorites for the championship, so they were extremely difficult to deal with. But thanks to Ho Young's goal, FC Cha-bum dramatically drew. Suk Hyong-jun again used his head to score in the air. The first match in the quarterfinals, our opponent was the UI3 national team of Paraguay. Suk Hyong-jun and Ho Young scored 2 goals, respectively, helping the entire team regain victory, and today's match. At this time, the entire team was gathering in the room. We have reached the semi-finals. Our opponent is the team that finished second in Group A, the Japanese team. The winner of this match will set foot in Sangam Stadium in Seoul. The FC Cha-bum team formed a circle and shouted loudly, let us win together, determined. Everyone quickly went to the field to compete. The two sides stood opposite each other to perform the ceremony. Just like that, the two teams immediately plunged into a confrontation with each other, U13 Cha-bum Club versus U13 Japan national team. This Korea-Japan match, we must win. Ho Young, he looked at the opponent, the U13 Japanese team. Ho Young, he thought that the person in the distance was the core player on the Japanese side, Shinji Kagawa. Suddenly, a golden light flashed across his mind. He began to read Shinji Kagawa's talent while he was engrossed in training. Shinji Kagawa has the talent, Soccer Prodigy B, Delicate Touch Sense C+, using space to move without the ball C. If you meet the conditions, you can copy a talent. Condition 1, win the match. Condition 2, steal the ball 5 times. Looking at the condition of stealing the ball 5 times, Ho Young, he immediately exclaimed in his mind that, what steal the ball 5 times, heavens, I am a striker. Not a defender. If that is the case, I have to switch to freestyle play. Then Ho Young, he called out, hey Shinji. Shinji unconsciously turned his head and replied, huh. At this time, Ho Young, he pointed to the kid Shinji. He smiled and threatened him, you are going to have a hard time today. Shinji did not understand what he was doing, wondering, what is wrong with this crazy guy? Then Ho Young, he left, ignoring Shinji who felt he was very strange. While running leisurely, he thought, freestyle play is a style of play that does not limit positions or roles, and constantly changes positions to suit each situation. To do this, you need to have good thinking and judgment. Then he stopped and resolutely thought, let us try it once. He looked at Shinji challengingly and thought, show me, Kagawa. Don't disappoint me. Now the match has officially begun. The first half has passed 7 minutes, and the U13 Japanese team is gradually increasing the pace of the ball. The Japanese team quickly deployed to pass the ball through Kagawa. Kagawa received the ball from his teammate. But his teammate shouted to remind him, Kagawa, behind you. He turned around and saw that Ho Young, he was chasing behind him at this time. With a determined face, sweat was dripping down. Kagawa thought, he is really fast, but a striker does not need to put pressure to this extent. This guy is very fast and shoots very strongly, however. This is a battle of skill. Kagawa sped up while running and resolutely thought, don't dream of stealing the ball from my feet. At this time, the coach also reminded, hey, Wu Ho Young, why are you going so deep? Suddenly, the coach was very surprised. When he saw Ho Young, he stole the ball from Kagawa's feet. Kagawa was surprised and could not believe it, unconsciously saying, huh. Then Shinja stopped and looked up at Ho Young. On this side, the coach secretly assessed Ho Young. The boy stole the ball very easily. Since when has he been so good at defending? Everyone next to him excitedly cheered Ho Young. Well done, Ho Young, opportunity to counterattack. Ho Young thought, the talent of cutting the ball in an instant that I got from Casamitro is really useful. Kagawa was still surprised, thinking, I can't believe that the ball on my feet was stolen so easily, and it was stolen by a striker, not a defender. Kagawa was angry, grinding his teeth and thinking, this is the first time I have felt so humiliated. He then ran over to try to win back the ball from Ho Young, but it was not easy at all. Shinji unwillingly thought, why can't I hold the ball? Ho Young at this time was very excited, shouting done. He looked at the condition board and happily thought, condition 2 is done. Now all I have to do is win the match. Ho Young continued to lead the ball with his feet. He smiled and said, now I will go back to focusing on attacking. Ho Young used the tip of his foot as a pillar to gain momentum, accelerating and running like a gust of wind. Ho Young, he was like a car speeding away with very fast speed, causing the opponent to be stunned and exclaim, heavens, is he a bulldozer or something? The Japanese team coach was also very worried and instructed, don't let number 7 go any deeper. Remember to be careful with mid-range shots and gradually raise the formation. Don't give the opponent a shooting angle. Ho Young, he observed the situation around him. When he saw a teammate beside him, he passed the ball to his teammate and said, wall pass, making the opponent unexpectedly think pass. His teammate received the beautiful pass, and Ho Young immediately said loudly, up. After that, Park Won-gu immediately returned the ball and helped Ho Young rush straight to the empty area behind. Ho Young was preparing to launch a shot. Then suddenly he saw his teammate running beside him. But Ho Young still decided to finish, shooting a very strong shot at the goal. But the ball hit the crossbar and did not go into the net. Everyone regretted that ball, exclaiming, what a pity. But it was not like that. It was all Ho Young's calculation. He smiled and thought, that is the chance, Suk Hyung-jun. Suk Hyung-jun received the ball with his head. And Suk Hyung-jun just said go, and launched a very powerful header, sending the ball straight into the opponent's goal. Goal, a spectacular header by Suk Hyung-jun has helped Korea take the lead, Ho Young praised, you scored beautifully. After the first goal, the game gradually became one-sided. Ho Young scored another goal. He thought he had scored the goal that sealed the score, making the U-13 Japanese team unable to do anything more. At that time, the match had also ended. The final result was FC Cha Bum-won with a score of 3-0. The commentator sighed in just the second half, while Ho Young scored a goal and an assist. It is too impressive, is not it? The other commentator also continued. That is right. In this match, he was not only excellent in attack, but also showed extraordinary defensive ability. At this time, Ho Young's team was celebrating the victory. The teammates gave each other words of encouragement. Well done everyone, they hugged each other tightly. They said together, we have entered the final. Ho Young said, we are only one win away from the championship trophy. The next semi-final is between Germany and Brazil. Whichever team wins in this matchup will be our opponent in the final. Which side will win? Sao Paulo FC from Brazil against VfB Stuttgart from Germany. The match ended with a score of 4-0 for Germany. Hearing this, Ho Young could not believe it, thinking unbelievable, Sao Paulo FC ended the match so helplessly. It seems that it is not without reason that Germany is selected as the #1 candidate for the championship. In the VfB Stuttgart youth team, there are many players over 170 centimeters tall. This height is no longer a child's height, but is already equal to that of a high school student. No matter how fast I am, I can't bridge this physical gap. Ho Young thought, although I am very happy that we have reached the final, this wall is really too high. At this time, Ho Young checked his talent. Ho Young was looking at the talent board and thinking, today in the match against Japan, I got Kagawa's talent. This is already the 8th talent. Ho Young was still carefully looking at the talent board without taking his eyes off it. Ho Young thought, in the final, if I enter the field with Suk Hyung-jun for about 20 minutes, then I will get more potential for physical development B+. It seems that I have to try my best with the existing talents in the next match. At this time, a voice called Ho Young Hey. It was none other than the kid Kagawa. Kagawa declared aggressively to Ho Young that next time, I will definitely win. The two shook hands to make a pact with each other. Ho Young smiled and said, yeah, you played very well today too. But in his heart he thought, he is speaking Japanese, so I do not understand anything. He must be feeling impressed with my skills, right? The next day, at Seoul Sangam Stadium. At this time, Ho Young was warming up before the match. The audience was very excited and cheered for Ho Young, shouting loudly, Ho Young do your best, Ho Young go. The two teams at this time began the greeting procedure to enter the field. The referee's whistle to start the match rang out. VfB Stuttgart against FC Chabum, the match began. Ho Young, he looked at the opponent's team and thought, although the others are already very tall, this guy is really terrible. He is Tolger Batschudver. Although he is considered the future of the German national team's defense, he is hindered by his thin and easily injured body. Ho Young tried to read Tolger's talent at this time. Tolger Batschudver also has many talents, such as soccer prodigy B, excellent defensive positioning B, effective blocking C. If you meet the conditions, you can copy a talent. Condition 1, win the match. Condition 2, score a goal and assist once. Looking at the talent board, Ho Young thought, the talents are not necessarily too special but he is really tall. I feel like an ant facing a giraffe. The match had just begun and the net was already shaking. Goal, in the 15th minute of the first half, VfB Stuttgart took the lead. Ho Young at this time was also exhausted and felt that the situation was difficult. He thought, it is really difficult. Ho Young thought, all those tall players are pressing us all over the field. It is really impossible to do anything. This is a tactic aimed directly at me, the top scorer. Pressing is a defensive tactic by constantly pressing and creating pressure on the opponent's side of the field. Ho Young was angry, gritting his teeth and said, okay, just wait and see. One way or another, I will still score a goal. Ho Young regained his spirits and continued the match. But not as expected, a player from the opposing team used his head to shoot the ball towards the goal. This header has brought the second goal for VfB Stuttgart. Not long after, another goal. The score was already 3-0. The pressure from the German team was really too heavy. The two commentators said, after all, no matter how high the skill is, it is difficult to cover up the height difference of up to 20 centimeters. However, I think this will be a very good learning experience for the FC Chabum players. At this moment, Ho Young was speeding up to break through the center. Will our Ho Young succeed in shining? Immediately, Tolger Batschudver approached him. Ho Young shouted at the opponent that, get out of the way. The two of them rushed straight into each other. The collision caused Tolger Batschudver to fall and tumble away. And Ho Young was also thrown to the other side. The referee's whistle also rang out at that moment. Ho Young at this time was very worried about the referee's penalty. And then the verdict from the referee was that, player Batschudver received a red card. Tolger Batschudver was forced to leave the field. Ho Young breathed a sigh of relief, thinking what a fright, luckily I did not get a card. And this red card also brought a new opportunity to the Chabum team, a direct free kick. Ho Young was standing in front of this opportunity, thinking, I have to score a goal from this free kick. Ho Young thought, let us try using it. Then Ho Young began to gain momentum to take this free kick. The goalkeeper was ready to catch the ball, thinking, here it comes. Ho Young had launched his free kick. Would he succeed in bringing a goal back to the Chabum team? Then the ball flew over the opposing team's defensive line. The opposing goalkeeper tried his best to jump up to catch the ball. Almost caught it, but could not. The opposing goalkeeper was completely defeated. The ball flew straight into the opponent's goal as if by magic. Goal, Ho Young has scored a free kick. The audience was very happy, cheering non-stop. Ho Young jumped up. Ho Young happily made his victory celebration pose, exclaiming, so great. Ho Young was enjoying the feeling of victory, saying, shoo. This is the talent that I copied from Yumbae Moon, a student in the S-class of the Chabum Kuan Academy, Artistic Curve Kick C. This is the first time I have used it in this competition, but it seems that it is really effective, is not it? The match also ended at this time. VfB Stuttgart won with a score of 3-1. Ho Young was exhausted and thought, this is my first loss in a regular competition. Even so, I have gained a lot of experience. Ho Young smiled and said to himself, next time, I will win definitely. The U13 international competition ended with a final victory for VfB Stuttgart from Germany, while FC Chabum had to sadly accept the runner-up position. Even so, Ho Young, with 10 goals and 5 assists, won the title of top scorer and the Golden Shoe, and also received a prize of 4 million won. Ho Young's face was full of excitement, joy, and excitement. He thought, there is also another reward. Choose the talent you want to copy. Potential for physical development and decisive heading. Potential for physical development. Ho Young, talents possessed, soccer prodigy, perfect muscle, powerful shot at mid-range, machine feet, cutting the ball in a flash. He felt happy. The number of talents I possess has increased to 9. Everyone was flustered and excitedly ran over quickly. They cheered, the kid is here. Everyone gathered to congratulate him on the successful victory. Ho Young, well done, our Ho Dong is the best. Just like that, the cheering overwhelmed the atmosphere. Top scorer, I will always cheer for you, the teammates asked Ho Young, is that your fan club? It is really amazing. They felt very admired and surprised by that. Suddenly, Ho Young's eyes welled up with tears. His heart began to be moved. Perhaps the love and care of everyone had touched his heart. To respond to the sincere feelings of the fans, Ho Young shouted loudly with determination, next time, I will definitely win. Ho Young thought, now is just the beginning. I will become the best soccer player in the world and win all the titles. At this moment, his family boarded the plane back to the place to rest. He shouted, awesome, let us go. The driver was startled, thinking that Ho Young was talking to him. The driver hesitated and said, the light is red, so I stopped. Go forward and let the police catch you. He innocently said, driver, when you mention soccer, what country do you think of first? The driver gently replied, well, of course it is Brazil. Ho Young laughed and joked happily, everyone thinks so, right? January 6th, at Sao Paulo, Brazil. His whole family had arrived. They had to say that. Wow, it is really hot here. It is the middle of winter in Korea. Suddenly, 2 strangers shouted, calling the Ho Young family here, over here. The polite and cute girl greeted and introduced, hello, I am Maria Choi. And I am the oldest in the boarding house where Ho Young will be staying. Maria Choi turned to introduce the boy next to her, and this is Lucas Kim, international support staff of Sao Paulo FC. Lucas Kim openly said, nice to meet you all. The support staff bent down to inquire, hello, you are Ho Young, right? The boy playfully replied, hello. Lucas Kim continued, I have seen you on TV many times, but meeting you in person makes you even cuter. Lucas Kim and Maria Choi shouted together, welcome everyone to Sao Paulo, Ho Young said with pleasure, I am very excited. Thank you for your help. Everyone moved to the city of Victoria. The support staff carefully guided, there will be a medical examination in 2 days. Until then, everyone can rest here. Maria Choi began to introduce the inside of the house. Ho Young's room is on the 2nd floor. Do you want to take a look? The boy politely replied yes. Ho Young followed everyone closely. Suddenly, a blonde girl with fair skin walked down. Her face was delicate, pure, and cute.
Ho Young blushed SYLY.
The girl spoke up, hello. Ho Young thought, it seems to be Portuguese. She is tall and her eyes are big, like a doll. Maria Choi told the boy, she is Monica, next to your room. It seems that she is the same age as you. Ho Young's face was blank and surprised. Ho Young was confused and thought a lot, the same age as me, so 10 years old, I thought she was a high school student. Finally, they moved up to the 2nd floor, this is your room. Ho Young was delighted with this new room. The boy happily said, it looks great. 2 days later, Lucas Kim discussed with the boy, we will conduct a medical examination to decide which team we will let you join. Just think of this as a normal physical test. Don't worry. The boy replied, yes. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly there was a knock on the door from the outside. Lucas Kim continued to visit Ho Young's parents. Excuse me, but how tall are you two? I am 1.68 meters, and I am 1.66 meters. The support staff thought, so you are taller than the average woman. And you, Ho Young's father said shyly, I am probably a little short. Lucas Kim continued, sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable. Actually, Ho Young is being tested for his potential for physical development, and genetics also have an impact on it. But even if the results are not good, everyone should not be disappointed. The club will have a suitable growth support program. Ho Young's father sighed, I understand, thank you. I hope my child has good results, please. Ring, 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 the phone rang violently. Lucas Kim answered the phone. and he shouted in a panic, "Ha, Demace." Ho Young's parents were confused and did not understand what was going on. What is Demace? Lucas Kim happily said that it meant the test results were extremely good. The boy's parents listened attentively. According to what was tested, Ho Young's potential for height increase. They said that in the future, he could be between 1.82 meters and 1.89 meters. Ho Young's family jumped up happily. That is right, great. Ho Young happily remembered, it is all thanks to Suk Hyung Jun's growth talent. In the future, when I become a famous player, I must repay him properly. Ho Young and his parents could not hide their current emotions. Lucas Kim discussed with the family, this is the upcoming schedule, about the youth team and the academy, and Article 19 of FIFA's transfer regulations. Do you understand everything? Ho Young nodded and replied, yes. In short, I just need to focus on playing soccer, and I do not need to worry about other issues, right? That is right, and if there really are any problems, we will find a solution later. Anyway, you do not want to stay here forever, right? Ho Young thought, that is right, Brazil is just a segment on the path I am taking. There are many clubs I want to visit. Staying in one place forever is boring. Lucas Kim added, the registration of players will take place in August. Until then, you will learn the basics at the academy, and after completing the basic training and personal assessment, they will calculate your GPA based on the results of the medical examination. The support staff explained, GPA is like a type of evaluation score. You need this score to sign a contract. The passing score is 6.5 out of 10. The contract terms often depend heavily on this score. If it is lower than 6.5, you will have to continue training at the academy and wait for the next opportunity. Anyway, you have come so far, you can't easily turn back. Can you? The boy said innocently, of course. Lucas Kim also smiled happily, good spirit. And do not forget to learn Portuguese. You will easily pass the written test, right? Ho Young's family panicked, Portuguese. Lucas Kim instructed, the Portuguese test is also part of the personal evaluation. His words were like a bolt from the blue to Ho Young. The boy could not believe his ears and could not accept reality. After a long discussion and arrangement, Ho Young's parents prepared to leave. Take care, Ho Young, and remember to contact mom and dad often. The boy obediently said, yes, mom, do not worry. I am all grown up. Oh my God, who did you learn to talk so maturely from? The father encouraged his son, Ho Young, you will do well, right? The boy replied, yes. Very good, that is my son. The two of them looked at their son with proud eyes. The mother hugged the boy tightly. If it is too difficult, do not hide it in your heart. You can share it with mom anytime. Mom loves you. Yes, I love you too. From that day on, Ho Young prepared a plan for himself. He recounted that he tried his best without wasting time. The first thing was to learn Portuguese. He needed to hurry a bit, because next month he would be enrolling in an elementary school here. But luckily, my mother speaks Spanish, and the two languages have quite a few similarities, so I can also speak a little Portuguese for my mother. And Maria Choi called on some foreign children, trying to tutor me, helping my foreign language skills improve quickly. From morning to afternoon, I will participate in training at the U9 Academy. This training course is only at the level of consolidating the basics before officially joining the team. A warm-up process before the player registration in April. Although communication is sometimes difficult during the training process, I can somehow understand because after all, these are just common physical exercises. When the sun sets, Ho Young returns to his boarding house. Ho Young wants to play soccer in the late afternoon like this, but it seems that security here is not as good as in Korea. Ho Young craved to drink beer, but now I am 10 years old, not 24 anymore, and besides, this is Brazil. Ho Young recalled the previous encouragement from Suk Hyung Jun, you have worked hard. Maybe I need to make friends to improve my communication skills. I am originally the type of person who likes to socialize. Let us try it once. Immediately, Ho Young sat up and opened the door and stepped out of the room. And the first person he encountered was Monica. The two made eye contact. Ho Young hesitated, it is Monica from the next room. Surprisingly, Monica smiled brightly, hello. Ho Young was flustered, hello to you. Do you ever? Monica's beauty was captivating. Ho Young panicked, damn, I forgot what to say. He began to chat, do you speak Korean? Monica was blank. Ho Young scratched his head, forget it. I asked something nonsense. In this era, there is no concept of K-pop idols. Monica asked back, do you speak English? Ho Young replied, just a little bit. What about Russian? I do not know anything. What about Spanish? Ho Young was happy. My mother used to live in Spain. The two entered Monica's room to chat. So your father is Brazilian, your mother is Russian American, and your grandmother is Spanish. Yeah, my name was given by my grandmother. Ho Young expressed his interest. Oh, that is great, really, of course. Ho Young thought, she has so much ancestry, so how many languages can she speak? Monica began to count and say, Spanish, Portuguese, Russian, and English. But I can't always speak fluently like a native speaker. Ho Young exclaimed in admiration, oh, she is really a genius. Monica, talents possessed, physical genius, language prodigy, balanced body, flexible and agile body. Language talent, it seems really useful. Ho Young muttered, Chi Maria also has a talent for language, but Monica and I are housemates, so even if it takes time, I can still copy it. The boy asked, it seems that you are practicing some kind of sport, Monica replied, yeah, I am practicing rhythmic gymnastics. Ho Young panicked, aren't her grandparents Russian, but is not rhythmic gymnastics more famous in Russia or Spain? I used to want to live in Rio de Janeiro with my family. It was not until later that I started practicing. The teacher said that I have a lot of talent, so if I perform well, she will let me study abroad in Spain. Ho Young said happily, I understand. I think you are very talented in gymnastics. Monica had a blank face. The girl laughed loudly, compared to other boys, you are really special. You seem to be much more fun. The two shook hands, really, then let us be friends from now on, Monica. Yeah. Time passed very quickly, constantly diligently learning and practicing. With a strong passion, Ho Young tried his best to develop his abilities. Throughout the past month. February, the new semester began. Ho Young transferred to an elementary school about 10 minutes by bus from the boarding house. Thanks to his cheerful personality, he was able to integrate with everyone early on. Sometimes there were still some hooligans who liked to use discriminatory language, but most problems could be solved with a soccer ball. After all, Brazil is still a country of soccer. Thanks to my outstanding technique, I easily attracted attention from the local children. They gathered and played with Ho Young. And in the evening, Ho Young and Monica diligently studied languages. Those were the busiest days of my life, but thinking about my family and future, I still tried to persevere. 2 months later, in April. After waking up one night, Ho Young observed carefully. I have 11 talents now. Although his communication skills were still not perfect. But in return, I got these 2 talents. First, I should develop the existing talents first. Suddenly, Maria Choi entered the room and called his name. The boy panicked, what is wrong? I am too worried. What are the results of your Portuguese test? Ah, here it is. I was just about to tell you. The result is Brazilian elementary level, I passed. Everyone happily congratulated Ho Young, you did it great.
Congratulations, Ho Young.
Now the only thing left is to win a contract with the São Paulo FC youth team. Thursday, April 3rd, 2003. At this time Ho Young was sitting in the room with a tense expression. The manager of the São Paulo FC youth team, Bianca, she pushed up her glasses and said to him, Ho Young, thank you for working hard all this time.
Ho Young listened nervously.
Then she smiled and said to him, congratulations. Ho Young's eyes lit up as soon as he heard this. Bianca pushed a file in front of him and said, with your efforts in the past 88 days, your GPA evaluation score is 9.13 points. The total score is a bit low because your Portuguese is not good enough, but this is still a very high score for a soccer player. The image of Ho Young playing the game appeared. In 24 matches against other academies, you had 26 goals and 6 assists, achieving 9.33 out of 10 points. The medical examination measured lung capacity, muscle strength, and body balance, achieving 9.35 points, very good. Then she smiled and continued, as discussed before, the contract details will have some changes depending on your average GPA score. Because Ho Young has a score above 9, you will be placed in the highest rank, congratulations. Ho Young could not hide his joy and smiled brightly like a child being given candy. Thank you. Bianca was satisfied with his response and said, I am just giving you the terms that are appropriate for Ho Young's ability. Because you can't communicate well, you must have had many difficulties during this time. I am very grateful that you still continue to work hard without giving up. Coach Carlo is also very happy. Ho Young excitedly clenched his fist, I did it. Then he put his hand on his chin and calculated, according to the contract, the weekly salary is 400 real, which is about 250,000 won in Korean money. It is still nothing compared to Ronaldo. When he was 12 years old, he already had a salary of 450,000 won. Ho Young recalled himself as a salesperson in his previous life and secretly rejoiced, but 1 million won per month is still an impressive number. The salary for my part-time job at 24 years old can't compare. In addition, there are tournament participation allowances and scoring bonuses. Bianca added, if you are strong enough to jump up to a higher team, your weekly salary will increase even more. Hearing this, he was curious, so which team will I join? She replied, first, you will join the U13 team. If you submit your name on the registration list, then you will participate in weekly matches, and the salary will be paid from that time. Ho Young thought, oh, if it is the U13 team of Sao Paulo FC. The image of a spirited team appeared. Isn't that the team I faced in the Shoot Dory program? April 4th, early in the morning, at this time Ho Young was running on the road. While practicing leading the ball, he thought, the U13 team is on a completely different level from the academy. Because I am being paid to compete, I can't just play soccer for myself, but must contribute to the whole team. Ho Young was a little worried, I do not know. He stopped the ball with his foot. Then Ho Young used both hands to pat his face to reassure himself, just try your best as always. What is there for a man to worry about? He reached out his hands to the sky and shouted, a true man Ho Young, head on the sky and feet on the ground. At this time, Monica called him from the door of a building, Ho Young, he also turned back to look. When he saw her, he unconsciously shouted, Monica, she said from above, Maria is calling you in to eat, he replied, okay. A moment later, Ho Young and Maria Choi had finished eating and came out of the house. A luxurious car was parked in front of the house. She said, let us go, he nodded yes. Monica waved her hand to cheer, do your best. Ho Young, being cheered, turned red and put his hand on his chest, okay, let us go, determined. In the car, Maria Choi asked, have you contacted your parents, he replied, yes. She wondered, are they planning to come and watch you compete? He smiled and patted his chest and replied, maybe my parents can't come because they are busy with work, so I will visit them later, with the championship trophy in my hand. Hearing this, she laughed with pleasure, I will always support you. He replied, yes. Ho Young sat in the car and secretly calculated, I have 3 main goals this year. First, to win the U13 championship, second, to skip a grade to the U15 team, and finally. He thought of himself sitting in a luxurious room and happily, I will collect everything, the talents of the talented Brazilian players. At this time, the system board appeared, Ho Young, your talents possessed. Ho Young looked outside and thought, in the past 3 months, I have discovered one thing, that among the older people, no one has the talent of a soccer prodigy. So it seems that the talent of a soccer prodigy is what determines the speed of development until we grow up. Then he decided, if that is the case, then this is the talent that needs to be upgraded the most now. But it is very difficult to find a talent with a level above B+. Maybe I will find it in the U13 team. Ho Young stepped out of the car. Standing in front of the huge training ground made him a little surprised. He went into a classroom to evaluate, indoor education center, with a mini futsal field used to organize small soccer matches. Next is Chekvar training area. The indoor soccer field helps us train even in bad weather, and there is also a gym. At this time, a girl came over to explain, this training ground is the largest soccer training facility in Brazil. He exclaimed with enthusiasm. She is the advisor of Sao Paulo FC Emily, nickname Mama. Emily smiled and said to him, I am glad to see you so interested. If you have any problems, feel free to report them to me. Ho Young happily followed her, yes, thank you, madam. Emily led him to a corridor and said, it is right in front of you. Follow me. When he came outside, Ho Young could not help but exclaim, oh. It was a very large stadium. The players were warming up their bodies before training. Everyone looked very healthy and tall. He secretly admired, there are still 30 minutes until training, but everyone has already started warming up. At this time, a voice called back, hey, are you the one with a GPA of 9.1? He also nodded to admit it, yes, and an achievement score of 9.33. Hearing this, they exclaimed, oh my god, really? While those friends were happily saying, you are really great, Ho Young had realized something. At this time, many people also looked towards him. Those people are in the same situation as me, so they are so wary, as if they are seeing an unpredictable variable that can overturn their rice bowl. Ho Young became even more interested. All the children here are risking their lives to play soccer. This is the battlefield of men. Suddenly there was a sound from behind that made him turn around to look. The two newcomers were also surprised by Ho Young's appearance. Why are you here? It turned out that they were the people he had fought with. Ho Young's eyes lit up and replied, because. He also glanced at the talent board of the two players. The talents of Douglas Costa and Case Moreau gradually appeared before his eyes. Ho Young thought, I can't wait any longer. I came to steal all the talents in sight. He was like a greedy person. Give me all the talents of the two of you. At this time in a corner, Douglas Costa and Casimiro's group were discussing, so from today Ho Young will be our teammate. Case Moreau scratched his head, then maybe our team will be able to reach higher on the tournament rankings. Douglas Costa also agreed, maybe, but that friend next to you does not seem to understand. Is he that good at soccer? He hesitated, well. Then Douglas Costa stretched out his hand and replied honestly, well yes. He is extraordinarily good at scoring goals. Hearing this, the other friends widened their eyes and looked forward to it. Wow, something to look forward to. Case Moreau secretly thought, our team is currently ranked 7th in the weekly tournament. Sao Paulo FC has won the U13 championship 7 times, but now it has declined so much. The main reason is the lack of strikers. Then he calculated, perhaps this is the reason why Coach Carlo put Ho Young in. Otherwise, they would never put a child that young in the U13 team. Suddenly Case Moreau spoke up, it seems that he has gotten a little taller, has not he? It has only been a short time. Douglas Costa also nodded, yeah, I was going to say that too. At this time, the coach announced, the training schedule will be rearranged slightly for the new members. Ho Young could not help but rejoice in his heart. What will I learn from now on, tactical training, or training on team organization? Everyone began to run on the soccer field. Everyone diligently led the ball. He secretly felt bored, this first training session is nothing special. Then suddenly Ho Young commented again, but there is one thing that makes this training session different from usual. He secretly assessed, that is that everyone is free to practice in an unhurried atmosphere. This is the training philosophy of Brazil. This does not mean that you can do whatever you want. But the club still builds some systematic training programs that make the training more interesting, but. While Ho Young was fighting for the ball with another person. His teammate ran over and signaled, over here. Ho Young, after receiving the signal, passed the ball over to him. But the pass flew straight away. He sighed secretly, I still can't keep up with this training schedule. Although I have practiced passing the ball a lot, there are still some cases that are too difficult to pass accurately. At this time, some other kids were discussing, hey, did you see that guy pass? How many times has he missed? The coach came over to explain, Ho Young, you can't always pass, but only when you maintain your body's center of gravity and are in a perfect position can you pass. Then he continued, when you lose patience or are in a confined space, your body's center of gravity leans back, which makes the pass unstable. That is not the right time to pass. He asked curiously, so how can I determine the right time to pass? The coach said, even if I tell you, you won't be able to grasp it. That is why you have to practice, because there are some things that can only be learned by feeling them with your own body. Hearing this, he replied, yes, I understand. In his heart he thought, as always, there is only one answer, that is to continue practicing non-stop. In a room, the sound of a clock rang out. The coach held up the index card and said, it seems that Ho Young is indeed very talented but he is quite lacking in basic skills. Someone else suggested, Ho Young's biggest problem is endurance. His endurance is not yet suitable for the U13 level. Wouldn't it be better to put him on the U11 team? Carlo shook his head, no, we need to help Ho Young develop faster. Although it will be very difficult for Ho Young, our job is to help him as much as possible. He imagined the image of him and muttered, the boy has only started learning to play soccer professionally for 6 months, but he has already achieved certain results. He is really very talented. Carlo believed, we need to give Ho Young time to grow. He will definitely catch up with everyone soon. The scene shifted to the soccer field again. Ho Young put his hand on his chin and commented, there are many talented people on the U13 team, but first, let us start with him. The image of Douglas Costa's talent appeared. I have already taken the speed machine talent, and even upgraded it to a+. Except for the unstable genius, there is only the soccer prodigy talent B+ left. Ho Young grinned slyly, soccer prodigy, if I copy a frequently possessed talent, what will happen? Let us try it once. Coincidentally, today is team practice day, which takes place 3 times a week. At this time, someone came over and called, hey. He stood facing Ho Young and said, this is my position. You go down to play support striker. He did not agree, no, you go down, because I will definitely score a goal for you to see. Douglas Costa sighed and said, "No, you are too slow. I can dribble faster, so it will be easier to disrupt the opponent's defense." "You agree, right?" Ho Young was not convinced. "Hey, why am I slow?" he said. "Have you forgotten about last year? If I run straight, I will definitely win against you." He suggested, "Then why do not we have a race?" Douglas Costa laughed loudly. "My mother used to say that you should always do what you can." He was not afraid and challenged. "Really? Then let me explain that sentence to you." So the two of them entered the racetrack. A friend stood on the side as the referee. "I will shout 'Start,' and then you can run. Get ready." Both of them were focused. His voice rang out 1, 2. When the word "start" rang out, both he and Douglas Costa used their strength to run. While running, Douglas Costa was surprised by Ho Young's speed that almost caught up. He had to grit his teeth and run very fast to be able to win against him. Finish, Douglas won. A friend ran over and said, "That was amazing. Both of you finished almost at the same time." He was secretly horrified. "Why is this guy running so terribly? He is almost equal to me." Douglas Costa looked at him surrounded by everyone and thought, "If the physical condition of both of us is the same, then he is completely better than me." He gritted his teeth in annoyance. "Damn it." Douglas Costa pointed at him and said, "Okay, you go to the front line. I will play support." Ho Young then put his hand on his chest and assured, "It should have been like this from the beginning. Just pass accurately and leave the rest to me." Back to the match, Douglas Costa was passing the ball to him. Then he quickly shot the ball into the opponent's net. Again, it was an accurate pass from him. He also quickly kicked the ball into the goal. 3 weeks later, the system's notification rang about the conditions for copying the talent. Ho Young looked up with satisfaction. "Both conditions have been completed. I have finally copied it. I wonder if it will be effective." He then chose the soccer prodigy B+. Suddenly, a dazzling light emitted from the system board, making him wonder, what is this? The notification appeared, B+2. His talent board appeared in the air, showing that he had acquired the talent soccer prodigy B+2. Ho Young happily looked at the talent board. "I successfully upgraded it." He clenched his fist and determined, "Okay, let us go. From now on, I just need to focus on training." Ho Young moved on the field very carefully, training. Then he quickly passed the ball to his teammate. In his head he thought, and continue to practice. That is the only way to move forward. 1 month later, a collision occurred on the soccer field. At this time, Ho Young was fighting for the ball with a friend. While running he thought, to pass accurately, you must always maintain a perfect posture in all situations. As soon as he finished thinking, Ho Young quickly passed the ball to his teammate. Seeing this, some young men sitting in the stands discussed with each other, "Oh, Ho Young's technique has improved a bit. He feels like a completely different person." And Ho Young, who had just made a beautiful pass, was also happy in his heart. "If I still had the same talent as before, I would have to spend a month to learn this. But with the talent of soccer prodigy B+2, it only took me 15 days, and I even applied it fluently in actual combat. I do not know what will change when the talent is upgraded, but now I clearly feel the difference." After thinking, Ho Young also dribbled the ball forward like everyone else. At this time, his coach came out and shouted, then instructed, "Ho Young, when dribbling, do not just move your feet, but your entire body must be in harmony with the ball. By doing that, you can maintain your center of gravity, and even if the ball is contested, you will still not fail in the battle of strength." After listening to the coach's instructions, Ho Young nodded obediently and replied, "Yes, sir." Then Ho Young's feet continued to dribble the ball. His thoughts kept ringing out, the coach's advice, sometimes it can't be understood immediately, but only when you enter practical training can you directly experience it. Moving very quickly at this time, Ho Young dribbled the ball past a friend, surprising him. The scene shifted to Casimiro's place. Here, a cry rang out, "Casimiro." It turned out that it was Ho Young's cry. He came forward and stretched out his hand friendly. "Now is free training time. Let us play the crown game." The crown game, within a certain period of time, whoever steals the ball will become the king, and the person who loses the ball will obey the winner's orders. Being invited, Casimiro asked suspiciously, "The crown game, why suddenly do you want to do that? What do you mean?" Seeing him like that, Ho Young smiled and replied, "Because you are the best defensive player on our team." Hearing this, Casimiro became a little smug and raised his hand to wipe his nose. "Well, that is right. I will play a match with you." Receiving his agreement, Ho Young smiled triumphantly and said in his heart, "Although I said that, but honestly." Then in his sight, 2 system boards immediately appeared next to Casimiro, clearly recording his information. Casimiro, talents possessed, Soccer Prodigy B+. Cutting the ball in a flash B, effective blocking C. If you meet the conditions, you can copy a talent. Condition 1, practice covering the ball together for 120 minutes. Condition 2, dribble the ball for 5 minutes and not let Case Moreau steal the ball. After reading, he thought, my purpose is to get talent from you. Quickly, the two of them also entered the battle, facing each other directly. Ho Young held the ball and said, then I will dribble first. Let us start. But after 2 minutes and 59 seconds, the clock was stopped by the ball referee. On this side, Ho Young knelt on the ground, very tired. Currently, Case Moreau was also the one holding the ball. At this time, he looked up and breathed continuously, phew, that is difficult. Then Ho Young thought, the ball was stolen after only 3 minutes. Then Ho Young looked at Case Moreau holding the ball and said to himself, just as I thought, he is a representative promising player in the U13 league. Not only does he have the soccer prodigy talent, B+, but he is also rich in experience, so in the basic skills, it is difficult for anyone to compare with him. After thinking, he clenched his fist resolutely. To narrow this gap, there is no other choice but to run until my feet are smoking. Regaining his spirits, Ho Young stood up abruptly and ran around on the field under Casemiro's astonishment. Let us go. The scenes of Ho Young working hard to practice with his teammates appeared. Ho Young's day was repeated like this. Because his soccer career was behind the people here, I practiced harder than anyone else. Another month passed. Outside the field, the referee pressed to stop the time at the 5th minute and announced, time's up. Seeing this, Ho Young, who was still holding the ball, happily cheered, I did it, I finally lasted 5 minutes. Still maintaining the same expression and posture, Ho Young secretly praised himself, it is all thanks to my training in basic skills, along with a talented feat C+. I am so lucky to have this talent. At this time, another system board appeared, announcing, choose the talent you want to copy, Soccer Prodigy B+. Cut the ball in a flash B, effective blocking C. The screen also showed his choice was effective blocking C. After selecting, 2 system boards appeared in front of him, Woo Ho Young, talents possessed, Soccer Prodigy B+2, powerful shot at mid-range C+, perfect muscle C. Artistic curve kick C-, speed machine Cha Do Ri U, machine feet A+, cut the ball in a flash B, delicate touch sense C+, potential for physical development B+, rhythmic supple C, talented feet C+, effective blocking C. After reading the information, Ho Young thought, effective blocking. Ho Young's face looked proudly with folded arms and stared at those boards. Every time I get another talent, the foundation to step onto the professional path becomes more solid. I can feel the bright future ahead. Outside on the field, Ho Young finished thinking and went to his teammates and shouted, that is great. A coach stared and made a sound hum. In his sight, Ho Young around his body emitted a strange light. It seemed that the boy was gradually reaching the level to participate in the competition. While he was analyzing himself, a person wearing glasses came over and said, this is really an amazing level of growth. This level is completely in the top of the U13 league, but I am not sure if the kid's skills can be applied well in actual combat. Sensing this person's worry, the bald coach affirmed, I think it is completely possible. The boy is the type of person who always shines in actual combat. Finally, without thinking any more, he turned around and stepped in to decide, okay, we will let him play in the upcoming match against Paranense. Hearing this, the person wearing glasses panicked, but is not that an important match? Being asked like that, the bald coach resolutely, that is what I mean. August 1st, the day of the 23rd round of the U13 Weekly League. Inside the room, the coach stood in front of the players and instructed, our opponent is CA Paranense, the team ranked 3rd on the leaderboard. This is a very important match for us. The team ranked 4th. Then he remembered the image of Fabio with a serious face and continued to instruct, among them, the most noteworthy, the ace and the inviolable defender of U13, is Fabio. He is a defender with accurate tackling ability and excellent ball distribution. After explaining, he immediately assigned the task, so, Ho Young, you will put pressure on the front line. We need to create space by flexibly changing positions with Dougie. Being mentioned, he happily replied, yes. Quickly the two teams also went to the field to prepare. The stream of thoughts in his head still rang out, official debut match. I have been waiting for this moment for so long. The first match in my professional soccer career is about to begin. At this time, Ho Young sighed, now I am officially a soccer player. A childhood image appeared. At that time, he was watching soccer on TV with his family. While watching, he became excited with flushed cheeks in admiration. Returning to the present, Ho Young gave a very bright smile, his cheeks also blushing. From somewhere, a hand was stretched out as if to shake hands. It turned out that it was Fabio. The two people shook hands together. He called out, "Good game." But looking straight at Fabio, his eyes became serious. Ho Young at this time also recognized his identity, so this person is the ace Fabio. At the same time, he also read the system board, talents possessed, soccer prodigy C+, agile feet B, sharp ball distribution C, accurate tackling C-. If you meet the conditions, you can copy a talent. Condition 1, win the match. Condition 2, score 2 goals. Looking back and forth, 2 more system boards appeared. Fabio, talents possessed, soccer prodigy C+, agile feet B, sharp ball distribution C, accurate tackling C-. If you meet the conditions, you can copy a talent. Condition 1, win the match. Condition 2, score 2 goals. After reading the information, he thought, the inviolable defender of the U13 League is only like this. Then Ho Young raised his hand to rub his chin, thinking about Case Moreau and Douglas, or is it because I often practice with top players like Douglas and Case Moreau that my eyesight has become higher? However, Ho Young kept his hands there, saying with a sly smile, if the U13 League is all like this, then I can stir up the wind and rain here too. Although my physique and experience are still not enough, but the figure of a very great person appeared behind him. Ho Young was absolutely confident. I am still confident with the talents I have. Immediately, the images of some players from the two sides appeared. CA Paranense vs. Sao Paulo FC, the match begins. On the field, the players of the two sides also began to move. At this time, Ho Young was holding the ball and moving very quickly forward, followed by Fabio. Sitting in the coach's seat, looking at the scene in front, he could not believe his eyes. Is he really the kid from before? In the coach's eyes, Ho Young's body was smoking, his face was full of determination as a beast advanced forward, from a boy who only knew how to accelerate hastily last year. He looked at the present. Ho Young has quickly left Fabio far behind. Now both dribbling and passing have exceeded my expectations, and even his defensive skills have improved a lot. It feels like he is personally controlling the entire soccer field. Fabio, who is said to have perfect defensive ability, also can't keep up with Ho Young. After thinking, the coach smiled and showed satisfaction. His level has increased by 1 step. However, the coach glanced at the scoreboard. The first half has passed 15 minutes. On the field, Ho Young was still confidently holding the ball and moving forward. The warm-up ends here. But when he came close to the goal, Ho Young saw Douglas being blocked. Seeing this, the two of them seemed to understand each other's minds. Douglas was also nervously preparing himself. Ho Young showed a triumphant smile. Immediately, Douglas abandoned Tao, who was blocking him, and ran sideways to Ho Young's place. Seeing this, he also used his heel to push the ball back and pass it to him. Controlling the ball, Douglas moved very quickly away. Fabio, standing nearby, saw this and opened his mouth in surprise, switching positions. Witnessing this scene, Ho Young's teammates immediately cheered. The defense has collapsed. On this side, Ho Young, after passing the ball, also ran quickly forward. They recognized and urged each other, block him. Another person who was passed also let out an uncomfortable cry, Ho Young. Ho Young still ran very quickly forward, ignoring them. After going to a certain distance, Douglas turned to pass the ball, Ho Young. On this side, Ho Young quickly caught the ball. At this time, he stood facing the goalkeeper. However, Ho Young also took a deep breath. Immediately he put his foot back to kick towards the front. His foot seemed to have shining power and collided with the ball. In this moment, he resolutely told himself, I must. Then the ball flew to a corner of the goal. He said loudly, score. Run, you bastards. Finally, it flew straight into the goal. In his heart he thought, I have been in Brazil for 7 months. Throughout this time, I have worked so hard, just for this moment. After scoring, Ho Young ran around and kept laughing loudly, thinking what never betrays us is effort. I am so happy that I do not even think about celebrating anymore. But sitting inside, the coach folded his arms, his face somewhat serious. The first half is about to end. On the field, Ho Young was still skillfully holding the ball, dribbling. The coach saw this and analyzed. His running ability has stabilized a lot. The ball transfer and the ability to control the temperature while holding the ball are also better. After thinking, he smiled bitterly, but because he is being targeted by Fabio, he must pay attention to preserving his stamina. On the field, taking advantage of Fabio's inattention, he passed the ball to his teammate. Not catching up, Fabio uncomfortably cursed, damn it. Fabio stood still for a moment, looking at Ho Young's back. That guy, even though I am marking him tightly, he still easily broke through our defense. However, he pressed his feet firmly on the ground resolutely. I must catch up with him at any cost. After thinking, Fabio stood blankly and looked forward. On the other side, at this time, Ho Young and Douglas were coordinating with each other. Seeing the familiar scene, he recognized, is it again the position switching game? But at this time, Douglas gave a mysterious smile. However, he also kicked the ball forward. In the direction where the ball was passed, Case Moreau ran up like flying, accompanied by a curse, damn it. The whole team on the other side also looked over there. Fabio's face was stunned. I was too focused on these two. Case Moreau quickly caught the ball and rushed forward. In front of him at this time was the goal, along with Ho Young waving his hand and shouting, "Over here." Listening to the call, Case Moreau immediately moved his foot to pass it over. Ho Young had also caught the ball. While holding the ball, preparing to kick, Ho Young remembered the image of Hyung Jun along with his skill, delicate touch sense C+. However, he thought, one touch control, thanks to the delicate touch sense talent. After thinking, Ho Young kicked the ball straight forward, right at this moment. His ball flew straight but was quickly blocked by the goalkeeper and flew away. Seeing this scene, the people sitting in the stands showed regret, oh no. At the same time, his teammates sitting on the bench had the same feeling, too bad, almost. Running on the field, Ho Young closed his eyes slightly, showing regret, damn it, he cursed and thought, such a great opportunity, could it be because my left foot lacks precision and shooting power? But leaving everything behind, Ho Young regained his initial confident smile, but that is also a good sign, I can create such opportunities at any time, just do what I have been practicing. Then the scene of him moving the ball past each person appears during practice. Basic skills such as ball control, passing, dribbling are all deeply ingrained in my head, which helps me play stably in all situations. By this time a happy smile appeared on Ho Young's face. I wonder what kind of player I will become. A pair of hands appeared as if reaching for a shining star in front of his eyes. Until now I have always been vague with the goal of becoming the best player in the world. But if it goes on like this, maybe I will really reach the top. No, I will definitely do it. The happy smile on Ho Young's face became more and more obvious. As expected, football is really fun. The score on the board is now 1-0 in favor of Ho Young's team, end of the first half. At this time in the planning room of the CA Paranense football team. Standing in here, the blonde man who is uncomfortably annoyed is the coach of the CA Paranense team. He angrily criticized, Fabio, can't you focus more, locking down a kid smaller than you? Is it really that difficult? Sitting on the other side, Fabio replied in a low voice, it is because they keep changing positions. Seeing that he was being refuted, the coach pointed his hand and cursed loudly. If they change positions, you must immediately divide the area for the defense, minimize their movement space. How many times have I told you? A timid voice rang out. I am sorry. After finishing, he slammed his hand on the board and said loudly, and it is not just because Fabio made a mistake, you all have to quickly adapt to the opponent's play. Do not forget what you have been trained. Hearing that they replied in unison, yes sir. After instructing, this coach gritted his teeth with jealousy. Initially we wanted to aim for third place in this tournament, but we can't let Sao Paulo FC get in our way. At this time at Sao Paulo FC, the coach stood in front of everyone and crossed his arms and said, even though we are leading by 1 goal, we will not focus all our efforts on defense. Let the opponent's defense be negligent, and then seize the opportunity to attack. Then he looked at Ho Young and asked, Ho Young, you still have energy left, right? In the second half, use what you have learned, and try to give it your all. Being instructed like that, Ho Young happily said loudly, yes sir. Quickly on the field the players also appeared moving around the field, start of the second half. Sitting in the stands, Ho Young's coach seemed to realize something and said huh. Looking at the defense on the other side, he also realized, they changed their defensive tactics, they want to prevent our transition play by using a defensive zone. After thinking, he laughed triumphantly. Ho Young at this time moving the ball on the field looked at the defense on the other side and immediately realized, so this is zone defense that the coach mentioned. A tactic where each player will be responsible for defending a specific area. The purpose is to minimize disorganized defense like in the first half. After thinking, he bent over slightly, if so then. In front of them, 2 of Ho Young's teammates were passing the ball back and forth. In the meantime, Ho Young was also sneaking into that defense. While Case Moreau was moving the ball up, behind them Ho Young also sneaked in preparing to catch the ball, opportunity, the area behind them is completely empty. Then Ho Young walked quickly forward leaving only a small trail of smoke, at this moment. At the same time Case Moreau quickly passed the ball over. On this side, Ho Young who was tightly marked by Fabio also caught the ball. Having just kept the ball for a short time, Ho Young immediately passed it to Douglas and shouted, "Douglas." Again Douglas passed the ball to one side. Ho Young saw that and ran after it. Keeping the ball, Ho Young ran forward smiling and praising, "Great pass." He ran to a point where he was blocked by Fabio and his teammate. Looking up, Douglas had also run in front. Ho Young said in his heart, "Great." Immediately he left these two people behind and rushed up quickly. In this moment he remembered his practice. Even though he was being followed by two people, he had practiced passing a lot just for this moment. Back to this time, Ho Young was also held tightly by those two people, but he used his foot to pass the ball far away to Douglas. Catching the ball, Douglas happily praised, "Good pass." Then without waiting for another moment, Douglas kicked straight into the goal in front of him. He also wrapped his arm around Ho Young's neck happily shouting loudly, "And you also clenched your fists celebrating together, nice." The scoreboard appeared. The final result was 2-0, Sao Paulo FC wins. At this time his whole team also rushed to celebrate together very happily. Seeing that he had completed the condition, the system board appeared. Choose the talent you want to copy, sharp ball distribution C. Ho Young still stood still looking at the two big system boards in front of his eyes. Woo Ho Young, possess talent, football prodigy B+, power output at medium range C+, perfect muscle C, artistic spinning free kick C-, speeding machine, cha do re, machine attached legs A+, instant ball interception B, delicate touch sense C+, potential for physical development, B+, graceful rhythm C, skillful legs C+, effective blocking C, sharp ball distribution C. After reading everything, Ho Young thought, "Great, I got the talent from Fabor." One more time, Ho Young looked up at the sky happily. "Suddenly I came up with some ways to use this talent. Once the talent grows or my ability improves, I will know how to use these talents even more." Those system information panels still appeared. Behind them a strange halo of light radiated, he thought, "But I still have a long way to go. I have to continue to work harder." At this time, looking at his players, the coach patted Case Moreau on the back. Seeing that he thanked, "Thank you coach, you worked hard." Hearing that he also praised back, "Yeah, you did a great job." But when it came to Ho Young, the coach hit him on the head, causing him to cry out in surprise. After patting, looking at him rubbing his head, he still kept the same standing posture. But then he gave a gentle smile, "Well done." Being praised like that, Ho Young was extremely happy and put his hand on his chest, "I will do better next time." Scene changes to Ho Young's house. A voice rang out, "I am home." Inside, Ho Young was holding two bags of things. Seeing that, Maria Choi poked her head out and happily greeted, "Hello Ho Young, huh, smells so good, what is it?" Hearing that, Ho Young raised a bag of cakes. In his head delicious cookies appeared saying, "I bought some snacks, I want to invite everyone to eat together." Seeing that, Maria Choi covered her mouth in surprise. "Why suddenly, ah?" As if realizing everything, Maria Choi suddenly rushed up and asked, "Did you win your match today?" Hearing that, he happily replied, "Yes sir." Myra Choi heard that and continued, "I knew you could do it, congratulations." Holding two bags of cakes in her hands, Maria Choi reminded, "But you do not need to buy these things." Still very calmly, Ho Young replied, "It is okay, you have helped me a lot in learning Portuguese." Maria Choi still smiled, "Then thank you." A scene of Ho Young holding two bags of cakes walking out of the store appeared. "I received an additional 60 real bonus thanks to the excellent performance, and another 40 real bonus for scoring. So it is reasonable to reward myself a little. According to the exchange rate, 1 real is approximately 5,000 Vietnamese dong." Then Ho Young ran up, seeing that Maria Choi looked after and asked, "Where are you going? Are not you eating?" While running up he heard the sound. He turned down and replied, "You eat first, I have something to do right away, it will be quick." As soon as he went up he grabbed his phone and pressed the numbers continuously. After a long time the phone rang. Quickly the phone stopped ringing. On the other end of the line a voice rang out, "Is that Ho Young?" On this side it was his father and mother. His father saw that and still happily asked back, "What is the matter, son?" Hearing the voice, Ho Young's cheeks turned red, happily showing off his achievements. "Dad, I just won MVP in today's match, the best player of the match." Just receiving this news, his father and mother were both surprised. Then both of them happily dropped the phone. They cheered. At this time he thought in his head, sharing joy with family is the best thing in the world. On the other end of the line, Ho Young laughed cheerfully. "Seeing the family so happy, it gives me even more motivation." The scene of Douglas kicking the ball into the goal appeared. After that day, Sao Paulo FC continued on the winning streak, and climbed to second place in September. Next, Ho Young clenched his fist high, celebrating with his teammates. Ho Young's impressive appearance, to help the team find victory with a total of 13 goals. 3 assists in just 8 matches, becoming a key member of the club. Continuous celebratory scenes took place. Thanks to those great contributions, Sao Paulo FC reached the knockout stage. after these knockout matches, is the championship cup that the whole team is looking forward to. He is only 2 steps away to officially lift that cup. Sitting in the house, a loud voice rang out from the TV. Opposite the TV, Ho Young and Maria Choi were watching football. She saw that and let out a sound. Inside the screen, Christian Ziege was spreading his arms eating. Along with that, the commentator's words rang out, a masterpiece from Christian Ziege. Seeing that both sisters sitting watching were happy, Ho Young gave the brightest smile. No wonder it is Ziege. He is on a completely different level, he said, then admired in his heart. Ziege is truly Ziege. That person's image appeared. Christian, he has always been my idol. His face was full of confidence. I wish I could meet him, even just once. Then suddenly he stood up, causing Maria Choi to pay attention. Then with a happy mood, Ho Young turned his back and left. Seeing that Maria Choi turned to look after, where are you going? Being asked, Ho Young glanced back, saying a vague sentence, is not it obvious? At the training ground. Ho Young in here was working very hard to practice kicking the ball. While he was working hard, outside a girl passing by paused slightly to look. She stood silently staring without saying anything. After he went to the resting place, this person came over to greet. Well done, Ho Young. Opening a bottle of water, he turned to greet back. Hello, Miss Emily. Then Emily sat down next to him and continued. Are not you overdoing it? Until the knockout stage, you have 3 days off. The previous match just ended less than half a day ago. Hearing that, he still replied cheerfully, I still have a lot of energy. I do not know when I will have the opportunity to use a training ground like this again. So I want to try to work hard while I can. At this time he remembered the past when he was practicing. Even before I regressed, I still often practice playing football on holidays, also because I love football too much. Receiving this answer, Emily's face lit up with a smile. This is really unusual. You are truly a unique person. After talking for a while, he remembered something and rummaged through his bag. That is right. If you do not mind, would you like to try this? Sitting next to Emily also poked her head out curiously. What is it? Quickly Ho Young took out a large bag of chestnuts. It is roasted chestnuts. I bought it to eat for lunch. When giving it to Emily, Ho Young scratched his head somewhat shyly. This is my favorite dish. Receiving the gift, Emily was happy. Ho Young is really kind, thank you. Finally Ho Young also put on his backpack and left. Then I will go first. Do not keep looking. Emily waved her hand to say goodbye. Yeah, try hard. After saying goodbye, she also took out the chestnuts to try a piece and smiled. During this time, a person wearing a neat vest came, causing her to be surprised. Oh. This man was very handsome, carrying a stack of documents, and walked over. Seeing that, Emily called out, Director. That director heard the call and waved his hand to greet. Is that Emily? Standing opposite him, Emily continued to ask, What are you doing here, Director? Being asked, he also pointed his hand, meaning about the bag of chestnuts. I am on my way to the office. I stopped by here by chance. But what is this? Being asked, she also opened the bag of chestnuts. I received it from Ho Young. He is from the U13 team. Would you like to try some? Being invited, this director pointed his hand. Then give me a piece. Emily is really famous. Then this person also put the chestnuts in his mouth. While eating, he asked, But is not the U13 team on vacation? Emily replied accordingly. Yes, these kids are a little unusual. At this time, slightly looking up at the sky, he seemed to remember. Ho Young, I seem to have seen it in the report. Seeing that, Emily continued, You must have heard it, he is very good. Then he also raised a like finger. Oh really, he is also participating in the championship. Let me check. Sitting in the training ground, Ho Young was alone thinking. It has only been 2 months since I debuted in this tournament. Here he was warming up and continuing to think, with a solid foundation, I have a feeling that my skills are constantly developing. Moreover, I have encountered some talented players in the past 8 matches, helping my talent continue to grow. Once again the system board appeared. Skillful legs C+2, effective blocking C, sharp ball distribution C, sharp 2-1 pass C-. Still looking at those information, he thought, my 14th talent, I got the ability to pass a sharp 2-1 pass C- is passing the ball in a situation where 2 players face 1 player. Then those index boards appeared. The level of each skill was also increased a few tests. Many Brazilian players possess both talents, skillful legs and graceful rhythm. I have successfully raised both to C+2. Once again another system board appeared. Woo Ho Young, possess talent, football prodigy B+, power shot at medium range C+, perfect muscle C, artistic spinning free kick C-, speeding machine Cha Do Ri U, machine attached legs A+, instant ball interception B, delicate touch sense C+, potential for physical development B+, graceful rhythm C+2, skillful legs C+, effective blocking C, sharp ball distribution C, sharp 2 color pass C-. After reading, he thought again. Thanks to that, my talent board has changed slightly. Sitting staring at the system board, he started stretching, thinking, but this time I discovered something. Looking more closely at the last skills he analyzed, I can't level up talent when I simply copy and stack them. To level up from C+2 to C+3, just copying a C+ talent is not enough. Standing straight, Ho Young continued with his hands on his hips. Maybe I need to copy another C+ level talent to understand clearly. For now, just focus on the priorities. Then he took the ball out and placed it in the middle of the field. Then Ho Young slowly walked over, scoring over 30 goals at medium range. Remembering the image, Cha Bum Kuan with a scary face along with extremely great skills appeared. Possessed talent, Cha Bum Kuan's thighs L, a leader who rose from experience B. Keen insight into promising players B, understanding of all tactics B, you can't see the talents that have declined. If you meet the conditions, you can copy a talent. Condition 1. Score 30 goals at medium range, from 30 meters or more, in official matches. Condition 2. Enter the semi-finals in an official tournament organized by FIFA. Those messages still exist in his head, so that later he can get Cha Bum Kuan's L talent. He must score a goal from a distance of over 30 meters. Standing here stepping on the ball, he was still thinking, if the condition is like that, then the only way is to try to overcome it. Ho Young at this time started moving the ball forward. In the past few months, in addition to basic training, he also focused on learning free kicks and shooting from medium range. At this time, in front of a goal, he used force to prepare to kick. Today is the same. After thinking, he immediately launched a kick flying forward. The ball being hit also flew quickly to the goal. Quickly the broken ball also fell into the goal, causing the net to distort. Again he kicked another kick. 2 hours later, Ho Young stood here taking a breath. Suddenly appearing in front again was a system board. At this time it announced, talent upgraded, power shot at medium range C+2, oh, finally leveled up. It is really different to be specially trained. Standing with his arms crossed with many hopes looking up at the sky, he thought more, if I try harder for the pre-season after October, then maybe I will help the talent increase more levels. Until then, just focus on the knockout stage first. September 27th, the semi-final between 3rd and 4th place Separas, CA Paranense, after struggling to resist Separa's attack, won with a narrow score of 1-0. The image of his team appeared, with an impregnable defense. Now they must face the sharp spears of Sao Paulo FC. The important match has begun, and the players from both teams are entering the field. The Sao Paulo team, with the presence of the young Ho Young, will be a formidable opponent, making the opposing team wary. Sao Paulo's opponent today is the Capaistan team, bursting with energy. The whistle blows, signaling the start, and the ball begins to roll on the field. They discovered the first person dribbling the ball was Ho Young, so the players on the opposing team were extremely cautious. They quickly decided to pressure Ho Young, block his movements, and defend behind him. The opposing team also knows Ho Young's strength, so all of their players are very serious, and a defensive strategy is quickly devised. Coach Carlo quietly contemplates. They are trying to block the ball from being passed to Ho Young by putting all 5 midfielders in the midfield to create pressure. And even if the midfield is broken, they can cooperate by bringing the defense down. They are defending very carefully, fearing Ho Young's dribbling skills, and their formation is much tighter than before. Somewhat predicting the opposing team's strategy, Coach Carlo smirks. Because we also have a new plan, the coach thinks to himself, looking at the field where the players are beginning to clash. At this moment, Douglas Costa and Ho Young exchange a glance and understand each other's intentions, preparing to coordinate. Douglas Costa, facing the opposing team's leading midfielder, unexpectedly passes the ball quickly. The ball is skillfully received by Ho Young's nimble feet. When his foot touches the ball, he does not stop for a second. His entire body and the ball surge forward. His innate decisive movements have been upgraded to C+, making Ho Young's reactions extremely accurate, quick, and decisive. His speed is also extremely fast, making it difficult for opponents to catch up, and the ball seems to stick to his feet. Sometimes running, sometimes suddenly stopping, making him very difficult to predict. In just a moment, Ho Young escapes the blocking opponent and rushes forward. At this moment, Fabio of the opposing team also notices Ho Young's actions and with great surprise, turns around and orders. Don't say anything, stick to him and keep him like that no matter what happens. As predicted, if they can block Ho Young's ball now, their team will have a great advantage. They think that just blocking Ho Young will increase their chances of winning, but they have forgotten one thing, the difference in skill between them and Ho Young. Why can't they block Ho Young even though they know he will dribble? It is like people can't stop a speeding car even though they know it is coming. The reason is very simple. Even if they know they have to block him, their bodies can't react in time to Ho Young's rapid speed and they are easily overtaken. Knowing is one thing, but being able to do it is another, especially in a team where skill, speed, and physical fitness are all very important. And thanks to the accumulation of talents, all of Ho Young's physical skills are becoming more and more perfect, so he has overcome countless blocking opponents and, with the ball, is getting closer and closer to the opponent's goal. The members of the opposing team pant as they chase after him and constantly feel in their hearts that everything is crazy. How can they block him? With overwhelming skill and physical prowess, Ho Young leaves everyone behind, monopolizing the field with the ball at his feet. With a whoosh, the ball is like an arrow shot out with great force, aiming straight at the goal, leaving the opposing goalkeeper stunned. The outcome of this match is not too difficult to predict and is quickly determined. Congratulations to the Sao Paulo team for securing a spot in the final. Ho Young's goals in the second half were the decisive factor that confirmed the Sao Paulo team's participation in the tournament. Even the coach and the reserve members of the team happily breathe a sigh of relief. But the coach can't get too excited because the opponent in the final is SC Corinthians. That is the final obstacle to winning the championship, and they are a very, very strong team. If the team can't block that player with innate talent, the chances of the team winning are very low, the coach thinks to himself, remembering a very special player they will have to face in the upcoming final. Therefore, after today's victory, the Sao Paulo team does not rest much but immediately throws themselves into training the next day. Everyone listen up, from now on, all we have to practice is blocking Pato from the Corinthians team. Hearing the coach mention this player's name, Ho Young quietly remembers him. His name is Alexander Pato, a talented player considered the second Pelé in football. Those who do not know his name do not know the future of Brazil, a player who will lead AC Milan in the future, and there is a saying that if Argentina has Messi, then Brazil has Pato. He is an outstanding genius because he is only 3 years older than Ho Young, so Ho Young thinks he can handle it. Besides, football is played as a team, not alone. The coach continues to explain about the opponent. Pato has joined SC Corinthians recently and he has played 14 games. The total number of goals scored is 18. He is the strongest competitor for the Golden Ball award this year. However, the team's collective strength is probably not yet solid because he has only joined recently. If we train from now on, our chances of winning are still very high. In football, collective strength is still the most important factor. The team that plays collectively better will win. And we just need to become a winning team. Has everyone understood clearly? Everyone in the team, from Ho Young to Casemiro and Douglas Costa, all listen very seriously to every word the coach says. We will focus on attacking their weaknesses, but stopping Pato is not easy. So we will prepare as best as we can to confidently enter the match. Understood? Everyone in the team replies in unison, yes sir. Alright, in 10 minutes we will proceed with arranging positions, but now start warming up right away. As the members begin to disperse and warm up, the two coaches talk and discuss tactics with each other. Clearly, the Corinthians team will arrange in a 4-3-2-1 formation, but is there any way to stop Pato? The best way is to block the second line from the outside in with a 4-1-4-1 formation. But the problem is that we do not have the resources to do that. Our defense is okay, but that is a problem. Corinthians will definitely put pressure on Ho Young because they know he is the spearhead of our team. Coach Carlo nods silently. I am thinking of a few things related to that, wait and see. Very quickly, the final day of the tournament has arrived, and everyone on the team has spent a period of time training very diligently. At this moment, in the Sao Paulo team's dressing room. After everyone is ready, the coach, as usual, raises his hand to cheer them on. Today we will be the winning team. The players, having changed into their familiar green jerseys, all gather around and raise their hands. They huddle together in a ritual to boost morale and determination before the match. Bring the majesty of the king to the field, and victory is ours. Bring the majesty of the king to the field, and victory is ours. At this moment, the coach suddenly walks to Ho Young's side behind him and calls his name. This match is your stage to show what you have. Let everyone see it, the coach says, patting the young boy on the shoulder. In Ho Young's eyes at this moment is full of determination. His voice also becomes clear and full of determination. Yes, sir, I will definitely show everyone. Moments pass, and under the direction of the organizers, the two teams stand facing each other in the middle of the field. They shake hands in friendly exchange with their opponents, showing a healthy and beautiful spirit of sportsmanship. During this time, Ho Young quietly pays attention to the outstanding opponent Pato, what kind of talents he is using his system. Ho Young's eyes look at the blue-haired boy on Pato and wink slightly, and his talent display board appears. And as expected of everyone's assessment of him, he possesses extremely wonderful skills and innate talents that make others jealous. This blue-haired boy with blue eyes is Pato, the player considered the second Pelé in the future. Finally, I get to meet you, Ho Young happily thinks to himself. And Pato's talent display is also long and full of talents, and the most outstanding are the supercar-like fast feet talent with an A+ rating and the football genius talent with an A rating. The conditions for Ho Young to achieve these talents are that he must win the Campeonato Paulista final or be selected as the golden ball in the region or score 2 goals. Looking at Pato's talent display, 2 words immediately appear in Ho Young's mind: genius, not just a football prodigy, he is a true genius. So, if I learn from him, could I also become a genius? Ho Young thinks, secretly placing his hand on his chest. According to the referee's starting whistle, Ho Young immediately moves according to the coach's strategy. And his standing position at this moment is probably different from the usual arrangements in previous matches. This also makes Pato a little surprised. The coach of the opposing team looks at the Sao Paulo team's formation and is also stunned. This is a strategy to stop the genius that Coach Carlo has come up with, so the team's formation today is very different and especially different in Ho Young's position. The coach of the opposing team looks at Horan and wonders why he is there. Why is he in the midfielder position? The opposing team's coach grits his teeth and begins to worry because the midfielder is the person who stands in the middle of the field, responsible for helping the attacking players. In particular, Coach Carlo has also secretly conducted special training for the players on his team, especially Ho Young. During the past few days of training, the coach met with Ho Young separately and suggested something to him that made him very startled. "You want me to play the midfielder position?" Ho Young is very surprised by this suggestion. "You can do it, do not be afraid." Ho Young does not understand anything but still nods because he thinks the coach must have some intention when telling him to do so. "Then follow me, you will be off the field for a while. This is special training and will be our secret weapon for the opponent." Ho Young sees this and looks at his 2 friends, Douglas Costa and Case Moreau, whispering and wondering if they will also participate. At this moment, the coach begins to explain the secret tactic. Ho Young will need to pass the ball he receives from Case Moreau to Douglas Costa, but if the distance between them is too far, he must find the best way to handle it. Standing in front of the teacher's question, Ho Young guessed that it was like moving the ball to the midfielder to attack the opponent's side, or letting the 2 strikers run down to receive the ball was also a good idea. The coach nodded in agreement. "That is right, so from now on we will focus on training the distribution of the ball based on the main route." After agreeing on the strategy with the members, a few days later, ball leading training was still maintained with high intensity. Coach Carlo has guided everyone to practice a variety of ball leading routes until the connections become natural reflexes. Vodan focused on practicing ball leading to the point of reducing the time spent practicing other basic skills, and of course, his ball leading skills have been greatly improved. The proof is that his accurate ball leading talent has been upgraded to C+. Accurate, very good. Now join the entire team training and increase your attack and defense training. The coach claps and shouts to signal. The intense training sessions continue until 3 days before the final. Once again, let us start from the beginning. Ingrain it in your head and body to turn it into a reflex in any situation. This request from the coach is a very difficult request that everyone must comply with. Despite being able to complain about the dense training regime, the child still focuses on training without a word of complaint, determined to complete the season spectacularly. The coach thinks to himself when he remembers everyone's appearance. The key to this strategy is the creator, the person who connects the route between the attack and the defense. And that task will be given to Ho Young. Everything depends on you. The coach observed the tournament and made a comment. Pato's speed is still the top, even in the tournament, and the coach knows that, but there is no way to curb that speed. But their team has Ho Young. In other words, all strategies and plans in this match depend on Ho Young's ability, which will be seen in today's match. Faced with the sudden change of the Sao Paulo team, the coach of the Corinthians team is also very headache, rubbing his chin. He always assumes that Ho Young will play in the striker position, so he has developed a strategy and trained accordingly, but in the end, he plays in the defensive position. Changing positions is a good tactic. It is a tactic that fits every player perfectly. Therefore, the Corinthians team was completely caught off guard. In this case, they have no choice but to give the initiative to the Sao Paulo team. According to the referee's dazzling whistle echoing, the atmosphere on this field is hotter than ever. The final between SC Corinthians and Sao Paulo officially begins. According to the starting whistle, the first person to lead the ball is a player on the Corinthians team. The familiar round ball, a symbol of the players, is rolling quickly across the field. The person leading the ball is a player with orange hair, and he thinks to himself that he does not think he can pass the ball. Because at this moment, when he looks at the distance ahead, it seems that there is no space. When the defense of the Sao Paulo team is spread out very accurately and tightly. Because of this situation, the red-haired player of the Corinthians team looked up and signaled to his teammates and quickly passed the ball to his teammates. The teammate who received the ball immediately kicked the ball up, so it was time for a good aerial pass. The teammate made a high pass, and the red-haired boy quickly chased after the ball. He is a player with good skills, so he easily catches the ball at his feet and continues to move it. In a blink of an eye, 2 players from the São Paulo team rushed up, hoping to win the ball. But the red-haired player easily passes the 2 of them with the ball at his feet. When he approached the middle of the field, the red-haired boy shouted urgently, "Pato." The highly rated player Pato quickly noticed the teammate who had just called his name along with the ball at his feet. "Catch this, Pato." The ball was quickly passed from the red-haired boy to Pato. Pato, with his blue hair fluttering in the light breeze, gently catches the ball with ease. His face is very calm and all his skills are decisive and neat. In that blink of an eye, a strong kick was launched, causing the ball to penetrate the opponent and fly straight forward while the opponent was still stunned and did not understand what was going on. With a whoosh, Pato's entire body shot after the ball with extremely high speed. He quickly caught up with the ball and passed countless blocking opponents. The players on the São Paulo team who were overtaken by Pato all gaped in amazement because he was so fast as a rocket. Stick to him quickly, do not let him approach the goal. Everyone quickly chased after Pato but could not catch up no matter how hard they tried. The goalkeeper also saw the opponent approaching and quickly prepared to catch the ball. The only one left is the goalkeeper, and now it is a one-on-one battle after dribbling and sprinting. This is a typical move of Pato. The goalkeeper carefully assumes a defensive posture and stares at the ball at Pato's feet as he approaches. At this moment of possible scoring, Pato is also very careful and calculates meticulously in his head. In that instant, Pato launches a familiar but always effective through ball. And the opening goal of SC Corinthians is made by the football genius Pato. Pato and his teammates happily cheered while the members of the São Paulo team looked gloomy. They had trained non-stop to stop Pato, but in just the first 5 minutes, they had conceded the opening goal. More than that, Pato's special dribbling and sprinting tactics are an obstacle that gives everyone a headache. At this moment, drops of sweat rolled down Ho Young's cheeks with his teeth clenched. Then the boy raised his head and took a deep breath. "It is okay, it is okay. All we have to do is score. If they do not score any more, then that is enough." The first half of the match has passed for 30 minutes. Ho Young's São Paulo team is still trying not to let them score more goals in the first half. But no opportunities have opened up for them to score. Ho Young also realizes the problem that his team's defense is too weak, so he can't play in the striker position. Casemiro can't stop Pato, so if Ho Young is a striker, the match will definitely become a snail festival. Pato attacks very sharply and surely and does not allow the opponent to react even for a second. Therefore, Ho Young can only support as much as possible and wait for an opportunity to lead the ball smoothly. At this moment, Ho Young shouts loudly, "Casemiro, they are coming, be careful." For some reason, Casemiro is a little distracted at this moment. Hearing this, he has time to turn his head and look back. Ho Young quickly steps forward and stands next to him and can't help but urge focus. Very quickly, the whistle blows, signaling the end of the first half of the match. The players move into the backstage to rest before the second half takes place. Thanks to Ho Young, they are gradually regaining their speed. The first half ended with a score of 1-0, but they will definitely be scolded by the coach. In the São Paulo team's dressing room, the coach's cold voice resounds. "Has everyone gathered enough? Is anyone missing enough, sir?" Facing the coach and the not-so-positive results in the first half, everyone on the team seems very silent and the atmosphere becomes serious. "Enough, if everyone has gathered, then you have played very well." Everyone who heard that from the coach was silent and said nothing. After a while, they were startled and amazed, gaping because they did not expect the coach to praise them so strangely. After letting the opposing team score, everyone thought the coach would be very angry, but unexpectedly, he praised them for playing very well. Therefore, the members of the team are completely confused and can't believe their ears. Remember when you gave up the hat trick for Pato and lost the match, but what about today? We have led in the rate of successful passes and the rate of ball control in the midfield. That means we have gained the initiative. That is proof that our ball distribution training has been effective. Casemiro heard this and immediately raised his hand to speak, but we could not stop Pato even though we trained very hard, coach. I know, Casemiro, but you must also remember that the opposing team has even trained with everything they have to win the championship. Our training hard does not mean the opposing team will sit idly. They will also train. Anyone in our team must train hard, but only those who can show what they have trained in the actual match can win. So do not just focus on scoring, enjoy the match as much as possible, then you can show your abilities to the fullest. At this moment, after speaking a long time, the coach shifted his eyes to Ho Young. He saw a faint smile on his face, so he asked, "Ho Young, did I say something funny?" "No, sir." "Then why did you smile just now?" the coach wondered. "Because I will enjoy the match and football." That is right, he just needs to show how hard he is trained. He does not need to be obsessed with scoring or not anymore. Football is for enjoying. After a chat with the coach, a moment later, the second half of the match took place. The round ball at this moment has been caught by the Corinthians players and is constantly leading on the field. Ho Young runs up to approach Case Moreau and calls out to his friend. "Hey, try your best, I will support you as much as possible." Faced with Ho Young's determination and confidence, Case Moreau is also pulled along and nods decisively, "Okay." The red-haired player who passed the ball to my father in the first half thought to himself that it was useless for them to do anything. He and Pato exchanged a glance again. "Let them taste your special skills one more time, Pato." That red-haired player familiarly shouted Pato and passed the ball towards his teammate. But the situation at this moment is completely different from the first half when Ho Young flashed up like an arrow and caught the ball. The red-haired player was startled and stunned. After catching the ball, Ho Young thought to himself that that tactic would not work again. The ball was about to reach his foot but was snatched right in front of him, making Pato also uncomfortably grind his teeth. But there is no other way when the initiative has belonged to Ho Young with the ball rolling under his feet. Everything changes suddenly, making it difficult for an experienced person like Pato to react in time. In that blink of an eye, Ho Young, along with the ball at his feet, has penetrated a series of blocking players from the opposing team. His feet are extremely fast, along with lightning-fast reactions like a ghost, making it difficult for others to catch up. Ho Young dribbles the ball while smiling because he has the feeling that they will win this match. Ho Young's appearance of controlling the ball makes Pato very surprised because right after the second half started, Ho Young's playing style has completely changed. He defends quite well, he predicted TT's pass and quickly won the ball. So the plan does not work, Pato thought to himself and turned his face to call his teammate TT. At this moment, the old tactic is no longer effective, so Corinthians is changing their formation from one peak to two peaks with two spearhead players, Pato and TT. Pato quickly moved across the field, looking for the person he had to watch out for. Ho Young on the field also met Pato at just the right time and saw his eyes. Pato suddenly smiled provocatively. Just as the two of them were passing each other, Pato smiled and said, "Step aside, kid." Then he continued running forward, leaving Ho Young stunned. Suddenly being teased as a kid made Ho Young frown angrily. He really is. The coach sitting in the stands observed and thought to himself that the Corinthians team's offensive tactics had completely changed, and now they had no choice but to change their tactics according to the opponent. Coach Carlo stared at the football genius Pato. "Now we will give up the offensive initiative and instead reduce the pressure in the midfield and maintain stamina. The goal is a perfect counterattack." It seemed that Pato wanted to quickly end the match, so he rushed forward and signaled his teammate to pass him the ball. The teammate understood, and soon after, Pato easily received the ball. He continued to make a familiar shot through the opponent's gap. Then, along with the ball, he rushed towards the opponent's goal like a lightning bolt, while the other players of the Sao Paulo team desperately chased after Pato. Case Moreau made a sliding tackle to steal the ball, but it seemed unsuccessful as Pato easily got past. Overcoming the obstacles, Pato steadily ran straight forward. Now the situation was once again the same as in the first half, with only the goalkeeper facing Pato alone. Alright, now there are no other obstacles besides the goalkeeper. Pato was quite complacent because victory was close at hand. "I understand, just one more shot and everything will be over, almost there, just a little longer," Pato thought to himself, and a shot was launched. Just when everything seemed to be over, a small pair of feet rushed in from somewhere with unbelievable speed. Ho Young made a long slide on the field and easily kicked the ball into the sky while no one had time to react. Pato was startled by the sudden situation. What the heck? At this moment, he noticed the person who had just snatched the ball from his feet. Damn it, why is this kid following me? While Pato was stunned, Ho Young had won the ball and hurriedly signaled his teammates to run. Although the ball was stolen, Pato remained calm because no matter how well that kid Ho Young passed, the final result was determined by the number of goals. The Sao Paulo team had tried their best to score a goal. Therefore, all the players were in the attacking zone, which was a fatal weakness. Now, only Ho Young was surging forward, overcoming a series of opponents with incredible speed. Facing the difficult obstacles in front of him, the boy was also very cautious. The chance of being stolen was very high because he could not fight everyone alone. In that case, what about Douglas Costa in front? Ho Young thought to himself. But no, it is also useless. As the Corinthians team predicted, the defenders were indeed all in position. Normally, in this case, he would pass the ball to the side and make a connecting pass. But now it was too risky to do that, and there was no high chance of success either. In the blink of an eye, while Ho-young was still thinking, a player from the opposing team appeared right in front of him. "You won't get past me." As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately slapped in the face when Ho-young flashed the ball through the gap between his legs. At this moment, the player realized that Ho-young's kick just now was the play that Pato had used in front of the goal earlier. Now there was no one in front, so Ho-young rushed straight towards the opponent's goal alone. From here to the goal is 20 meters, right? But he felt very confident because he had worked hard to practice this play a lot. The proof was that his fairly solid mid-range shot talent had been upgraded to C+. Accurately speaking, this technique has a total of 6 steps. Ho-young just launched the kick and flashed back to the moment when he had practiced it carefully. Every movement of his now on the field coincided with the movements and feelings he had practiced. That feeling is here. A light flashed. The ball flew straight towards the distant goal with an unbelievable trajectory and thrust. Goal. The resounding sound of everyone's voices rang out as the ball successfully flew straight into the net before the stunned goalkeeper of the opposing team. Ho-young had scored a goal for São Paulo. Before the referee's announcement, Pato was stunned and could not believe it. The two teams were now tied, so all the members of the team shouted Ho-young's name and cheered excitedly. Soon after, the ball fell into Pato's feet and he dribbled it quickly on the field. Pato dribbled the ball while gritting his teeth because it was almost the end of the game, so he would end the match with this turn without delay. Pato had overcome a series of obstacles, and this was the golden opportunity. But no, Casemiro had tackled the ball from behind. Everything going smoothly was once again prevented, making Pato very angry, but he could not do anything. At the same time, a red card was raised from the referee's hand. Receiving the red card and having to leave the field, Casemiro seemed a little gloomy, but it was okay because he had succeeded in restraining Pato. In this situation, Pato was also so angry that he gritted his teeth but could not do anything. He had been constantly fighting with Ho-young but could not do anything to that kid at all. Ho-young's speed was extremely amazing and the kid's skills also made Pato terribly uncomfortable. But now the time was also approaching, making everyone start to get anxious. Seeing this, Ho-young approached the ball and thought to himself that there was no turning back anymore. If we lose in this attack, then everything will be over. "Quickly pass it back," Ho-young said, kicking the ball to his teammate. The teammate understood and immediately passed the ball back, forming a beautiful triangle on the grass. Ho-young continued to dribble the ball at high speed and observed his teammates in front to find an opportunity to pass the ball again. At the moment he saw Douglas Costa, Ho-young's feet acted on the ball, causing it to roll forward. A strong shot aimed straight at the goal net. Please, the ball shot straight towards the goal. But unfortunately, the ball did not go into the net. Instead, it hit the goalpost and bounced back. "Oh no, what a pity," Ho-young thought to himself. The coach observing in the stands immediately shouted, "There is still a chance, pay attention quickly." That is right, at the moment, Douglas Costa was still in front of the goal, just as Ho-young had observed. Douglas Costa seized his chance to lunge, using a cross kick to snatch the ball. And thanks to Douglas Costa's kick as well as the coordinated combination of everyone, the ball successfully flew into the net. While everyone was still stunned, the commentator's excited voice echoed throughout the stadium, "São Paulo team, an incredibly amazing comeback goal." And after that fierce match with a score of 2-1 and an incredibly spectacular comeback, the São Paulo team has been named the champion of the tournament. Everyone on the team was very excited and cheered together on the field. Some people could not help but shed tears of happiness. Friends put their arms around each other and danced happily before this glorious victory of everyone. The coach, along with Casemiro who had left the field because of the red card, also happily watched the celebration of their teammates. The young boys on this team had successfully touched the golden cup they had dreamed of, and it was the result of all the efforts over the past time. A beautiful scene with the enthusiasm of youth and an indomitable spirit that makes anyone happy and shed tears of emotion. Ho-young stared blankly at the cup and heard the cheers of everyone. He still could not believe that he had actually won the cup. How dare he think that an Asian boy studying abroad could achieve such achievements? After all the efforts and with some luck. After days and nights of training, overcoming countless opponents. The round ball rolled on the field like a dream constantly moving forward. A beautiful heroic epic dedicated to the winner. Sweat and tears had fallen, not in vain, and all had their own meaning. Therefore, let us enjoy this moment together, teammates. After the São Paulo team won, everyone was given a few days off before the council announced the official awards for this tournament. This is the building of the Technical Council of the São Paulo Youth Football Federation. Alright, Let us start the meeting with the U13 Golden Ball Award and choose the top scorer. The Golden Ball will belong to Ho Young, right? He may be an Asian player, but I think he can go further with that cup. It will be a strong motivation for local players. This year is a great year, I agree. In the first division an Asian player won the championship while in the second division a player born in 1992 scored 40 goals. One person at the meeting heard this and immediately wondered, oh, you mean the player Daymar? They say he has been taken away by Sunto FC. Haha, I am really looking forward to the first division next year. The next day at the award ceremony, the top scorer award went to Alexander Pato of the SC Corinthians team and the best striker award went to Ho Young of the Sao Paulo team. And this year's Golden Ball is awarded to the player Ho Young. The presenter called out loudly and Ho Young hurriedly stepped onto the stage to receive the award. Congratulations, Ho Young, a bright future awaits you ahead. Ho Young happily accepted the golden ball in his hand and smiled, thank you very much. Along with the cup was a prize of 3 million won, but this was the real prize, Ho Young thought to himself and looked at his skill talent statistics table. The biggest prize was that he had fulfilled the condition and received an opportunity to copy a talent of Pato, and the talent that Ho Young chose was Football Genius with an A rating. In that instant, a flash of light appeared and Ho Young's talent display board appeared, Football Genius talent, rating A. Ho Young, now after receiving the talent from Pato, had truly become a football genius. That was his real meal and an important stepping stone for the journey ahead. Ending the tiring days of training, Ho Young now had a few days off for himself. Finally, he had touched the football genius. That was the most important thing for this development journey. He had worried that upgrading the football prodigy to be +2 would not have any effect. But now it was okay. Pato's football genius talent was A and combined with Ho Young's football prodigy which was B+2, the combination of these two talents raised football genius from A to A. Ho Young lay on the bed looking at the display board and could not help but feel that it was great. Pato's talent was already high at A, so it would probably become a by adding B+2. So all of Ho Young's efforts had not been in vain. The display board announced that it would take 30 days to fully obtain the talent, so during this time he could not study other talents. Ho Young saw this and jumped out of bed, thinking to himself that it took a long time, only 30 days before he became the best rookie in Asian history. The boy's debut was approaching. The youngest world record is held by the Argentine player Ro, who debuted in 2016, but he will break that record. So at least he needs to have minimum physical conditions. This preseason is the turning point, Ho Young thought to himself and made a training plan. I think this will be a busier preseason than usual. Time passed until Saturday, November 8, 2003. In Korea, Ho Young carried his suitcase out of the airport and could not help but smile because it had been a long time since he had returned to Korea. The club had given the boy free plane tickets because he had contributed to the team's victory and played very well in the past season. All achievements are rewarded, Ho Young thought, surprised to discover something right next to the airport. It turned out that his parents and younger brother had been waiting for him early in the morning and were waving to call him. Both his parents and younger brother were very happy to see the figure of the person they had missed for so long. The father hugged Ho Young tightly and rubbed his son's head. Son, why do you look so big? Oh my dad, are you crying? Brother, the mumbling voice of the younger brother rang out. Wow, you have grown a lot bigger than the last time I saw you, little brother. Today, I am going to sleep with my little brother, haha. When you are in elementary school, your brother will play for a famous team. Everyone will be surprised because your brother is friends with Ma. The gentle voice of the mother rang out at this moment. Ho Young, the match was very difficult, right? You have worked very hard, our pride. It had been a long time since Ho Young had seen this gentle smile of his mother, so the boy was a little distracted. Then a bright smile appeared on the faces of the two brothers. Today was the best day in this period of time. Ho Young had a grand meal at home that he had missed before. The boy recharged with his family after days and months of intense training, and even received an interview request at the airport right before returning home. But more than all of that, the fan club that Ho Young loved before only had 1,000 members, now it had more than 20,000. Ho Young was watching the fan group on the chat group when he suddenly discovered something strange. It was that someone named PowerType had sent a message to the chat group that according to sources, Ho Young might be promoted in the near future. Ho Young was shocked to read the messages. Who is this person? The club chairman promotion? Is this the first time I have heard of it? By the way, this person named PowerType initially boycotted me, but now he's become my die-hard fan. Ho Young was vaguely fantasizing when his father's voice rang out calling his name. Ho Young, Dad is sorry for bothering you while you are resting, but are you free? What is in this bag? Dad is holding it. It feels very heavy, the father asked, holding up Ho Young's backpack. Ah, these are the things I received. Ho Young hurriedly took the backpack and opened it for the whole family to see. there is a cup, awards, and more importantly. This is the travel allowance, productivity bonus, an annual total of 5,000,000 won. This is my homecoming gift. Both the father and mother were very shocked and gaping at these large rewards and amounts of money. Then they did not say anything but just hugged their son tightly. Thank you, son, I am really happy. I probably won't be able to sleep tonight. Your thoughtfulness makes mom even more touched than this money. The next day was still a day off and Ho Young had the opportunity to sleep in and lie on the bed without getting up. Not knowing what was going on, the mother opened the door of the room and kept calling his name in an attempt to wake Ho Young up. The boy was still dreaming and asked to sleep for just 5 more minutes. What are you sleeping for? Haven't you called Coach Cha Bum-kun yet? Hearing these words from his mother, Ho Young's closed eyes suddenly twitched and opened wide. Oh no, that is right, I completely forgot. The boy hurriedly jumped up. After telling his family about Ho Young's victory at the football championship, he also contacted Coach Cha Bum-kun. At that time, Coach Cha Bum-kun said that he had something important to tell Ho Young, so please call him back as soon as he got home. After Ho Young woke up and contacted the teacher, the two of them had an appointment at a traditional Japanese food restaurant. In the room, Ho Young and his father sat opposite the coach. Welcome back, Ho Young, you 13. You have worked hard, have not you? Thank you, teacher, but I am still okay. Feel free to use the dishes, but by the way, you do not have any supplementary schedules, right? Ho Young heard the teacher ask and nodded. Yes, sir. Well, in that case, I have talked to your father about it before. I want to send you to the Dream Tree Expedition Team. Hearing these words, Ho Young was shocked and asked again, the Dream Tree Expedition Team, what is that? This is an overseas expedition project implemented by FC Dream for potential players under 13 years old. A small group gathers the elite members and then they play for small-scale youth tournaments. Ho Young also imagined what kind of team it was, but he still had questions such as would it be okay if he suddenly joined like that. The coach heard this and glared at Ho Young and said, what are you talking about? The coach has already reserved a seat for you. Haha, thank you so much. Then I also want to participate. Ho Young nodded in agreement, and it was good that not too many things happened in the summer. But I will only be able to play, right? The coach nodded. You will participate in the training tournament and observe other matches, of course, together with other potential players. Hearing that, Ho Young was very excited because he was about to meet outstanding young players. Great, teacher, so who will we fight with? The coach heard this and smiled. Haha, you are already curious. Ho Young's eyes shone brightly and were extremely excited. Of course, sir. The expedition will take place in Germany, which has a special connection with Coach Cha Bum-kun and is a paradise for young talents. After everyone decided and agreed on their opinions, on December 18th, at the airport, the Dream Tree Expedition Team officially set off. During the 30 days of the project, we will play 2 friendly matches before participating in the Continental Youth Tournament. There were a total of 14 members on this expedition team and Ho Young was the only player here who had studied abroad, so the reporters kept asking him questions throughout the flight. 11 hours later, the plane landed safely at Frankfurt Airport in Germany. Without much rest time, the members of Dream Tree and Ho Young immediately moved to the training ground. Ho Young at this moment was wearing a high-walled raincoat and silently sighed because the atmosphere here was so cold, but this was truly a football powerhouse. The boy constantly observed the equipment that supported the training and improved health around him. That is terrible. Are they trying to create destroyers? Ho Young thought that after Brazil it would be England or Spain, but if it was Germany it would not be too bad. But who are the famous German players here? A series of players along with their names began to appear in Ho Young's memory, and they were all excellent players who had or were or would appear in Germany. Thinking of this, Ho Young vaguely hoped that if he could meet one of them, how great would that be? While the boy was vaguely dreaming, a ball flew straight and hit Ho Young hard on the head. Ho Young's head was swollen with a lump while a person wearing a white coat stood in the middle of the field and shouted loudly, "Focus." Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Ho Young turned around and looked at that person in surprise. It was Cha Do-rim. This was a new opportunity to get to know another talent. Ho Young exclaimed in surprise. On Cha Do-rim. Cha Do-rim heard this and looked over and smiled friendly. Ho Young, is that you? When Cha Do-rim approached him, Ho Young was a little surprised again. Because it had only been a year and he looked much more mature than before, completely different from his previous appearance. But that was also natural. Cha Do-rim should have been transferred to a special club in La Liga. It was indeed a big challenge to survive there. Cha Do-rim raised his hand and rubbed the boy's head, making Ho Young giggle. Wow, you have grown so fast that I almost did not recognize you, Ho Young. I think it is probably because I was in Brazil that I grew so fast. Haha, this kid really is. You went to Brazil by plane, that sounds great. Ho Young excitedly nodded. It is all thanks to you, on Cha Do-rim, for training with me. If it were not for you, I would not have been able to get to this step. By learning from him, He had joined the Sao Paulo team and even won the championship cup. It was thanks to that accidental meeting that there was him today. Cha Du Rim heard this and scratched his head shyly. It is nothing. Taking this opportunity, Ho Young also hurriedly used his talent skill to look at the skill board of the brother in front of him. Cha Du Rim's innate talent was most prominent with his extremely fast running speed skill with an A rating, followed by good physical fitness rated B+, super speed ability rated U, and stable endurance rated C. Some of his skills have been improved a lot compared to the last time, and he even possessed a new skill, and the conditions to achieve these skills seemed easier than before. Or was it because I had achieved the U-level skill? Ho Young wondered. But why do not I have any new skills? Maybe it is because I have only practiced the basic skills. I guess it will be okay. Anyway, I can still learn from others. It will probably be a little useful next season, so maybe I should start learning this skill. This time I will also perform well to pave the way carefully for the future. Ho Young secretly made up his mind and decided to truly shine in this expedition. The boy kept thanking him, but in his head, he thought that he would try to win on Cha Du Rim's new talent skill. Ho Young thought that he was lucky to have met someone like on Cha Du Rim, and according to the announcement, the match would take place in 4 days. He had to win at all costs. In the next 4 days, Ho Young spent the entire time carefully observing the training methods of the Frankfurt U13 team and directly participating in training. And thanks to that training process, Ho Young also gradually got acquainted with his new teammates. Everyone also seemed curious about his achievements and his study abroad trip to Brazil. At this moment, suddenly someone's hand patted Ho Young's shoulder gently. "Hello, long time no see." It turned out that the person who appeared behind Ho Young was Suk Hyung Jun. "You're not kidding, right? You're now considered a hero in Brazil. Are not you? You not only look taller, but your skills have also improved a lot, huh?" Suk Hyung Jun said, raising his thumb. "Thanks. I am really happy to play with you," Ho Young replied. In his heart, the boy was really thankful because thanks to the ability he had received from Suk Hyung Jun last time, Ho Young had developed to this extent. "By the way, I am wondering about something. Do you know anyone named Yoon Young Ho?" Suk Hyung Jun heard this and scratched his head, thinking for a while, then replied, "Yoon Young Ho, I do not know, I do not remember clearly." "Really?" Ho Young asked again, "You really do not know Yoon Young Ho?" Seeing that he really did not know the person named Yoon Young Ho, Ho Young pondered about his rebirth. Clearly, in 2003, Yoon Young Ho should have won Cha Bum Kuen's football award, but the current future had been reversed just because of Ho Young's actions. Of course in the future, he might change many more things, but he was aiming for football, so even if it changed, there was no other way. After a long wait, the match against the Frankfurt U13 team finally arrived, and today was the day of the match. At this moment, Ho Young was standing on the field with a round ball at his feet, looking forward and thinking to himself that the goal was here. It was a black player named Benil Muharapa, born in 1991, a typical striker with a height of 180 centimeters. He was an excellent player and had a rather special skill, which was stable leadership ability with a C+ rating. Looking at his skill board, Ho Young was surprised because it had been a long time since he had seen the leadership skill. It was quite rare, and if he had the leadership ability, he might have an advantage when playing in the air. So once and for all, he had to win and grab that skill into his hands. At the stand next to him, Cha Du Rim was standing next to Coach Cha Bum Kuen, watching Ho Young perform on the field, and he could not help but admire. "Oh my, he has improved so much that I almost did not recognize him." Coach Cha Bum Kuen heard this and chuckled. "I was like that when I was young, ha." And for someone like Coach Cha Bum Kuen, that was already a great compliment, proving that all of Ho Young's skills as well as his progress in the pastime were extremely outstanding. Surprising everyone. Ho Young's movements at this moment were as nimble as a leopard. His claws were sharp and accurate in a terrifying way. The ball under his feet seemed to be glued tightly to his foot, making it difficult for opponents to steal the ball from his feet. Unlike his friendly and gentle appearance on weekdays, Ho Young had become a true tiger mixed in the crowd as soon as he entered the field. Along with an accurate shot after the speedy dribbling phases, the ball was kicked straight into the net by Ho Young, scoring a wonderful goal. "It is in. We scored the first goal. The training in Brazil has really reaped admirable results." And at the same time, when completing the second condition of scoring a goal, Ho Young received a talent skill from Benil Muharapa, which was the ability to score mid-range goals. And his ability was upgraded. The skill upgrade made Ho Young more excited than ever, so he immediately gained momentum, stepped on the grass, and jumped into the air. The boy at this moment was like an arrow shot up with countless hopes and extraordinary strength. Super, a goal celebration jump often seen by players that made people excited and cheered. The real game has just begun. The reserve members of the expedition team sitting on the bench saw this and were very happy, cheering for Ho Young. "He is doing well, look at that performance. he is at an advantage now. Cha Du-rim sat watching silently and breathed a sigh with hopeful eyes, then he suddenly turned to talk to his father. Dad, the future of our South Korea has hope. When do you think he will be selected for the national team? If it is Ho-young, Dad thinks he will break the record for the youngest player, right? Cha Bum-kun heard his son say that and thought for a moment, nodding, but I am still quite curious and no one can predict the future. Cha Du-rim heard this and replied, but Dad can feel it too, right? Dad was also very good at playing football. Come on, son, even if it is the king of football Pele, he can't predict anything. But Dad also feels that that kid has hope, haha. We have been watching that kid for a long time, right? A lazy genius will not do anything, but Ho-young is still very persistent, he has always been firm with his choices. According to everyone's thoughts, the characteristic black and white ball was once again